Wales Motorcycle State Championships from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club here, and we're about to kick off with our sight lap to show you the track here for the day's racing. That's Timo out on track, and he's heading off the start line, heading up to turn 1, which is the New South Wales mining corner.
It was a good inside rut that formed in there, but it got deep and tricky on the way out. People using the outside for momentum.
Timo's heading into the Kennards higher corner here.
About 4 different ruts through that turn, lots of options, riders monoing through the rollers.
He's heading up here into the whole shot graphics berm.
He used the outside, but the inside was the favoured line throughout all the racing. Outside used for passing.
He's heading down a hill, a couple of jumps there, heading into the National Motorcycle Alliance, big berm in the centre of the track.
All the riders using the outside to get the momentum for the jump. Couple block passes in that turn yesterday.
He's heading up the hill here, over the tabletop. Long run up to the top here, heading up to the Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
Couple inside ruts formed. No one was really using the outside. Lots of straight line ruts, very bumpy coming down that hill into this left-hander. About 3 or 4 rut options through that turn heading up the hill.
Yeah, needs to get the good drive here. The track got some acceleration bumps yesterday on the way up that step up. Some inside-outside options here for some passing across the top of the track here, up the top of the very top of the hill. As he heads down now, couple of jumps as he heads towards our finish line tabletop here.
After the finish line tabletop, seen a couple riders land really wide and cut to the left-hand side of the straight to avoid the acceleration bumps down the main straight. Heading
across that Lake Macquarie City Council straight section there, over the start line, into the bottom section of the track now.
So inside-outside option through the corner there, riders doubling or tripling or skimming through the rollers. Lots of ruts in that next turn, about 3 or 4 ruts through that left-hander.
Now Timo's coming into one of the last berms here in the bottom section of the track. He's got to get the power down to head up the hill here, over the roller, back onto the start, main section of the track here as he heads back up, and that is a lap here of the track. Now some of those comments there that we're making were obviously how the track developed yesterday throughout day 1 of racing, but it's going to be a bit different racing today, Mikkel, because we've got the bigger bikes on track and they're going to develop the track in a much different way, probably a bit deeper, a bit more nasty with these bumps and whatnot throughout the day.
I think you will see the ruts getting a lot deeper and chewed out, and I think the track's going to break up a lot with these bigger bikes. So line selection is going to be crucial, always looking for that smoother option, especially at the speeds these guys are going. The last thing you want to do is get into a death wobble going down one of these straights. I've been there myself, and it's a scary thought. So we'll see. Already, I mean, you look at some of the filming from yesterday. I was going to say, someone's already gone through those NMA banners, but that's racing from yesterday. They fixed those up. John was up there this morning fixing up those banners. But as you watch, this is that downhill I was talking about. This is early in the day, so you can't really see the lines down that hill, but there was 6 to 8 very rough lines coming down that hill yesterday, and very, very bumpy. There was no smooth lines. It was pretty much pick the best of the worst.
Yeah, the Lake Macquarie Club's done a really good job overnight to smooth out the track, get it prepared for day 2, because it was pretty nasty by the end of the day there yesterday for the junior racing. But they have done a nice job. We've got plenty of water in it this morning. Again, we'll have to see how that stays for the track moisture across the day, because by the sort of partway through that last round of motos yesterday afternoon, we had some wind pickup, we had the sun out, and it dried out really, quite a lot. But this morning, similar conditions, a little bit overcast here to start with, but I dare say the sun's going to come out and dry it out, much the same as yesterday, Mikkel.
Yeah, look, it's not very deep, so the club guys have got to keep on the hoses, keep the moisture in it. And as we saw yesterday, once the track is lost, you can't really put water on it, because it just makes it really difficult for the riders to the point of dangerous. So the club did a great job yesterday of keeping the water up for most of the day. It was only once we got into that 3rd round that it got to the point where they couldn't actually water in anymore, and they were smart enough to know that, and they stopped doing that. The key thing is it's the same for everybody. So regardless of the track conditions, best to approach the day with a positive mindset as a rider and go, okay, what am I going to do so that I have my best day, instead of whinging about anything that's bothering you. So we've got a race order of how today's going to work. Obviously we've got our practices, but race 1 will be hopefully coming up around about 10 a.m. or just before, and that'll be the MX3. And that's a MXGP class. That's a qualifying. What that means is the riders that are here racing that class today are here to qualify for the MXGP, which is the World Motocross Championship round that's going to be held in Darwin. And it's been, 5 years? A decade maybe since we've had the MXGP in Australia. I think it was in Victoria.
I think it's 20 years.
20 years.
I think it's 20 years,
okay.
yeah.
Well, that's how quick it goes. I think the older you get, the quicker the time goes. So, it hasn't felt that long. And really looking forward to seeing the world riders from all over the world, especially from Europe, coming here and racing in Australia, and then seeing how our riders fend against them. But these MXGP classes for the juniors are classes that will be held at that race event as well, besides the MXGP, for these riders to showcase their skills.
Yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity for these kids to be a part of that. Now, that was the first group that was out on track. That was the MX3. They've just finished up. Now, we've got on track right now, it's the MX1 class doing their practice session. And this is the order that we're going to run through all day, basically, in terms of our round motos. So we're on for MX3 was first, MX1's up second, 250cc, 13 to 15 years is going to be our third race on track, probably around 10:30ish. Now, obviously, times on these days can sort of blow out a little bit, so sorry if that's not exactly where that ends up being, but we'll try and give you an update throughout the day. Our next race after that's going to be the MX2 A, B, and C classes all combined, but scored separately about 10:40, 45. Around 11 is going to be our 125cc, 13 to 15 years. Somewhere around 11:20, maybe 11:30 is going to be the MX Women's class, and the MX Vets 30 Plus. They're going to be in the same race, but scored separately as well. And our final race of the round for the day is going to be the 13 to 16 year girls 125 and 250 class. And obviously that list is going to be the same. It's just going to be repeated 3 times throughout the day. They get 3 motos plus their practice sessions. It's out on track right now. And on screen at the moment, we've got Dylan Wills on that gas, just making his way around for his first lap here of Lake Macquarie for the morning.
Yeah, great to see Dylan coming and racing the New South Wales state titles. He's not doing, I haven't seen him doing Pro MX for the last few years, mainly focusing on Supercross. So because he's focusing on Supercross, he's got time during the year to come and race state titles and do the odd race here and there. Maybe we will see him at the Pro MX, but I haven't actually spoken to him about it. So
I've seen his social posts, and he's definitely confirmed he's not doing the Pro Motocross. But you might, I don't know, Dylan's an interesting character. You might see him at one, and if it would be, it might be the Appen round that we've got here not too far in the future for once the Pro Motocross series kicks off.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's out just enjoying life at the moment while he's not under the Supercross pressure.
Well, hopefully he doesn't have Supercross suspension on that bike, because he's going to find the day pretty tough. Although a lot of water's going down on the track, when Dylan went through that whole shot graphics corner, there was dust underneath, so the air is wet on the surface, but it is dry underneath, and that's what makes it so hard for the club to keep hosing, keep that water going down on the track to get the moisture in.
Yeah, unfortunately on day 2 of an event, usually the track has been already loosened up from the first day of riding. That moisture that's deeper in the surface sort of gets opened up and dried out, and you're only really surface watering over the next few days, so it's harder to get it to penetrate through and last as long, but they're going to have to be out in the hoses a lot today to make this dust stay down. Otherwise we might have a bit of a dusty screens viewing and whatnot going on later on.
And from a rider perspective, throttle control today is going to be key.
100%.
I think other than a whole shot, throttle control is going to be the main way to ride this track. We've seen a couple riders yesterday through the middle of the day, without mentioning any names, not to make them feel bad, but very aggressive on the throttle and washing out in the corners because they're just grabbing a handful of throttle. And that you can do. Like, you can do that now at the start of the day, but as soon as you start to lose traction, you then have to have a bit of finesse, like Willsy did there. You saw the back wheel sliding out.
Breaking traction there.
That was controlled traction. He wasn't sliding out of control. He had the throttle on just at the right amount. The back wheel slid out. It didn't bother him. It didn't faze him at all. He just kept going. And I know we're focused on Dylan at the moment, but the rider behind Dylan, the 28 of Cooper Holroyd, he was your state champion last year, and he's back doing it again this year. Be interesting to see if Dylan does all 3 rounds if he's going to just show a cameo at this round and maybe Maitland round or next round. I hope Dylan does all 3 rounds, but Cooper Holroyd, he's contending for this championship. He's won state titles before, won it last year, as I said. He's our defending champion, and he's a really good starter, Cooper Holroyd, as is Dylan Wills. That's one of Dylan's best.
Could be a good challenge for the whole shot there, wouldn't it, for these two? But there's a lot of guys in this class that probably could get a good start here. Jai Roberts as well. Jai
Roberts is a fantastic starter as well. So, like you said, we'll start. Just have. We don't want to be betting in motocross, but we're going to have a friendly bet, and you can buy me lunch later if I get the whole job.
Well, you still owe me a little bit from that last lap board out yesterday when you called it a couple of times and got it wrong. So
Yeah, but that was 50 cents. I said it was 50 cents.
We're not getting much out of lunch for that.
No. So, talking about the start, and see Cooper Holroyd, what he's doing, like a lot of riders did yesterday, instead of being first out, they followed one of the riders that be their main opposition just to see what they're doing. Willsy's noticed that, I think, and he's moving over. Potentially moving over to let him go, saying, look, I'm not going to show you around this track. Cooper's a seasoned veteran. When I say veteran, he's still in his 20s, but I'm saying he has been around for a long time, racing as a junior, into seniors. All of these riders are very, very experienced, and they know how to dissect the track. They don't necessarily need to follow anybody, but they still like to gauge where am I to my opposition, and that's probably why he kind of followed Dylan around for the first couple of laps.
Now, we had those lap times just pop up there. Now, it's obviously only early in the day. The track's still bedding in. But a 1:34 there for Dylan Wills. Pretty quick compared to our times yesterday. Obviously, a big gap from the juniors up to these guys here. They're about 20 seconds or so faster than, I think, our fastest juniors yesterday. Well, different conditions, obviously.
Some of those faster juniors from yesterday will be racing today. We're going to have our junior lights, 125, 250 junior lights, as well as some of those juniors riding in MX3, which is a combined junior-senior class. So we'll be able to look at all the classes. Clearly your MX1 riders have the faster times. We would expect that.
They should by now.
They should be. We can see some of the riders, like in 16th, Kobe Leach, doing a 1:44. That's about what I think we saw yesterday that the top juniors are doing, about a 1:44. And that's in 16th in MX1. So where you said Dylan did a 1:34. That's 10 seconds faster. Yeah. 10 seconds is an eternity.
On a motocross track it is, yeah.
It is, yeah. In enduro.
Not so much.
No. If you get beaten by 5 minutes, you're still doing well.
Well, 10 seconds is one log that you sort of stuffed up in an off-road section, or you got caught in a little bog hole maybe, but yeah.
You can already see a main inside rut at the top of that hill there, and the number 14 Kawasaki trying to form a new line just outside of that. So that's where you will see multiple line options with the bigger bikes. They'll make a rut on the inside, then they'll make a second rut, third rut. They're not just going to take the same line, and I think that's what you saw from the juniors, especially the smaller juniors. They just come into a turn and there's a rut there. I'll take that rut because there's a rut there. They don't necessarily think about as much, I might make a new line in this corner. Yeah. But then later in the day, you could see your top junior riders starting to do that, starting to look for better line options, get out of that deep inside rut.
Just took a lot longer for him to develop into it. I think today we're going to see this track really cut up a lot sooner than we did yesterday in terms of how many lines are in a single corner. Yeah,
I think you could almost double the amount of ruts. If there was one line in a turn, there'll be two. If there were two, there'll be four. Getting back to the start straight as we're ready for our third practice, being the 250 junior lights, 13 to 15s. We were talking about Jai Roberts, Dylan Wills, Cooper Holroyd being fantastic starters. Be interesting to see where they park on the grid. I saw most of our hole shots coming from about 5 to 10 gates to the right of that starting box as these guys head off. But it'd be really scary, I feel, heading into that first corner on a 450, fourth, fifth gear, and trying to let go of the brakes and carry speed through that first turn. I think one of the biggest things that saves you is they've got a massive wall into that turn where we've got some of our sponsor banners, Lake Macquarie, Council, Whole Shot Graphics, Motorcycling New South Wales, Kenon's Hire, New South Wales Mining, all our sponsor banners on that wall. And that way, if you overshoot that inside, or you overshoot the first corner, you got a wall to run up. If that wall wasn't there, I reckon you'd find a lot of bikes in the bush somewhere.
There's a few too many trees over that side.
There is. You may not find them. Well, you may not find them. And look at that corner. There were about 4 or 5 ruts there yesterday. You could see the main inside right how deep it is, but there's some very, you could say, shallow ruts that are formed where riders have started to make the lines. And they don't need to take those lines yet because the main rut's still the fastest line. So me personally, I would be trying those second and third options just to get those ruts a bit deeper. First lap of practice, the riders can't jump. That's why they're just sort of jumping halfway over the jumps, not clearing. When I say you can't jump, you can't clear to the other side. It's a precautionary lap to have a look at the track. See one of the riders there stopping at the top of the hill just to get a good look down the hill of what's going on. Shit. So some riders opting, like yesterday, the 999 of Nate Ebeck, he's opting to head out first and lead the practice. He's got a bit of mud on the front of his bike, so he clearly
obviously wasn't the first one out.
He wasn't the first one out, but he's managed to get to the front so that he can get clear track. Obviously, practice is not just to look at the track; it is to get a good lap time for your gate pick. And although you don't need to be the first gate pick, I actually don't like being first gate pick. I like to be about the 5th or 6th gate pick. I like my opposition to pick their gates, and then I choose where I want to go. I hate being first gate pick because often your main opposition will surround you on the gates, and then if you don't get a good jump, they block you in. So I prefer to go inside or outside of the guys. Percentage-wise, I feel gives you a better chance at the start, because if you don't get a good jump, you don't get boxed in, you can still make it up under brakes or gear changing down the straight and then under brakes going into the turn. But Nate's opted to get out first, get clear track. He's got a Yamaha rider, look like they're behind him trying to keep pace with him and watch his lines. Nate Ebeck is one of the fast locals here at the Lake Macquarie Club, so he can ride this track with his eyes closed, and he knows how the track is going to form up. He's actually just picked up that Honda ride.
Yeah, the BCP
ride. BCP ride as with Jack Burton. And Nate Ebeck is a fantastic starter. I expect him to be either whole shotting or at least, at the very least, being in the top 3 today in this class, along with Berto. And we'll go through the list later. We'll give our picks on who we think is going to be up there. But we're only going to know once we actually get out there.
So while this practice continues on, we might take a little opportunity to get a break in here. But we'll be back with more coverage of the New South Wales motorcycle titles very shortly.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology. building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales. And using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath's make your job easy.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
There are teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So David, I was just going through the rider list for this class, and we mentioned Nate Ebeck, Jack Burton, the two new BCP Honda riders who I expect to be in the top three. Rider that we didn't see yesterday was Heath Davey, and he's racing, not sure, he was entered for all three classes, but he might only be doing two classes today. When I say all three classes, I mean 125 Junior, 250 Junior, and then MX3. He's the Yamaha Junior Team GYTR rider, and he's another one that I expect to be either winning or up on the podium today. A couple of riders from yesterday that are racing today as well. Richie Lawler, he won a race yesterday in that 15 to 17 125 class, and also a really good starter. So give him a whole shot, and he might be right up there, either fighting for a win or at least a podium.
Yeah, and another one there that sort of had a bit of better moto at the end of the day, 232, Kobe Reed. I just saw him out on track. He's changed his gear colour, by the way, in case we need to spot him later. He's in all white today, not all black. So,
yeah, Kobe, a very fast local, just like Ebeck. He knows this track very well, and he got a whole shot. He led for a couple laps yesterday, ended up third in that race, and top five overall. I didn't catch the podium to see if he actually managed to get on the podium in that class, but he'll definitely be one to watch, especially on the start. So next class out on track that we have is the MX2 A, B and C class. So this is a combined class of A and B and C, and that is what that means is that's a grading. So your A being your top fastest advanced riders, B more of an intermediate grade, and then C is your clubman, or more, I wouldn't say beginner, because there's some guys that are racing here in C grade that could go to club days and win easily.
they just might not necessarily have the grading points in the state championship aspects. That's why they're still C grade classed.
Yeah, and that's why I actually like that they're combined, because you could see a C grade rider finishing in the top 5 overall of the whole class. Never mind in their actual grade, they'll probably be winning their grade. We saw that last year with Joel Campbell. He was B grade last year, and he ended up winning some races and beating most of the A graders. So although he wanted to be A grade, but because of his grading, he had to ride B grade. He had to get the grading points to move up.
Yeah, in a race like this where they're all combined too, you don't necessarily sit there and go, I'm not going to pass that guy because I know he's C grade. You don't really know who the gradings are. You just see a rider in front, you pass, don't you? So you will see some of the C graders maybe more towards the front of the pack, probably not at the front, but there'll be a mix of riders here from different grades, you know, in different positions throughout this event.
Yeah, well, Kobe Leach, he's our lead rider. He's got a clean pair of heels, and he's a C grader. So he's not holding anybody up. These guys, and look, Kobe has ridden here a lot. He knows his way around the track as well.
Got a bit of a lookalike going with Kyder Wolf here with the 74,
yes,
the Husky, and
yeah, that's it. Hopefully he can ride with Kyder Wolf's pace.
Yeah,
and win some races today. He just greased that inside rut. Rory Clements behind him. Rory was C grade last year. He's moved up. He's B grade. He might even already been graded to A. What I find with the grading is that the riders tend to grade up really quickly from C grade to A grade. They don't stay in B grade very long because the riders get graded within the class. So you could be the first B grade rider. You could finish 10th on the day, 10th overall, but be the first B grade rider. You receive first points or points for first place in B grade, even though you come 10th. So
yeah.
I would love to see the grading system overhauled. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying that I think that it's been the same for 20 years, and it'd be great to see it looked at. I'd like to see a separate B grade class in the future where the riders stay in B grade longer, so that there is a class there for them. And I think that's why the B grade class is so small, is because they come out of C grade and they grade up so quickly that within 6 months they've gone from C grade to A grade.
And they can get those points not just at these state title rounds too. Like they can get them at other, like your East Coast round, they can get points for that. Other inner clubs, they can get them as well. So there is other ways that they can get them quickly in a short space of time.
Well, no, not the inter clubs, but like you said, opens. So yeah, my East Coast series, club opens, any open event. As you see the 31 go down, that's Dickey, I think, on 31.
It is Bradley Dickey.
Yep, Brad Dickey. I forgot his first name. So he just lost it out coming out of that turn. And as I said, I think the riders, they get graded up quite quick. Very hard to implement grading at club level, just on a sheer numbers point of view. You know, you look at the grids at the state titles, and yeah, there's you know, some of them have fuller grids, but when you go to a club day, it's quarter of the grid. So very hard to grade A, B, and C at club level.
Just looking at the bottom section of our track right now on screen, you can see the ruts are already developing in that bottom corner there. So things are going to get pretty tricky down there later on in the day. Obviously, we're only in practice at this point in time, so it's going to get a lot worse down there as the day progresses.
Yeah, it is. But as I said yesterday, that bottom section, most of a lot of passes were made through there, and a lot of passes made in the 180-degree corners from New South Wales Mining all the way through the whole shock graphics corner. The rest of the track very fast, and I'm not going to say one line. I'm going to say that there's multiple lines. There's just one fast line. And outside of that, it's just not as fast. So quite hard to make a pass outside of those sections you're talking about.
Yeah, when you're hard on the throttle, most of these bikes are pretty similar. So you can't get alongside of somebody unless they've made a mistake leaving a section. So those tighter sections, you can sort of get up onto somebody and work an inside-outside pattern. Like we've got a lot of you come from the inside, end up on the outside of somebody. So
we've got a shot there, Taylor Thompson on the KTM. She picked up a KTM ride this year, and she'll be going in to compete in Pro MX as well. Just so everybody understands that the classes are, most of the classes are a mixture of male and female riders. We will have the senior women's class or the MX women's later in the day. or later in the program, should I say, each round. And that will be a girls-only class, but even that, they've combined it with the vets class. So there'll be a mixture of the men and women riders. But Taylor, I think Taylor will be in the top 10 in this MX2 class. And her boyfriend, Riley Fitzpatrick, he'll be one of the contenders for the win in this class, the Kawasaki rider. We just saw a shot of the lap times there, and you can see how close the lap times are, and that's where that start is crucial. We saw yesterday some of the best junior classes, and riders that we were expecting to win got a fourth or a fifth place in some of the races because they either had a first turn mix-up or just a poor start. By the time they come through the field, they'd lost too much track position. And as we see a goggle malfunction, he's got the streamers happening behind his helmet.
There's been 3 already this morning, I've noticed, but it's happened already. They haven't got the goggles packed in properly. Who's that one? That's the 185. Who we got? Is that Riley Fitzpatrick with a goggle malfunction?
Yeah, well, look, he's sorry, he was on Kawasaki last year. Got to stay up to date with these guys. He switched to the KDM, probably because Taylor's on the KDM as well. He's managed to pick up that ride. Like I said, they're a couple. And what I find with the roll-offs is it's not that Riley had a crash. You look at the bike; the bike's clean.
Yeah, no.
He doesn't have any mud on him, but that's, I believe, a rock has flicked up from a rider in front and has clipped the mount or the
canisters on the
canister,
outside.
that's it, that holds the film in place, and broken it off, and that's why it's streaming out the back. But that's the downside of wearing roll-offs. The upside of roll-offs is you've got unlimited clear vision until until that happens, or if you get water behind the film of the goggles. So depends on the track conditions whether or not I prefer to run roll-offs. If it's thick, sticky mud, I don't run roll-offs because I find
it just blocks them up too much, doesn't it?
Well, it does. That's exactly what it does. So then it sticks, it blocks them, so you try and pull on the string and you end up snapping the string. So I prefer tear-offs for the really thick mud, but sort of thin, just a little bit of soft mud, I'll run roll-offs. And then some tracks that you go to, you're not allowed to run
Well, I was
tear-offs.
just going to say, I'm not sure. I didn't check for lakes what their policy is here because every track's a little bit different as to if you can run tear-offs or not.
Yeah,
so.
I'm not going to comment because I'm not going to say yes you are or no you're not, because if I'm wrong,
somebody will get penalised out here. Yeah.
Someone will get penalised and then I'll get a phone call. So
let's keep out of that sort of conversation.
Yeah. We'll just say that there are options, but whether you're allowed to use them or not, that's...
Please check your sub-breaks.
Yes, check your subjects, final instructions. I would have read them myself, but I'm not racing, so not my problem.
No need for this particular seat in the house as we have our next class out on track, and we are... Who are we out to?
It's a 13 to 15 125 class. So 2 strokes only, this one. And we had their older junior life class yesterday. That's the 15 to 17. So this is our younger 125 age group. And that's Darcy Houston on the 23. Again, not allowed to jump and clear on this first lap, so you can see these riders getting
close.
to the... they like front wheel to the very landing. Is that Seth Thomas?
It is Seth Thomas in second place there.
He won, he won a lot of the races on the 85 yesterday, but had an in-race penalty in the third race, I believe. So
he did.
We won't talk about that. We won't talk about Fight Club, but Seth was very dominant yesterday, and I expect Seth to be one of my picks to be in the top 3.
And just behind Seth there on the Yamaha on the 125 number bike, that's Heath Davey. He's probably going to be up here in this competition for this class as well today.
Well, he's just try to jump up the inside of Seth, and I know it's only practice, but this is where the mind games are starting already. There's Buddy Brown, he rode the 85 yesterday. The mind games are starting out. And I mentioned also yesterday your nemesis.
Yes.
I think every rider, especially top rider, has a nemesis. You know, in America, Ken Roxon's nemesis is Cooper Webb, you know, and there's been many interviews, there's been lots of playback YouTube videos of Cooper Webb just pulling the rug out on Ken Roxon at the end of a moto, and how many times he's beaten him. So that's who I feel is his nemesis. Chase Sexton, obviously his nemesis is Jet Lawrence. I think whenever Jet's on the grid, Sexton in his mind is already mentally beaten.
I almost would have called it just his nemesis was his front end, but anyway, we can move on from that comment too.
Okay, his second nemesis is Jet, but yes, his first one, he's known as Tuck the Front Sexton, and he's very good at that.
But so you're saying Seth Thomas and Heath Davey, they're their nemesis in this particular class?
They have grown up racing against each other. They have a very strong rivalry. Let's just say I don't feel that they're friends on or off the track. It's not that they don't like each other, but it's very difficult to be friends with your main opposition. I was, when I was a kid, I was best friends with my main opposition until he took me out to win a championship, and then we went.
Moment changed in an instant.
Yeah, we weren't friends anymore, and I, learned a valuable lesson that you can't be best friends with the main guys that you're racing against, and if you are, that's fine, but then you need to have the mindset that on the track, I have no friends.
Things are different.
I have no friends, and if you have an incident with a friend on the track, well then you both have to have that understanding that racing's racing at this level as well. I mean, yes, this is not the highest level yet, but in a couple of years' time, these kids will be at the highest level. So, if you have to make that difficult pass, I mean, look, I'm not a fan of dirty riding. I think it's to be taken out, as you see. I think Darcy Houston, I don't think he got taken out. I think he just pulled a Chase Sexton in that corner. But I'm not a fan of dirty riding, but I think aggressive riding, if you need to make that pass, that block pass, put yourself in the way, take the line away, that, I'm all for that, because it's racing. We're not there to finish second. These kids are chasing a career. They're chasing that factory ride, and the teams are looking for winners. They're not looking for guys finishing on the podium. They're looking for the kids winning races.
Now, just on that winning side of things at the moment, on our timing side of things, I'm not sure if that Riley Tongue time actually is going to stand there. That's a bit of an interesting one. But Seth Thomas has got a 1:42 lap time, and Darcy Houston just behind him on a 1:43. So fairly tightly challenged here for the fastest lap of this qualifying session.
Yeah, look, again, although these guys are competing for lap times for a starting position, and I don't see a time there from Heath Davey.
I think he was a bit further down. He did have one because he was up there, but I think he's in about the 10th position now. We do have the 1:16 on screen at the moment of Riley Tongue, so if that time is actually correct, he is our fastest qualifier, but not sure how that one... No. It says 41 there, so I'm not sure if we're missing a number or if it's just...
Yeah, I think that it's probably a transponder issue, because you could dare say the times will be in the 140s for this class, as we've seen, 141, 142. And, Heath might just be having a look at the track and put in a good time. He doesn't, as I said, necessarily need to be the fastest, but hey, look,
we've had Heath Davey move up.
He is now, because we know Riley's is not the fastest time. So, as I said to you before, it's more about sussing the track out, and it might be my preference not to get the fastest time because I don't want first gate pick, but
it will be for somebody.
What it does do is send a message to your opposition that, hey, I'm the guy. I put the fastest time in, and and everybody's watching the times. Like we're watching it, but the parents are standing on the fence line with their phones, either on the MyLaps app, looking at the times themselves, or on the stopwatch and just timing their own kids, and then comparing that against their opposition. So when their riders come in, they go, "What are you doing, mate? Come on. You're a second off. You let him beat you." And I think as a parent, you've got to be careful not to do that, because you can get in the head of your own kid, and you can do the work of your opposition for you by psyching your own kid out, by saying, "Oh, come on, mate, what are you doing? You're slower. Your lap time was a second off or 2 seconds off." That makes your rider believe that the other rider is better, and that rider is already in their head before the race has even started.
It is true. Now, just quick shout out, as this session comes to an end here for these guys, a few of the girls in this class on the second screen here of our timing thing when it rolls back around, We had Claire Pollard was there in 16th, I think, at one point. Yep, Claire's 17th now. We've also got Mia Kazi there in 21st, Sienna Cyprian in 22nd, Chloe Hart in 23rd. So good to see a bunch of the girls out in this class today.
Yeah, and they're in that mid-pack too. They're not right at the back.
No, they're up there.
They're still up there, and that's what I was saying earlier with Taylor Thompson. I think that Taylor will be in the top 10, possibly knocking on the door top 5 in that MX2 class. So it will be interesting to see. And look, we're just going to wrap up the end of this practice, and we're going to go to a break soon with ads, and we'll be back soon.
Get off the clutch a bit.
Oh, probably not to.
Probably get off the clutch a bit.
Oh, probably not to hit the limit in the air. I think I do that a bit too much. Maybe click up a year.
Probably just go faster. Smooth is fast, just focus.
Probably tell me not to squeeze the bar so hard.
A ring-a-ding-ding, I don't know. Win.
Go faster.
Make sure you win.
Go faster.
Just go faster. That's what I would say.
Presenting your event partners for the 2025 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining. Kennards Hire. Sideline Sport. Dantia. National Motorcycle Alliance. Black Dog Institute. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Whole Shot Graphics.
I can't share the tips, but yeah, just train a fair bit off bikes. You got to get fit for the motos. But yeah.
Well, on the bike, I train 3 days a week. So 1 day during the week and the weekend, and then I'm in the gym 5 days a week.
We train maybe 2-3 times a week at home, and then we try and do like a workout or something off bike training during the week. About once or twice.
I go to the gym a fair bit, which helps a lot.
Probably, if you want to be fast, probably like 3 times a week. Maybe getting coached like twice a week.
Usually, I guess about 3-4 times a week. So probably anywhere from 4 to 14 hours a week training on the bike. I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Whole Shot Graphics. Be first. Be original.
So, great shot there, the top of the hill, looking down at the Lake Macquarie Club, very picturesque. We've got our vets and women combined class scored separately, obviously. And that's that full women's class we were talking about earlier. Seniors over 16. David, you talked about a couple of the 2-3 of the riders that were in the practice before. So back-to-back practices for these riders, and for riders riding multiple classes today, fitness is going to be key because they don't have big breaks in between races. They're sometimes only 10, 15 minutes, and they've got to be back out on track because they're riding 2 bikes or 2 classes or 3 classes.
And some of these classes, the motos too, they're actually like a 15 plus 1, so a bit longer than we were yesterday as well. So yeah, the fitness aspect as the day goes on is going to be interesting, like you said, especially for the ones that are running a couple of classes. They've got a lot of track time coming up for them.
Yeah, and we were listening to some of the interviews from pre-recording interviews from the kids and talking about their fitness and what they do for training. I was just listening to that and smiling because I know some of the riders, not mentioning any names, but I know some of the riders train more on the Xbox and the PlayStation than they do on the bike.
They've got good dexterity.
They do. They've got really strong thumbs. And those riders that I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. So you need to get on the bike 3 or 4 times a week. And
maybe they can sit on the stationary cycle and do the Xbox at the same time.
Yes, yeah, okay.
Double it up.
Multitask. I'll allow that if it was my rider and he was going to do that. Sure, you can play Xbox while you're on the stationary bike.
Now we've got the 59 on screen here from the vets class, and that's Aaron Parker. He's been nice and clean. He's obviously the first one out on track today.
Yeah, he's on that. I think that's the
50th edition Yamaha.
I was going to say 50th edition.
50th anniversary, I should say.
Yeah. It looks like the 1994 colours because I rode the Yamaha in 1994 125. I recognise the purple.
It's a good look, but it's a hard look to keep clean.
It is, yeah. You've got to have the sponge with the scour on the back of it to get the white back. Just the dirt gets marks on it in the grooves. Personally, when I get a bike, especially if I buy it new, straight away I'll buy a set of black plastics and throw it on because you're going to cover it in graphics anyway.
Yeah.
And I'll put some black plastics on because you don't notice the scuff marks or the dirt. And then when you're done with the bike,
put the ones back on, sell it, makes it look pretty for that time. Yeah, I do very much the similar thing. 2 sets of plastics, so it's the only way to keep them looking good.
Yeah.
But Aaron's getting around the track pretty well at this point for early session.
Yeah, he will be one of our contenders in the vets. I think my pick for the win in the vets is Nathan Brocktrop. Nathan is about 47 years of age, but don't make that put you off picking him as the winner. He hasn't stopped. There he is sitting in second.
Number 9 on the Suzuki.
The number 9 Suzuki, yeah. He just he trains at least a couple of times a week on the bike and off the bike training. He is a machine.
But he's ex-pro supercross, motocross rider for many years there, so he's got the skills in the bank from a long time ago, and he just hasn't really lost them.
He hasn't lost it, and he hasn't stopped. And I think that's the key. Like, you know, a lot of vets riders, including myself, got to a point in a career where you make excuses and you go, oh, look, I'm old, I'm busy, I don't have time to train, so I'll just go racing. And you can be good for a lap, maybe half a lap, and then you got on pump, and then you can't hang on anymore. But in your mind, you're still 16 years old and you want to win the race, but then you end up hurting yourself, and I've done that.
Well, and our vet races today
anymore.
too are going for 15 minutes plus a lap, so the same as the MX1, MX2, MX3 classes. They're decent lap times, length of motos, I should say. So, you know, you can't just be a one-lap wonder around here. You've got to have a little bit of fitness behind it, even if you're in the vet class.
Yeah, so I think Nathan I pick him for the win, but Aaron Parker will be top 3, and maybe Adam Parrington. I'm going to go with Adam Parrington.
Okay.
Name I remember from years ago. He's got back on the bike racing, and he was pretty quick when he stopped racing, so I'm going to go for him as a top 3 as well. And
we'll have to see if some of these women can get in there and shake those couple of 3 up, and if we get any of them towards the front of the pack, because Taylor Thompson's actually 3rd on our times here for this session, and well and truly in the mix with those boys as well. So she could be a threat to the overall moto win as well.
Yeah, looking at the list of girls, I would my pick for the girls would be Taylor Thompson, Raina Lefosio, and
Mia Tung?
Yep, Mia Tung. Yeah, I'd say that's a good pick as well. We'll see again, you know, but I think there'll be a top 3 in the girls. And we're getting close to the end of our practice sessions here. Only one more to go, and that's the junior girls, the 13 to 16 girls. So girls only class, this one. Would have been great, actually. You can't do it because of the rules, but I would have preferred to see
the girls' classes combined.
Yeah. Junior girls
and
the senior girls run together rather than the senior girls run with the vets. I know there'll be a lot of people sitting on the couch right now going, yes, why not? But the rules are the rules.
Yeah, we're age differences here, juniors to seniors and stuff. Is a bit of a crossover.
It is, and
we've managed to do it for the MX3, but so maybe it's something that we can bring in here in a little while's time.
I'm glad you said it because I'm going to be in less trouble. But I'm just going to say that.
Look, if we've made an adaptation somewhere,
absolutely,
and it's a similar range. Maybe it's something that can happen down the line.
That's the thing. It's not a similar range, but it's the same thing. It's juniors riding with seniors. And
similar range and age point, like
it is for the juniors, but the seniors, you could have a girl that's 16 and a girl that's 30 years old. So there is a much bigger, can be a much bigger age gap. But it's just like dating. I think once you get to a certain age doesn't matter. And
10 years, 20 years.
Yeah, unless you have a daughter. Like if you're 10 years old and my daughter, you better stay away because. I'm not going to say what I'll do because again, everybody can hear me. So I just wouldn't accept it. Let's put it that way.
Nice save there at the end, Mikkel. All right, so our last group is out on track now. That 13 to 16 years junior girls. So we've got potentially they're all going to be on that sort of. 125cc bike here. It's a 100 to 150cc two-stroke, but there is 254-stroke in this as well.
Yeah, combined. And
I don't think I can hear any four-strokes out on track at this point.
Look, I think the 125s is an easier bike to adapt to, whether you're a male or female rider. And if you look at a lot of the riders in this class, except for Claire Pollard, a lot of riders in this class are riding 85 still.
Yeah, so it's a more familiar feel from it, two-stroke to two-stroke, than jumping up that big step to the four-stroke there and trying to ride it on potentially same day. Obviously, we're splitting their classes probably from yesterday to today in this format, but
yeah, one of the riders that you won't see today is Eliza Dennis, and
our winner from yesterday.
Yeah, she dominated on the 85, but she's only 12, so she can't ride a 125 yet. But as soon as she turns 30, and actually it wouldn't surprise me if she got an exemption to go up early and ride a 125 so that she can ride this junior 125 class. But she's the only rider missing, Jayla Parker, Chloe Hart, Ada Harris, Mia Cameron and Tiana Cyprian were all on the 85 yesterday. Mia Kazi didn't. Mia Kazi has stepped off the 85. Well, yeah, I think she's decided just to focus on the one bike. Same as Claire Pollard. I think all these girls are still able to ride an 85, but you can be good on two bikes, but you can be better on one bike.
True.
And then you don't have to adapt, especially when it comes to the race start. I think one of the hardest adaptations is either a kid riding a 50cc and a 65cc because they've totally different bikes off the gate, and then kids riding 125 two-stroke and 250 four-stroke, again very different off the gate as far as how the clutch and the throttle works.
Yeah, there's a bit of adaptation there to sort of work out how to get the best out of each bike and still do it well back-to-back motos, because you've got to flip that brain over each time you get on the different bike, don't you?
Yeah, you're not just relying on muscle memory. When I say muscle memory, it's your brain's a muscle. The way your brain works, it has to, like you said, you've got to flick that switch and go, okay, I'm on the 125 now. This is how I do my race start.
Apologies for any of the wind noise that might be coming through the microphone. We're just about to get blown out of the commentary box here. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit this morning.
Yeah, as long as it's not blowing towards us with the dust, and keep the dust out of our faces. But again, the club's doing a great job of keeping the water down. I see hoses out there trying to keep the moisture in the track. It's almost like you're in a boat and there's a big hole in the boat and you're trying to empty the water out. It's a futile. Eventually, you're going to get tired and the boat's just going to sink. But
for a while there, it looks like it's optimistic and hopeful.
It is, and that's as long as the guys keep at it. I think they'll keep the moisture in track. But talking about moisture in the track, see how they avoided it? They actually went to the left of the wet line, and you saw a little puff of dust there on the very, very inside.
We've got Ada Harris and Claire Pollard on screen at the moment going into that bottom section of the track. They're right on top of each other. Be interesting to see if they're just feeling each other out for maybe a moto win here later in the day.
Well, I think Claire was in front of Ada last lap around, and she's made the pass on her, and I think that's more advantageous for Claire because Ada's gone past her. Now, Claire didn't ride yesterday. Ada did. And Ada is also, so therefore, more familiar with the track.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good opportunity for Claire to follow her around. And
well, she's just learned a passing move there.
She's like, no, you know what? Actually, Mikkel, I want to be in front, so I'm just going to make the pass. This
is a good practice session.
It is. It's great for us commentary-wise, but Ada...
And there's the difference. We were talking about this yesterday with the kids trying to pick up their bikes and get back started. It takes a little bit longer for them to get going. And obviously for Ada, probably used to picking up the 85cc bike, the 125 is a bit bigger and harder to get off the ground.
Well, she kept the clutch in there, so the bike didn't stall, so she was able to get going as soon as she got back on the bike. But, the girl's getting a bit racy just in practice. And again, that's a mind game, to say, hey, I'm the faster rider. I want to be in the lead. And I think that's the point that Claire was trying to prove, that Ada passed her and Claire didn't accept that. She's like, no, I'm the better rider. I'm going to try and pass you back. And if Ada, it would have been very interesting if Ada hadn't have fallen because they were neck and neck, and would Ada have challenged her back and passed her back? We actually had a practice to actually commentate on.
Yeah, it would have actually continued probably for the rest of the next lap or two. So anyway, they've separated now, and Claire's going down in the end section of the track, the bottom section of the track, I should say. You can see some of those lines there developing up already, getting a little bit of... there's a slick-looking line in the top of that corner that she was just taking there, where some of the dirt's already started to dry out a little bit and push off that topsoil. So the track's developing nicely already. I say nicely, but it's probably going to get a bit rougher and nastier later on.
Well, with the lap times, you'll probably see the lap times get a little bit faster as the track dries out. I mean, the riders are being cautious because it's slippery, because there's water down. And when the track gets just a little bit dry, the lap times will pick up, but then they'll get slower again as the track
gets
deteriorates.
rougher.
This is the corner, the whole shot graphics corner, where Claire and Ada came in, and that inside line, although it's a flat inside and it looks easy, it's a 180, very, very tight 180-degree corner, and we saw a lot of riders yesterday knife the front end and tuck the front of that turn. So, and it's always the easy corners that catch you out because you don't expect it.
Well, that corner too, like you said, is a bit flatter, so there's not usually something for you to stick your front wheel into and get a bit of a groove to hold you in, and then you're trying to turn it really tight. Like you said, that's a very tight 180, so it can be easy to push the front there on that flatter surface. It will develop into a bit more of a groove and a rut later in the day, but it will still be a little bit slippery as well as they water the track there throughout the day too. So it's a spot we're going to keep an eye on throughout the day, as we will probably see, because we did all day yesterday see some crashes go through that section of the track. Now the checkered flag's out for this practice session, so this will conclude our last practice session of the morning, and we're going to be coming into our first races here in just a few minutes' time. So we'll be getting to the action and the main part of our competition day very soon.
Yeah, they're lined up on the grid, and again, we saw most of those hole shots coming from middle of the gate to the right of the box. Depending on how full the grid is and what your gate pick is, you may have to park inside of the box. You can get there first from inside the box. Problem is you've got to brake.
Well, it's a tighter corner, isn't it? You've got to stop and turn, whereas the other guys can sweep all the way and carry momentum all the way up the hill to the next corner there, which is our New South Wales mining corner from our track map preview there. So yeah, it's a which way would you want to go about it? Do you want to get there first, or do you want to sweep around and carry your speed and hope that they haven't blocked you off?
I want to get there first and sweep the corner.
You can't have it both ways in this situation, Mikkel.
So I like to get onto that wall, and I would run that wall into the outside of the New South Wales mining corner, rail that corner, which would give me the inside to the next turn. So I'm not worried about people coming up the inside, taking the line away. I'm committed to just hitting that outside berm as fast as I can, leaving the brakes as late as possible, and carrying corner speed through that second turn and then pinching anybody off heading into the Kennards turn very tight. That's how I would do it. But we'll see.
I think there's a point too in this that if you do get caught in the mid-pack, not to just follow that inside in the New South Wales mining corner, because that's where it's going to bottleneck up. If you can sort of get yourself a bit wider there, you'll give yourself an opportunity, because if somebody does go down in that trying to hold that tight line, you give yourself some space to get around that down rider and maybe make up a few positions to head down into the next corner, that Kennards higher corner, which is also going to be a bit of a tight, but it's rutted up at this point, so there's got to pick a line for that point. But we'll see. We're going to have to keep an eye on these start positions and where the hole shots do come from today, and whether people do start going a bit wider and a bit wider, trying to flow the corner into that first section of the track.
Yeah, and being that it's the first race, a lot of nerves, a lot of tension, a lot of excitement, and the riders have to be very calm because the track is still a little bit greasy, a little bit slippery, and you can't go all out and throw it away early. So I think unfortunately we might see that riders going down early because they're pushing a bit too hard for the conditions. Your pick for the hole shot, who would you go for?
Hole shot wise, not really sure, but maybe something like Heath Davey, 125.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go with Nate Ebeck. He's a hole shot artist.
Okay, all right.
He's normally up the front there on the start, so I'll go for him, and we'll see afterwards. But and that's the thing, is once you get through the day, you can sort of know who's going to be good on the starts. But then yesterday they were all over the place.
Wasn't consistent.
I think Archie Black, he hole shotted all three motos and won all three motos on the 85. But there wasn't many riders that were doing that. Someone get a good start first race, and then average start second race, and maybe a good start third race.
So our 15-second board's up. It's down over to the 5 seconds. The gate's going to drop here any second now, and we'll be away racing in this MX3 class here, qualifying for the GP later in the year.
Richie Lawler on the 27, he got it. So Richie's proved us both wrong. He's come out with a hole shot on the KTM, and see the number 4 there, Lockie Morris. Haven't seen him for a while. He's also a fast local, and great to see him back on the bike. He's changed his number. He used to be the number 23, and he used to ride a KTM. So when you talk about getting confused on who's changed gear colour, he's changed everything.
Yeah.
Bike number, and as is Richie Lawler, he normally runs the 113, and he switched to the 27. He looks over his shoulder. I spoke to his dad about that this morning, and he's like, yeah, get into him. Tell him on the live stream, stop looking behind you.
Well, when he watches his back during the week, he can hear our comments and say, just look forward.
Well, someone we haven't spoken about in this MX3 class is Riley Burgess. And he got a second and a first yesterday. That first race he DNF'd. I found out his chain come off. And I think a rock got lodged between the sprocket and the chain and derailed the chain, and that was the cause of the DNF. So very unlucky.
Yeah,
there's not much you can do about that. Failing that mechanical, which is not really your own mechanical fault.
He's the winner yesterday. He may
have actually won yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's up there in third place.
Position.
Another great starter. As they head down Lake Macquarie straight into that bottom section. And we'll get a shot back on the leaders again in a minute, and we'll stay with them. So Lawler, and being out front when the track is wet like this, the roost that the guys behind him are getting, look how clean Richie is. The roost on the goggles makes it hard for riders to even get close to him.
It's best time the hole shot, Moto 1.
Yes, it is. When the track starts to dry out, the roost still hurts, but it doesn't stick to your goggles as much, and you don't lose as much vision, as it looks like Burgess has made the pass
position
on
there,
Lockie Morris. So Morris back to third, and we'll get an idea in a minute.
Is that Drew Kremer in fourth on the gas number 5, or has got him out of order there?
Well, we'll go back to third and fourth place.
It is Drew Kremer in fourth.
And
we've got, I think it's our Ryan Jones, one of our winners from yesterday, in 5th place there on the 299.
Yeah, so again, Ryan Jones riding that 15 to 17 class yesterday, which is also a combined junior senior class, as is this one. So the riders in this class, the rider leading is actually a junior rider, junior lights rider in his last year, and the riders behind him are seniors. So Riley Burgess, 16 years old, he's a senior. Lockie Morris, I believe, is senior this year as well. So the junior guys, especially Richie at the moment, showing the seniors around the strap.
And you might be able to tell for the viewers at home on that age side of things, the riders with the yellow number and the black background will be those junior riders. The ones with the white numbers, black backgrounds, they'll generally be your senior riders that have gone up. That's the difference in our age and class colours systems here in motocross.
I think Richie's 15, but he's just lost the position there. So something must have happened. He either made a mistake or Burgess has made a sneaky pass in that bottom section of the track there. But Burgess, our new leader, and he is the track dialed at the moment. Lockie Morris, great starter. He was
holding well there at third, isn't he?
Think about as far as the whole shot concerned. I haven't seen one of the Honda riders that we were talking about, Nate Ebeck or Jack Bird. So not sure where they are in the field. Potentially, are they riding this class? I know there were riders that were opting out of the MX3 to ride Junior Lights 250. So that's maybe why we haven't seen them. They're on our list, but the list may have changed. But we'll just talk about the riders. We have great battle going on here for third place, and up the inside goes Kremer on the 5. He looks over to make sure he's got the pass made, but a very well executed pass there. Came down the hill, got up the inside of Morris, and then made it happen up heading up the next hill. So
moves him up into third position there. So it's a good move onto the podium. And you're seeing the timing on screen there. You'll see a few names on the bottom of the list that haven't actually started this moto, it seems. But obviously, Riley Burgess has started this moto. Maybe his transponder's not picking up.
Yeah, definitely a transponder issue. But some of the riders that we mentioned, even Heath Davey, I think Heath Davey has decided to drop the MX3 class and just ride 125 and 250. And that was a scheduling thing with the program. I think the riders just, to give them more break in between their races, they chose just to do 2 classes. Personally, I think doing 3 classes in a day is optimistic as a rider, unless your fitness is absolutely
maybe you're working on your fitness by doing the extra motos.
Yeah,
but it's not something you would do at a state title generally, because you're here for from that trying to win a state title point of view, not necessarily just stretching yourself out and spreading yourself thin.
Look, that's right. You can ride 3 classes and do well.
I did just see the 999 of Nate Ebick on track, but he is going rather slow. So whether he's had an issue early in this moto, he's on screen there on the 20th on the timing side of things. So he is out on track, but not having the best first moto.
Well, the 768 Maxi Amity has just rolled over the finish line. I think he's pulling in early, so definitely had a problem. But second place,
still Richie Lawler,
and Kremer is closing that gap. So hopefully we can stay on that battle. And Kremer has definitely closed up. Lawler's lost a little bit of time to Riley Burgess. Not much though. It's almost like Richie's just hanging just behind that roost range of Burgess, keeping him in sight.
Taking slightly different lines as well.
Well, keeping the pressure on, but not getting close enough to actually get roosted. And Kremer is right on him now. So Kremer with a pace, whether or not he's going any quicker than Burgess, and it is a long moto though, if he can get around Lawler, it would be interesting to see if he's got the pace to catch up. So he's going to have to switch lines here. You can see the roost coming off the back wheel, the Lawler. Kremer trying to avoid that as well as taking different lines to make a pass. I don't think that that inside rut is still the best line through there, so that's why you've seen Kremer's follow through there.
Yeah, you'd be losing too much time through that corner there if he took a different line at the moment anyway.
At the moment.
He might have to change that later on in the moto if it becomes too deep, but for the moment he's just going to follow that one through there. Same through that NMA corner there. The berm is the line to get that jump as well. So there's some spots on this track that you have to follow just to make sure you keep pace, especially when you're trying to gain and make a pass, but you will see Kremer make some other lines here to try and stay out of the roost here, and you see he's sort of following, but he's just a little bit further back on the downhill.
Well, Kremer is also a really good starter. He got an okay start, but not a good start as far as his standards are concerned. And he's also very methodical. I'm not going to say he doesn't push the limits. What I'm going to say is he doesn't make mistakes. Hopefully he doesn't prove me wrong, but he generally is very smooth, very calculated, and the way the track is at the moment, I think it's playing into the way he rides. As you see, was that Husqvarna going down the
I think that was Ryan Jones on that screen at that time.
So not the start that he wanted in this race. But Kremer now, he's looking for the setup. They're getting towards those 180 switchbacks, and this is, look how close Kremer is now. He's almost level with him. He's going to rail that outside line, try and set up the pass into the next corner, see if he can get the momentum to get to the inside. Doesn't, and has to follow in that next rut. So he's going to keep working that outside, I believe, until he makes it work. But he's also going to try to switch it up, try and maybe cut underneath Lawler in this turn, square out a bit earlier. Maybe, I don't know, to me, it's a low percentage pass to pull a block pass in that turn, because if you get it wrong,
yeah, you're not making that jump.
Well, you're either sending the rider through those banners or you're potentially going down. It's such a high-speed corner. I don't like doing block passes in high-speed corners because of the risk factor is a lot higher of the speed that you're going. Slow-speed corners, you can pull a block pass off quite safely.
We've got a drag race up the hill here. They've split lines in that corner, and it's... I think he's going to maybe go for the inside. No, he switched to the outside. Well, they both ended up in the outside here. We've got a bit of a crisscross going on.
He's got up the inside now and
took the line away.
A bit of sort of cat and mouse there, where Lawler went to the outside, the inside, then back to the middle, and he was moving just to try and put a bit of doubt in Kremer's mind as to where he was going to go. But Kremer, great racecraft from him. He just waited to see what Richie was going to do. And then because Richie was playing a bit of cat and mouse, he messed that double up and actually handed the pass to him anyway. So I think when you're under pressure, you've got someone behind you, you still need to race forward. Like when you start looking over your shoulder, trying to block the line, you end up giving up the pass anyway because you're not focused on what's in front of you.
So with that move now, we've still got Riley Burgess in the lead. We've now got Drew Kremer in second. And Richie Lawler, in third position there. So I guess the move now will be, can Kremer make any inroads into that lead position there of Riley Burgess? He's got probably a 3-5 second gap on him at the moment. We'll have to keep an eye on whether he can cut into that lead and make a challenge for the moto win here later as the race goes on.
Look, it's a long race. There's still time. They're probably about halfway through the moto, and if we get a shot of the lap times on screen, we'll be able to tell what they are. But remember, Kremer's been coming through traffic where Burgess has had clean track. There we see the times there.
So we've got about probably 6 minutes plus a lap still to go here in the overall. Oh, actually, interesting. The total time here is at 10 minutes for the second part of it, with 9 for the front guys. So
yeah, that's it.
Here we go. We've updated. We're at 11 minutes, so we've still got about 5 minutes plus a lap.
And again, a problem with Burgess' transponder because he's not recording a time. So when I said it'd be good to see what the difference in lap times are, we can't. We can tell where Kremer is. We're just going to go off track distance. Kremer 1:37. That's pretty quick. Quicker than the junior guys were doing yesterday anyway. So
I actually wonder if Burgess might have the wrong transponder on. Do you notice that the timing there is going for It's 2:57 actually out front according to the timing there. So
well, Jonathan McGregor, no, it might just be some setup issue with it, but quite possibly. I don't think it makes a difference at the moment because we know Burgess is in front, and I'm sure they'll correct that moving forward for the remainder of the day. I think Kremer has gotten closer, but it's one thing to catch. It's one thing to catch a rider. It's another thing to pass them, and especially if the rider in front is running your lines or running the main line, then you have to step out. Now the line that Kremer's got coming into this turn here, where it goes wider, but he actually cuts. Well, that one he didn't. He ran wide.
He was cutting inside, but there wasn't
the two passes that he made. The one pass that he made on Morris in that turn was where he squared out of that line early and cut on his inside and passed him up the hill. The second pass that he made on Lawler at the top of the hill was set up from that cutout line. So watch when he gets close to Burgess. some riders have their spot on the track, and that's their favourite place to make a pass. Doesn't mean he's not going to try somewhere else. See how he's going the inside. He's working the inside of that line into the rollers where Burgess is going outside. As he gets closer, you might see Burgess switch to the inside to protect the line. And same with that corner. Burgess can rail that outside line. Will he go to the inside if Kremer gets closer to him? Kremer was working this outside line when he was trying to get around Lawler. Obviously going inside at the moment because he's not close enough yet to make a pass on Burgess anyway. So this point of the moto, it's more about perfection and just hitting your marks, limiting your mistakes to be able to get closer, because a little mistake from Kremer is going to allow Burgess to pull away. A mistake from Burgess is going to allow Kremer to get closer. So we'll see.
Kremer railing that berm there before the big jump there in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner as he's coming up the hill, charging his way, trying to make that gap up to catch up to Burgess. It's a solid ride for Kremer, but to come from sort of that 5th and 6th where he was off the start opening lap to get into this second podium position here. And he did that line you was talking about, Mikkel, where he sort of cut away from the corner to shorten it up and come straighter up the hill. Didn't just go all the way out to the outside.
Amazing the horsepower of the bikes. His front wheel was about an inch or two off the ground from the exit of that berm all the way up the hill, and he was full throttle. He did not let off the power. His front wheel only came down when he hit the up ramp of the next jump.
Pretty impressive power of these bikes, and that's the skill and the positioning to hold it the whole way up there too from the technique. And they've just switched up their lines a little bit there. Kremer's gone to the outside as he's heading into the bottom section of our track. Maybe feels that might be a bit of a quicker way to catch up. Maybe he just wanted to look for a smoother line.
Yeah, well, both riders, and Burgess, a very smooth rider as well, and rides very well under pressure, not making any mistakes. And that inside rut caught a few people out yesterday, hasn't caught anybody yet, but the lines haven't gotten, I would say, bad yet. There's still good inside lines. But as the track develops and gets choppier, that's when you'll start to see the riders opt out of that main line and go for that second rut or third rut or fourth rut, depending on the setup from one turn to the next as well. You want to try and enter your corners wider if you can, gives you more flow and rolling speed through the turns, but as the track gets rougher, sometimes you've got to go more inside into a corner to avoid the braking bumps and then where the acceleration bumps coming out of the turn as well. So Ryan Jones still all by himself there in that 4th place. Justin Mayhew up to 5th. Lockie Morris, who started up in 2nd place, he's dropped back to 6th place just in front of Jack Burton. So Burton is out there. Clearly didn't get the start that he needed. And let's see how close Kremer is now to the race leader. Has he managed to close that gap? It seemed like it's stayed about the same. He hasn't been on making inroads, and that's just Burgess controlling from the front. If anything, I think Riley has actually turned it up slightly just to let Kremer know that, no, you're not catching me. I am controlling this race. Cameron Shaw in 8th place. Jake Taplin in 9th. Jake was in the top 3 yesterday in the other 125 class. And Bodie Thompson in 10th. As Burgess doubles through those rollers into the inside of the Whole Shot Graphics corner. And being that we're quite deep into this moto, the riders have spread out a bit. A lot of battles early in the race, and now it's more about consistency, consolidating their position. See some dust starting to come up, and Kremer having to pick his way through some lap riders, as is Burgess. We saw lap riders playing a big part in the races yesterday. They can either work for you or against you, slow you down speed, or give you an advantage if you can get through cleanly. As Burgess has a quick look over his shoulder, see where his opposition is at the moment. He's in full control, and looks over again as he gets a checkered flag. Solid ride from Riley Burgess. Kremer coming through for 2nd place. And Richie Lawler, our first junior rider in this MX3 class, for third after pulling an awesome hole shot. We're going to go to an interview with David in a second with our race winner.
Have we got us there, guys, now?
So up next, we've got our MX1, A, B, and C grade. Again, combined class scored separately. And that's about to get underway. You see the club again just trying to get that moisture down on the track. Will make it very tricky for the riders. They've got to almost use that first lap of the race at high speed, racing for position, as well as like a sight lap, so they don't throw it away. But we're going to see you can come up with a whole shot in this one and almost a full grid. This is crazy coming in this first corner. Wilsey with a great start, but was that Cooper Holroyd? Oh, Wilsey tucks the front going into that turn. No, that was Jai Roberts. Jai Roberts went to the inside and Wilsey got on the front brakes and went down hard. Brock Ninnis into second place on the 42. So Roberts.
Test 1, 2.
Out in front, great start, and he is very fast around this track. Best start he could have gotten to, because fitness will play a part in these races because of the length of the motos. And Roberts put himself in the best position right now. And Brock Ninnis as well. Great start for him in second on the KTM. As they go up the hill for the first time in this moto. Again, a little bit of water going down the rise. Need to be careful first lap as Wilsey found out in the second corner. Hope he's back up and running again. And over the finish line jump for the first time in this race. We've got a KTM in third place. I think it's Riley Fitzpatrick. He is a good starter as well, and he's going to work on Ninnis. We'll see if he can get him. So we'll focus on that battle for second place up the inside. And Ninnis with the momentum around the outside, the 42. Into the rutted left-hand turn there. Coming up over the tabletop jump. Ninnis in control right now. So Ninnis having to ride defensive, cut into the inside. Round the outside goes the KTM rider. No, that's Rosendich on the 202 now as we get a look at the actual numbers on the bike. Rosendich making the pass. So Ninnis back to third, and these two riders about this, I was going to say similar ages. They've been racing against each other for years, all throughout juniors and now into seniors. And Fitzpatrick is there. He's now on the back end of Ninnis trying to make that pass. So Ninnis under fire early in this moto, got a great start back to third, and that is Fitzpatrick. And then we've got the 26 behind. That's
Zane Birchall.
Zane Birchall. Not sure if that is Zane Birchall on 26. I thought Zane was on a Yamaha, but maybe we can get confirmation of that. But Fitzpatrick pulling his pants up. He's having a wardrobe issue, and that's when you sit down sometimes on the seat and move backwards, it can pull your pants down a little bit, and that's what's happened. He's showing his boxes. But Fitzpatrick with a little bit more pace right now on the back of Ninnis. Ninnis with a position. And we talked about the roost earlier, David, how it can hurt. 450 roost, it's like playing a game of paintball all day and just getting pelted.
And just consistently pelted if you're riding on the back tyre of the guy in front of you. I think we're getting a move here from... Did he get that? Oh, that's Dylan Wills coming through the pack after that little... I believe he had a tip over. I missed that at the start of the race, coming back from that interview.
That wasn't a little tip over. He actually went slap down on his left shoulder and his head. I'm surprised that he is up and running. It's probably more the annoyance of what happened that has driven him. He is charging hard through this field.
He's sort of up into that top part of the field already, is he?
He's right behind Ninnis, and Ninnis started out second in this one. So that's how quickly he picked the bike up. He didn't waste any time. A lot of riders, sometimes they crash early in the race and they kind of get up slowly and feel like, you know what, nothing I can do, and they sort of cruise, but Wilsey hasn't done that. He's moving straight back up, and he is charging Jai Roberts. So
I think there's a bit of a challenge here coming from second position in Connor Rosenditch.
Yeah, Rosenditch is getting closer. You look at Wilsey up the inside, and Ninnis gets it done. So Wilsey, I mean, the pace that he is running right now.
He's a chance of the moto win still.
There is, yeah, even after going down. And it's not just going down early. Look at there's like 35 riders roughly in this class. He's come from probably close to dead last, and he probably made 20 passes in that first lap to get to where he is right now, because we're only on the third lap of the race. Look how early those guys are getting on that wall. Roberts did anyway.
I just saw that. He was like almost before that the wall actually started for the berm. He was almost just riding the actual wall of the track.
Itself, yeah.
That's a very high front end.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think you want to get any higher than that. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself with a skid mark on your backside.
He's still going for those pants too. There's something about wardrobe malfunction definitely occurring there.
Yeah.
But Willsy's all over the back of him at this point. He's probably going to make a move here in the near future.
He can wear a belt next time, maybe. So going to the outside. Now, we didn't see this outside working yesterday, but look at the cut down line and the rolling speed that he got, the drive, just the momentum from squaring out. And so Wilsey's made that line work. For all you riders that are watching the live stream that actually
he's left the door
today,
open here, but
he has, yeah, but
Fitzpatrick didn't take complete opportunity on that.
No, maybe he just didn't feel like he was close enough to do that.
Maybe the pants were falling down again.
It was maybe a little bit of respect too. But it's one of those corners where the lines come together and then they come together into a jump. And
now just noticing our last year's champ Cooper Holleroyd deeper in the pack, probably somewhere around 7th, 8th. Not the best opening moto so far for the previous year's champ.
Yeah, well, at least we can say that two of the riders that we thought were going to get the whole shot, Jai Roberts and Dylan Wills, they were the 1 and 2.
They were close.
They were close in the first corner until Wilsey dropped it, and I think
we do a little bit of a moment there for Jai Roberts, not getting the drive and almost ending up over the front of the bike in the roller section.
Well, it looked like he actually missed the gear shift.
That might have been it too.
And that's where he lost his momentum, threw his weight forward.
But we've had a change of the lead. Connor's made the move over Jai Roberts to take over this MX1 Moto lead.
Well, whether it was a mistake on or off Jai Roberts' part, Rosenditch had done the hard work to get close to him and was there to capitalise when the mistake was made.
Definitely.
Wilsey,
he's in the back screen of that already, isn't he? He's going to be pouncing here shortly.
Another mistake from Roberts coming out of that corner, lost drive
Wilsey
again.
All over him. Is Wilsey going to make the move?
Oh, yes.
He does.
Oh, and that is what...
but straight back from Jai Roberts.
Right.
Very smart riding to cut back underneath Wilsey as he was making that very wide sweep into that corner. But looks like Wilsey's made the move again over Jai Roberts as they come over the finish line.
And the spatial awareness that these guys have, not to take each other out at maximum speed.
Yep. It was great racing and great visuals.
And it wasn't legs off or... It was all under complete control on both their parts and nothing dirty or aggressive in that. That is just good, clean racing and amazing to watch.
So now I guess the trick is, can Dylan Wills make a quick move on Connor Rosendich? Oh, a bit of a head twitch there for Dylan Wills into that corner.
Well, yeah, that's right. And maybe it's just having a quick flashback to the first lap or first corner. And definitely a corner to watch out for. I'm glad that the bike wasn't damaged in that crash. Like, you know, he didn't bend up the front end or the handlebars or
Nothing
the levers.
looks out of place right now, does it?
I don't think it's affected him at all. And if it has, well, then he's just riding even better than we're actually talking about. But a lot of time left in this moto, and although Wilsey has charged really hard, he made a pass work before where he squared out of there, got great drive, but Connor got that inside perfect, so didn't work that time.
I think as you get towards the front of the pack, the guys obviously get a bit faster, and some of those moves that you can pull off as you're moving through the field don't quite happen quite the same. But are we got just a lap rider in between here, or is that
no?
Connor just making a mistake?
Connor, Wilsey went for the same pass on Connor that he did on Roberts, but he wasn't quite close enough, and very cleverly backed out of it because if he didn't, they were both going down.
Side by side, almost down there Lake Macquarie City Straight.
If Connor is still in front by the time they get there again, I bet you Connor will go inside next time, not to be passed, because Wilsey showed him a wheel.
A smart man doesn't fall for the same thing twice.
Yeah, well,
maybe they do.
We'll see. Yeah, maybe they do. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, first time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me. So,
well, Wilsey's going to the inside. He's getting that head twitch. There's a definite braking bump in that section of the track that he's following through. I just think the same movement.
I just think he's so hard on the brakes, and that's what that is, you know. And you're right. The braking bumps are ready. But Wilsey exploring the track.
Gone right up high in the whole shot graphics corner there, hasn't he?
He clearly has a little bit more pace. I'm interested to see. He's going to try this outside cut down line again. He might as well. I mean, he's not going to make a pass by following. He might as well try keep working on it. And little bobble there in the corner. So Rosendich didn't quite get that inside. And even though Wilsey didn't make the pass, it's allowed him to get level with him.
But he's squared up
next turn.
Will we see this move at the top of the hill that we're talking about? Is Wilsey going to cut to the inside? There is a lap rider maybe in the way. No, he cleared him.
I can't believe that.
But he's crossed under him.
Rosendich went outside again. But
Wilsey's on the inside coming down the hill into the finish line.
That was almost a mirror image of what happened with Roberts, where Wilsey completed the pass.
Wilsey's got him this time.
Oh, that was close.
That main rut onto that start straight there is a bit of a diabolical situation for Connor Rosendich as he just found out, couldn't stay in the corner. So he's lost the lead there, has Connor Rosendich. Dylan Wills has overtaken him for that lead position in this MX1 moto. We'll have to see if Connor can get back to the wheel of Dylan Wills and make a challenge of this down the stretch.
And one thing about battling with another rider like Rosendich has just done is that consumes a lot of energy. Now, he is young. He should be able to have the fitness to go all the way through. If anybody's consumed a lot of energy, it's been Wilsey coming
trying
from
to
last,
get there.
last to first, trying to get there. And we're interested to see if Rosendich can keep pace with him, because he might have a lot more in the tank than what Dylan does. And if he can stay close enough, he might be able to mount a charge at the end. But I think this is a time of the race where Dylan's just got to put in a couple of hot laps and just break the spirit of the riders behind him, and then from there settle in and conserve energy for the rest of the moto. But
I like that line that Wilsey is doing that you've highlighted there in that Motorcycle New South Wales corner where he cuts down early, because he does seem to get a better drive in that initial part of the straight down the hill, which he then carries that speed all the way in, whereas the guys going on the inside having to generate more speed and they're having troubles getting out of that inside rut. So I think Wilsey's onto something there for that Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
And it doesn't look like Dylan is trying to put in those hot laps. He actually looks content to just stay in front, and it almost looks like he's in cruise mode now.
Well, you have to wonder if Wilsey, like Wilsey was saying earlier, has the pace to come through and sort of got to Rosendich really quickly. Is he using his speed advantage to his advantage now? In that he's just saying there, he doesn't have to push. He can sort of let the energy levels rebuild back up, because he's probably got the heart rate up from coming through the pack. Let things settle down a bit and he can make a last few lap
Yeah, I mean,
push.
that's all fine and well, but how close Rosendich is to him, just a little missing a gear shift, like what happened with... oh, that was close.
Bit of a swap.
Yes. Missing a gear shift, like what happened to Roberts. One little mistake like that, or a slip in a corner, not a crash, but just slip in the corner, and you could find yourself in second place again. So the upside of doing what he's doing is that Rosendich is copping a lot of roost at the moment. So, you know.
Willsey did have a look back over one of those tabletops there, just to check on where Rosendich is, I'd say, and just marking him out on the track, making sure he isn't too close. And here's that line again from Dylan Wills. Actually, Rosendich has picked up on that line now, following. He's learning.
He is, and that's just going to help Rosendich in the next race and not help Willsey. Although, if you're that close, though, to a rider and they go outside, you can go inside and take the line away. And if that happens, if you're on the outside, well, then you can just cut down and pass him straight back, like Willsey did on that top section. On both occasions where he made the pass up the inside, both Roberts and Rosendich reacted straight away, jumped back to the inside, made the pass back, but then Willsey was clever enough to cut down again up the inside and then complete the pass by the time they got to the last corner.
So we've got the number 100 on screen at the moment, Jai Roberts, heading into the bottom section of the track. I believe he's still holding down third position here. And Dylan Wills back on the lead lap, the leader here, heading back up the hill into the New South Wales mining corner. So Dylan Wills making his way around the inside of that whole shot graphics corner. Got a good technique, this Dylan Wills. Very smooth on his jumps and likes to keep the bike nice and flat over these jumps.
Well, what we're talking about, that hot lap, he put one in that previous lap, and it'd be good to see a lap time of what it was. But look at the gap he's put on Rosendich in that one lap there. You've got to remember how quickly he caught him too at the start of the race. But he's gone back in that cruise mode again. You know, he's standing a lot longer into his corners. Even just his body language on the bike, he just looks like he's cruising. But still, look, his cruising is like another rider's riding as fast as possible.
And we're up to that last lap board for Dylan Wills, so he's managing this moto quite well here.
Yeah, he is, and David's going to try and grab an interview with the race winner after this, whoever that may be. Hopefully for Dylan Wills' sake, after the ride that he's had, that he actually ends up completing the win. But we'll see when the checkered flag comes out. And although it's a long moto, it's gone by really, really quickly. I'm sure it's been a long moto for Willsey, having to come from last to first. And if you've just turned in, that's what happened. As he heads into the New South Wales mining corner for the last time. Has a quick look over his shoulder. Rosendich is still very close into the Kennard's right-hander. And in control of this one. Whole shots graphics, left hand, up over the little step over jump. And stepping down to the middle of the track through the National Motorcycle Alliance turn. And continues to use this outside line. He's definitely an easier line to take. And I think because that inside's quite greasy coming out, also puts Willsey on the right-hand side coming down the hill, a smoother line, heading into that bottom corner. Up over the step-up jump for the last time. And really good ride for Connor Rosendich to stay that close. As a pass right at the end from Fitzpatrick. Where did he come from? He has snuck up onto the back wheel of Rosendich and made a pass with 2 turns to go. So Fitzpatrick racing to the end of the moto. And Rosendich won't be happy about that. He's head straight back in. But we'll cut to David Hogan in a moment, and he'll do an interview with Willsey.
All right, guys, we've got Dylan Wills, our...
Takes and nearly taking him out because I couldn't stop, but yeah, otherwise good. I mean, obvious first lap and then have to put up with the scenarios and, you know, working through it, but happy with the ride other than that.
Are we going to be able to fix this bike up before the next moto, or what do we got going on here?
We'll see how we go. Got to straighten it out a bit, but yeah, it'll be all right.
Not bad effort here to get to the front and win with all these things going on, but well done. Hopefully we see another good result in Moto 2. All right, Mikel, back up to you.
Yeah, look, fantastic effort from Woolsey. Having the crash, having the motivation to get back on and get back out there and push and get to the lead. I think by the 4th or 5th lap he was leading, and then just consolidate that to the win with the bike issues that he was maybe having from the crash. So up next we've got the Junior Lights 250, and that's a combination of 150 two-stroke bikes and 250 bikes, mostly 250 bikes. So they're about to get underway once we get all the bikes in from the MX1 class. But David Fitzpatrick, he pushed all the way to the end there and made a pass with 2 turns to go, caught Rosendich unawares and took second place. 5-second board now for the 250 Junior Lights. And they got to watch that first and second corner on that front wheel, on the front brakes, as we saw in the first moto when Woolsey went down. A couple guys banging bars out of the gates, and Richie Lawler has got the starts dialed today. Another hole shot, got the hole shot in there. MX3 gets the whole shot again in this 250 class, putting himself in the best position. Husqvarna in second and third place there. Trying to get a idea of the numbers. Looks like the 232, Kobe Reed. Didn't recognize him. I was expecting to see him on a Yamaha, but that's a Husqvarna. So riding 2 different bikes. Was that Heath Davey? No, it's not a Yamaha. It definitely looks like the 232 Kobe Reed. That's our timing and scoring. We haven't had anybody click off any laps yet, so not going to know until they come through for our first lap. But definitely looks like a 232 Kobe Reed in second spot. And what threw me off, David, is that he's riding a Husqvarna on the 250. You saw him on the Yamaha yesterday. But Richie Lawler having a fantastic day so far. Ended up third in the MX3 and leading this Junior Life 250 class. There's Nate Ebbeck on the 999. Didn't get the start he wanted, but still in the top 5. He's up there. He's not far off the leaders, and he's battling for third place right now. We'll try and stay on that battle for third if we can. Lawler starting to pull away now slightly from Reed in second place. Into the Kennard's right-hander. The rider's still opting for that main inside line. Ebbeck making the move for third now. So Ebbeck moving up. Not sure where he come out of the first corner. Reed looking over his shoulder. Never a good sign this early in the race, David.
He's going to see that red number 999 plate there, isn't he, now into third place. So he should be looking forward because there's definitely a rider just in front of him there, Kobe Reed. He's got Richie Lawler just in sights, but yeah, we don't want to be looking back on the lap, what will be lap 2 now?
Yeah, and we'll see if any of these riders picked up on the lines that the MX1 riders were using. Some of these riders rode yesterday, so they've got the lines on the track figured out. Nate Ebbeck didn't ride on Saturday's program. As passed back now for third, went up the inside of Ebbeck and took the line away. At the 234 of Deacon Do, another rider that rides a Yamaha on the 125. He's riding the Husqvarna. Is that 234? Pretty sure it was. He made the pass back on Ebbeck. Ebbeck gets him back. So
good little battle there.
Giving up the position straight away.
Oh, I think he might be having another look up the inside. He's gone down, bud.
Yeah. Look, it's he actually went down from a standing position, so trying to lean against that, I'm going to call it a glassy inside berm. Even the outside, there's that glassy line.
Yeah.
And trying to stand up against that. There's a lap rider on the ground, not one of our leaders. There's Ebeck. He's up in the third spot now, chasing after Kobe Reed. But
probably not advisable move there in that position on the pegs.
Maybe sit a bit earlier, and that's the thing. Riders, I find, they sometimes...
We've got another tip over in the background of the shot there behind Nate Ebeck. I think that was a lapper, but wasn't it? Or was that a position?
No, I definitely think we had a Kawasaki closer to the front earlier, but just a little tip over in that rut. Just lost his momentum through the turn, and the front wheel caught the inside of the rut on the way out. He managed to get a foot down though, and paddle, and then kept it going. But Richie Lawler has pulled away a little bit more now from Kobe Reed. I think Kobe looks really comfortable in that second spot, and I don't think that he's pushing to catch Richie. I think he's just trying to put in good laps, because you can push too hard, as we've seen from a few riders. Like Deacon Do went down in that right-hander, just pushing just a little bit too much. And at this point in the day, I think, as I said, it's more about good laps and maybe just taking a little bit off, but to stay smooth and not crash.
Yeah, maybe Kobe Reed is just reading the track conditions a bit better this morning, and just understanding the pace that he can put out there on that track and not lose the front or something. So he's in a reasonable good position. It's Moto 1, and second place is really good position to finish. So if he can hold that, he's in good stead for the day.
Well, there's still a lot of time left in this race, and if he stays close to Richie, I was just about to say, and Richie makes a mistake like that, Kobe doesn't actually have to try and make the pass. We saw that happen with Connor Rosendich. He got really close to Jai Roberts in the previous race, and it wasn't a pass made. It was a little mistake from Roberts, which allowed the pass. So if Kobe can stay close to Richie, and Richie does make a mistake, the pass is made. Also, even if Nate does close up the gap, as I see a Yamaha rider now.
I'm seeing Heath Davey coming into the back of the screen here in fourth position. He's trying to close in on Nate Ebeck.
He has had to come through the field, and he was one of our faster riders in practice as far as lap times go. In fact, I think he might have put in one of the fastest lap times, if not the fastest. So look out for him. He's on the charge. Look at that. Full throttle out the turn, up the hill, takes the hand off, gives the roll off a pull without backing the throttle off. I mean, for me, it's I'm trying to find the highest jump that I can jump as high as possible to pull a tear off. These kids are taking a hand off on acceleration bumps, full throttle, flicking up a gear, and then still having time to take a hand off and pull a roll off.
Confidence, is it confidence, no fear, or is it just the fact I don't know any better?
You know what? I think it's a combination of everything that you just said, and
they've obviously never had that moment where the bars flick sideways on you as the hand's coming off, and think, oh, maybe I'll wait till the bike's off the ground to do this.
Yeah, look, for me, I normally will do a roll-off or a tear-off in a slow-speed section where you're going like a slow corner where you're going slow anyway. Preferably a right-hand turn, because you're taking your left hand off. So you can still keep a tiny bit of... You could go quarter throttle through a flat right-hander and then just give a quick tug of the roll-off or pull a tear away.
We've definitely got a battle building up here between the 999 and the 125 in third and fourth position here. That's Nate Ebeck on the Honda, and Heath Davey throwing a nice whip there on the Yamaha in fourth position. Heath Davey's definitely coming through the pack. He's caught to the back of Nate. Will he be able to make a move here in the next sort of half a lap so he can continue his charge forward? Because if he gets stuck behind and caught in the same pace, he might not be able to continue to press forward.
Yeah, that's right. He needs to make a quick move on Ebeck here, not only because you don't want to drop back to the rider's pace that's in front of you, but also he still has to catch Kobe Reed, and then he still has to catch Richie Lawler. But I think what you're going to find is that these two battling is going to push them closer to Kobe Reed as well, and then we're going to have a three-way battle for second, third and fourth. So if we'll stay on that battle at the moment, and Davey choosing to follow through that outside, maybe because he feels it's the quicker line and he wasn't going to make a pass on that inside. Ebeck quite fast through this section, so he's able to almost, I won't say gap Davey a little bit, but Heath definitely couldn't get closer through that section at all. And we were talking yesterday about how riders have their sections. You know, somebody might be faster on the bottom section of the track and the other rider faster on the top section of the track. At the moment, Heath is learning. Oh, he stalled it. It almost looked like he stalled it there.
I would say so.
Going into the rut. And
but is that Kobe Reed that's sort of just come back into the frame just in front of Nate Ebick there, or is it enough rider?
No, that's definitely Kobe Reed. As I said, this battle has pushed them closer. As you can see from the overhead shot there, even Richie Lawler is not that much further in front. But Heath Davey, the man on the move, he's our fastest rider on track at the moment.
Well, there's our leader just coming out of that Motorcycle New South Wales corner, and you could see Kobe Reed just entering it. He's just in the back of frame there as we're going up this next shot of the hill here. So the top four are tightening up here. We might have a bit of a battle to come down the end of the moto.
Well, that not only has that battle pushed them closer, I think Kobe Reed sees them coming and he's had to turn it up. So if he can catch up to Richie and make a pass, and it's almost creating that buffer behind you, and that's what Richie has at the moment. He's got Kobe Reed as a buffer. As much as I think the battle with Davey and Ebeck is starting to happen, it hasn't slowed them down yet. Once they get really close to each other, I think that's when they'll slow each other up, because they'll play a bit of cat and mouse, they'll block each other, and they'll lose a bit of time. And we're heading into lappers as well, and that's going to play a part.
Well, we've now got some of the lap times that have updated on the screen. You see the total time there with Richie Lawler at 9:30, and there's only sort of 6 seconds between first and fourth position there, so there's not a massive gap between first and fourth. So if Richie Lawler's not careful here, he could go from first and end up himself in fourth by the end of the moto.
Well, especially with a mistake, and Davey is a little bit closer now, but then Ebeck is getting closer to Reed. And the way it's looking, I actually think that Ebeck may end up, and he has to actually, he may end up getting around Reed before Davey passes him. This is Heath Davey's best opportunity because of the pace that Ebeck is running. Oh, Ebeck
he's going through the banners.
Yeah, and hopefully it didn't get caught in his back wheel, because that often happens, and it has. He is stopped on the top of the track here. He slams his handlebars.
That's
the
going to be a
caught in the
DNF
back
more
wheel.
than likely.
Well, he's got to roll that bike back. And he didn't accelerate when he went through, but he rolled through the banners enough that the banners wrapped around the back wheel. And sometimes the only way to get them out is to cut them out. So that's just a racing incident. And Lawler looking over the shoulder again. Doesn't need to do that. Lap traffic, and that's just handed third place to Heath Davey.
That might help Heath Davey out here, because there's one less rider he's got to take a pass on. He's now right onto the back of Kobe Reed. So was that the little bit of assistance that he needed to sort of work his way a bit further forward in this moto?
Oh, that was a massive help to Heath Davey, because I think other than Heath, I think Ebeck was the next quickest rider on track. So I think Heath is going a fair bit quicker than Kobe Reed at the moment, and Richie Lawler, I've seen him look over his shoulder again a couple of times. He needs to focus forward. If he sees Heath Davey coming, I think that's going to make him nervous, and that's where the mistakes come in. If he keeps focusing forward, he doesn't know who it is, it doesn't matter. He can just race the track.
With these drone shots here, you can see all three riders in the one screen, and they're all basically on the one section of track. That's still Richie Lawler, our leader. We've still got Kobe Reed in second, and Heath Davey all over him in third there on the Yamaha as they head up the hill here.
Well, Heath, I think, is going to go for this outside line, and he doesn't have to worry about getting banners caught up in his wheel, because he could just go straight through the gap that Ebeck. Sorry, Nate. Sorry, but too soon, but sorry. But trying to sneak up the inside, there's a little bit of a move, and it worked. And Reed's like, where'd that come from? I don't think he knew Heath was that close to him.
No, I don't think he expected him to be there. He definitely took the line away, blocked that position that Kobe was going to try and take out of that corner. And I think that's probably just helped give him a little gap too on that move, because it's upset Kobe's drive up the hill there. He's got a gap, and he's actually moving towards now Richie Lawler for the lead.
Yeah, I think it took a few seconds for Kobe just to regain his composure. Fortunately for Kobe, the gap now between third and fourth place is huge. So with Ebeck out of the picture,
this is comfortable third for him.
That's right.
It's a solid first moto.
Exactly. This has allowed Kobe to just settle now in that third position. But I think Heath Davey is going to get up onto the back of Richie Lawler. I do reckon we're getting to the end of this one as we see a lap rider down in that corner. Davey went to the middle line there, went around him. I think Richie's got enough time to hang on to this lead if he can stay smooth and not make any mistakes. But I also think Heath Davey has enough time, as you see Richie looking over his shoulder again, has enough time. I'm going to mention it, Richie, I'm sorry. Every time you look over your shoulder, I'm going to mention it. So when you're watching this later, your dad's going to give you a little elbow in the ribs. You can sit next to each other on the couch. But yeah, I think Davey's got enough time, and
he's definitely closing in, isn't he?
Well, he's closing in, but because he's come through the field, he's worked out a lot of passing lines. And this is that inside where he snuck up the inside of Kobe Reed. Can't quite see where. Oh, there he is. Sorry. Richie Lawler was out of our shot there for about 10 seconds.
Yeah, lost him for a second there, didn't we?
I thought he had done a Nate Ebeck. And,
well, just a quick update on Nate Ebeck. You see him on the timing screen there. He's down in 33rd, so not the moto that he thought he was going to have there, and hopefully he can get those banners out of the bike and remount for Moto 2.
Well, Davey is now as close as he has ever been to this lead. That's how quickly he closed up that gap. And we haven't seen a last lap board yet, so he still has time. And look at the ruts there, how the inside crosses to the outside, the middle crosses back to the inside, which is where Davey ended up going. They both use the outside berm, jumping up towards that single jump where some riders are choosing to scrub sideways and keep it low, others are launching it. They both go inside in this turn. They've got a lap rider in front of them. That's Kobe Wise on the Honda 220. We'll give him a shout out. And Kobe just, I wouldn't say
might have just impeded a little bit of Heath's progress there.
Look, with the lap riders, I think it's worse for them to try and get out of the way than it is for them just to hold their line. However, if you're a lap rider and you know the leaders are coming, maybe go to the outside, you know, or don't take the main line.
Got a bit of a down rider there in the track as well, plus all the lap riders. A bit of a congestion going on here for these last few laps of the race here. Heath Davey just losing a bit of traction there, probably not helped by the fact he had to take a different line on the inside of that corner there.
Well, I think we're going to see a last lap board, and Richie Lawler got through those lappers a lot better than Heath Davey.
He might have got enough gap here to hold on to this moto win.
And with only a lap to go, you're going to leave me at the most exciting point of the race to go grab an interview. I'm not even going to say who's going to win this race. I'm just going to say that you're going to go and interview the winner of this race. So could be Richie Lawler, could be Heath Davey. We'll stay on that lead battle if we can, and because it's still very close and anybody's race at this point. But Richie Lawler has done everything so far perfectly, got the whole shot, created a gap early, that buffer, that cushion to protect the lead. He's been smooth all moto. The only thing I can pity for is looking over his shoulder. He's even carved up the lappers very cleanly. Hasn't lost any time there. And I think putting all of that together, he's got half a lap to go as he exits the Kennard's corner, heading into the whole shot graphics left-hander. He's executed this race to perfection, and he's only got to hold on for 3 more turns. But Heath Davey's got a couple good lines. He's not close enough to make a pass. He's got to, let's say, send it if he's going to make it happen. And he is doing just that. He has not settled for that second place. He's putting in a last-minute charge. He's as close again as he's ever been. He's got 2 more turns. He's going to try and work this inside line. Again, not close enough. I think Richie has done just enough, and that's all you need to do. And I put down the key to this moto win is that race start. And Davey tries a last-ditch effort up the inside. Again, not close enough. And Richie Lawler, give him a round of applause if you can. But he is going to get the checkered flag and the race win in this first Junior Lights 250 race. But hats off to Heath Davey coming through the field to get second place, and in a championship second is great points. I really feel for Nate Ebeck, who I believe would have been in the top 3. Just going through the banners there. And Kobe Reed, another solid podium for 3rd, Ryland Brown 4th, and Raphael Rossiter with a ride on the Kawasaki. He was one that tipped over in that rut earlier, and you know, put it back together, got back up, and still with a top 5 finish. One of the riders who we thought was going to be in the top 3, but oh look, we can see David ready now. We'll let him go to the interview with our race winner.
All right, I think I got you guys this time. So Richie Lawler, good moto, mate. You got out in front early, held on to the lead. You got a bit of a challenge there at the end with Heath Davey coming up, but held on to it.
Yeah, I held on to it. Made sure I hit my lines. Just trying to be consistent from MX3 because that's a killer with arm pump, and trying to go back to back's pretty gnarly. So yeah, just held my pace. I was just looking back just to judge where they were. Just sorry if I had to push or not, so I didn't get arm pump and fade.
It's a busy day for you running 2 classes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big day in the heat.
All right, well, go back, get recovered, and we'll see you out there in the next moto.
Yeah, see you then.
And that's Richie Lawler, the KTM rider on bike 27, taking the win in the Junior Lights 250 race. And we will be cutting to a commercial break, and we will be back soon with round 1, day 2 of the New South Wales State Championships.
In commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales.
All right, we are back, and this is our MX2 A, B and C grade. So our other sort of premier senior class, if you will. And we won't see the likes of Dylan Wills and Cooper Holroyd, Jai Roberts in this one. This is the 250 class, although Riley Fitzpatrick, who ended up sneaking past in that MX1 race earlier, getting around Rosenditch, he is racing this MX2 class, and he is up the front. So great start, and he didn't get the whole shot, but he took the early lead there from Kobe Leach. And Kobe Leach is, we were talking about this earlier, the C-grade riders. Kobe Leach is in the C-grade class and was leading the way, and he's going to make the pass back on Fitzpatrick. So I'm sure Kobe's going to very quickly upgrade to C-grade, goes from C-grade to A-grade and B-grade, and gets up the inside again of Fitzpatrick. He's going to have the inside line up the hill here. Fitzpatrick leans on him and has the better line heading into that double jump and completes the pass eventually. Kobe Leach very racy at the side of this one. An awesome start for him, getting the early hole shot. A great overhead shot there. The riders, different lines, heading into that roller section. Again, some riders doubling, some tripling, some skipping across the tops of them. More drive from the outside. David, I have actually tried to quad into that roller section before. This was at a school or a practice day. Ended up almost in the fence because I just couldn't pull up for the next turn. So I don't know. I think
that sounds about right for trying to quad into that section.
Yeah. Just can't get on the brakes, and that's why you see the riders, the furthest they're jumping in is triple. I'm glad nobody else has quadded and actually made the corner, because then.
Well, somebody's hearing you now and thinking, I'm going to prove Mikel wrong later in this moto. So as long as we have the camera on it, they'll have visual proof of this. So better watch out. Be careful what you say on this mic, mate.
Maybe that's why they didn't put any banners on the outside of that corner.
Nate Ebick.
yeah. So great interview with Richie at the end of that last race there, and he apologised for looking back. So I thought that was funny.
He's heard you.
Yeah, he's heard me. He knows. It's Fitzpatrick with the lead. Got second in the MX1, lead in the MX2, and. Got his pants up this time, David. So,
well, he might have changed mid-motos, between the motos here. Is he in a different colour? I actually haven't seen him on the screen yet as I'm settling back in after that interview.
Same colour, but maybe different pair of pants.
Right, okay. Maybe he just did them up properly this time.
Yeah. So Kobe Leach, though, our first C-grade rider, and Kobe got the whole shot, got passed by Fitzpatrick, battled with him, passed him back twice before Fitzpatrick could actually control the lead. So, you know, when we go further back in the field, we'll see who's in second or third in this MX2 A and B. Not sure who's graded as B grade, but because the A and B grade riders are actually scored together. But
on screen at the minute, it's 2-1-1. That's Jet Harper having a reasonable start to this moto. Riley Fitzpatrick with a bit of style there over that tabletop as he heads up to the now missing banners for the Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
Well, interesting, looking at our rider list, Riley Fitzpatrick is graded, well, he's A grade, obviously, but looking at the grading, like Caden Gray, he's graded as B grade, but then A grade. So maybe a misprint there, but there seems to be a lot of B graders in this class, more so than A grade riders.
Well, I think that MX2 one is now really just an AB combined at this point, isn't it? With the way the entries have worked out for this opening round here at the state titles for Motorcycle New South Wales here at the Lake Macquarie track. Just watching a few riders coming through. That's Taylor Thomas up at the front part of the field there as well.
Yeah, Taylor Thompson in about fifth place behind Michael Jones. And I can actually remember state titles from last year. They were very close to each other in the races last year, Michael Jones and Taylor Thompson. So, and I find that with riders, or you see that with riders, they find, certain riders find each other in every single race, and it's like, oh, not you again, you know.
I've had enough of you today. Can we switch this around somehow?
Well, especially if you think about some riders, even in the overseas racing, in the AMA, you know, Jason Anderson, Justin Barker, quite aggressive riders. Not the type of riders you want to find on the track at any point and have to battle with.
Definitely not. We got our Kida Wolf lookalike on TV screen. He's getting plenty of coverage this morning so far.
Yeah, he is. Kida Wolf is, for sure. But no, Kobe Leach, and he's getting that coverage because of the whole shot he pulled, and currently running in second in the race, obviously the first C grader, so leading his class. And if we'll have a look through the field at some point, see if we can spot a battle on the track. And I think there's 3 or 4 guys coming down that second last hill now where they were pretty close together. We'll also see how close Taylor Thompson has gone to Michael Jones. And well, there's Kobe Leach coming over the finish now. So decent gap over the next rider. There's Michael Jones. Michael Jones has gotten away a bit from Taylor Thompson, so pulled a bit of a lead on her.
That was for 5th and 6th, as you can see on the timing screen. We've got Jet Harper on screen there in the bottom section of the track at the present time. We've got Riley Fitzpatrick heading into that New South Wales mining corner there. Steady lead. Just looking comfortable out front at the moment.
Yeah, and when I was talking about battles on the track, there actually isn't any at the moment.
They've spread out rather well.
Spread out a bit. But what you'll find is, now there's a good battle if we can stay on that one and get a bit closer to see who that is. I think that's our 3rd place rider. Is that Rory Clements, maybe?
It's definitely Jet Harper.
It is Jet Harper, sorry.
Had the move made on him.
But he just got passed by Michael Jones. So Jonesy has not only pulled away from Taylor Thompson, but he closed the gap and just made the pass on Harper. Great start for Jet Harper. He took a few years off racing and he's come back and hasn't lost anything.
Well, he's going to make the long way around here. He's coming back towards Michael Jones.
Maybe he settled into that 3rd place a bit too quickly and allowed Mike to get close to him.
But he has made a mistake coming out of that corner there. Lift the rear tyre up and not got the drive.
No, that's right. So Michael Jones got a fair way to go if he's going to try and catch Kobe Leach for second. But at least he's put himself in a podium position right now. And we just heard that 252 stroke go past. That was Jed Harper. So most of the riders on 4 strokes. A lot of conjecture on, 2 strokes and 4 strokes riding together. Personally, I think it's relatively even. The 250s, 2-stroke and 4-stroke. Like maybe the 252 strokes got a little bit more power, but a much more difficult bike to ride. You have to be fitter and stronger, and you've got to be a lot more gentle on the throttle with a 4-stroke. A lot easier bike to ride, as we see Leach there. And now we've got a battle forming for second place. With Michael Jones is
he's on the
up.
move.
Well, he's closed up quite quickly here on Leach, so we'll try and stay with that battle. And Leach has had it pretty easy. He got the whole shot. He led for about half a lap, and then he got past, and since then he hasn't had to push very hard at all. Now Michael Jones in a different grade, so Jones is in that A and B grade categories, and so currently sitting second to the race leader Riley Fitzpatrick. Jones doesn't need to make this pass, but
he wouldn't know that at this point in time, really. He just sees a rider in front, I'm going to make the move.
That too, and it's a race though, and if you're much faster than someone, well, you're going to make that pass. And he's going to try up the inside over the finish here. Probably going to get it done because he's going to have the inside into that next left-hander. And Kobe Leach, I think he's probably realised, well, hey, I am still the first C grader. I don't need to battle this guy. I can let him go. Jed Harper then a little bit further back than that. Now, does Jonesy have the speed to catch the leader? I'm not sure, as Leach does sort of put in a bit of a fight.
He's going to try and stay on the back of him here by the looks of it. See if he can maybe pick up a line or two. Make his way a bit further forward as well.
Yeah, we're probably halfway through this moto now, so some of the guys, you can see their stance has changed on the bike from the attack position to the, let's say, non-attack position.
The more relaxed position.
The relaxed position. And we even saw that in the last race with Wilsey.
He just took his time at that once he made that move in the first position there, didn't he?
You can see his posture changed from that aggressive stance to that relaxed
I think a lot of that too, obviously with that catch-up that we did with him, that little front end issue that he had there, the grip was well and truly ripped off the bike.
Wow, amazing.
On the left-hand clutch side, and he had some oil on the front brake there as well, whether that was fork seal or brake fluid, not 100% certain at that time. So just some issues. He said he didn't have any front brake there, so maybe he was just having to take a break there. Maybe not so much in these guys when we're talking C graders and stuff with fitness, because Willsy's probably a bit more fitter than these blokes.
See, just seeing Michael Jones come out of that corner, put his left hand up for a second, and so I missed what that was for. I'm not sure if it was him saying sorry to the lap rider for maybe pushing him a little bit wider than he'd like, or maybe saying, hey, lap rider, I'm one of the leaders.
Yeah.
Get out of the way. So,
as long as it wasn't anything else, just the hand up. There was no, the one finger sort of going or anywhere.
It was the royal sort of hand up wave. Look at this guy. Just done a full MX1 race and charged right to the checker flag. Like I said, he snuck past Rosenditch with 2 corners to go. And he's backing it up on the MX2 class. Yeah, so fitness clearly not the issue for Fitzpatrick. And he is a Queensland rider. So he come down and raced New South Wales State Titles last year. He's come back down again to do it, but spends most of his time living in Queensland, backwards and forwards between there and New South Wales. Obviously, Taylor Thompson, there are a couple. Taylor lives in the Hawkesbury, and but when you're young, you don't mind the travel. You're used to it, and if you're racing bikes and you don't like traveling, well, you're in the wrong sport.
100%. For our sport, we do a lot of time in the car to get to an event, to get all over the state and all over the country, really. Especially when you're one of the top ones in the sport, you chase the races all over the place. So it's just a part of it to have a bit of extra travel time to get to an event. Michael Jones on screen there, coming down the hill towards the finish line area, making a pass past one of the lap riders there.
Yeah, Brad Dickey going a lap down, at least a lap down. Some of these riders will be 2 laps down already, because these lead riders, they're generally their first lap time is just as quick as their last lap time and everything in between. They always within about half a second of each other, failing a mistake, obviously, where your mid-pack riders, they might start off strong, and as the fitness comes in, their times will drop off, or, you know, some riders, they'll have a crash and it just takes away their confidence and they just go almost, I'm not going to say give up, but just let the race go and say, well, you know what, I'll just cruise and come back again next time. Kobe Leach, third, Jet Harper, Taylor Thompson by herself there in fifth. Then we've got Caden Gray, Reed Lira, James Davison, Dalton Weber, and Ryan Clark.
Kobe Leach still holding a good pace here, getting towards the end of the moto here. Our lead C rider in this MX2 class.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. Although it's grading, I expected to see some of our C-grade riders in the top 5. I did not expect to see a C-grade rider hole-shotting and leading half of the first lap and then battling the A-grade rider when he came past, and then held second for most of the race. It's only just gone back to third recently when Jonesy made the pass on him.
If things stay the way they are, we're going to have a C-grader on the podium for the moto, aren't we? So,
well, we will for the moto, like when we get to the presentation, just based on the scoring alone. You know, I'd like to almost see that like it's almost like an outright podium where they could do a first, second, third. Not so much for a prize, but maybe just for bragging rights. Then again, the rest of the C graders in the class will be go, come on, mate, you can't be C grade. You should be B grade or A grade, at least B grade at the least.
Well, he won't be for much longer if he keeps up this sort of pace. So
no.
Our leader making her way through the field here, getting through a lot of lap riders is Riley Fitzpatrick.
That's the length of the motos too. The longer motos, they're going to lap through, that's what I say, once or even twice, which some of the guys that get lapped, they don't mind because they go, oh, thank goodness. Well, actually, the race isn't over quicker. It just makes you feel like it's quicker because you're doing less laps. But remember, it's a timed race. So
true.
If it was a 10-lap race and you got lapped twice, you only have to do 8 laps. But it's not a 10-lap race. It could be a 10-lap race time-wise. And I think the timing and scoring will show that on how many laps our leaders have done. As the last lap board comes out, and Riley Fitzpatrick in full control of this one. And we'll grab an end-of-race interview again with him when he comes in. If he can obviously keep it together, which I think he will. He's not a veteran in this class, but an experienced rider. And although he's still throwing the scrubs on the jumps, he's comfortable out there. He's just running a good pace. Clearly, he's got the fitness, and he's, you know, doesn't even look like he's breaking a sweat. You can tell when the riders get tired. We talk about their posture changing, their stance on the bike, and he's still riding with that aggressive stance. As he heads towards the New South Wales Motorcycle Alliance turn, and he'll head through these centre set of tabletops for the last time, up the hill to the Motorcycling New South Wales turn, opting for that outside line up the hill, but then switching over to the inside corner as we go back to Michael Jones, who from a mediocre start has worked his way into second place, and one of his local tracks, this one, so it will be interesting to see a rider down on the other side of that berm, and it looks like he's actually gone over the berm and ended up there, not actually that he's crashed on the straight going the other way. So that can be very, very dangerous for riders coming in the opposite direction. And but it does look like he's outside of the race lines as Jones heads up the hill for the last time, as getting around that lap rider. Checkered flag has gone out for our race winner. Awesome ride from Riley Fitzpatrick. Jones second, Leach third, Harper, Thompson, Gray, Davidson, Weber, Clark, Lira, and then the ladder placings. And David is with our race winner now, so we will cut to David for an interview when he's ready to go.
All right, we've got...
Dude.
Oh, Max.
Looking good, eh?
Cano.
What do you think, Nonna? Giramento de cane.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
And we're back for the next race on the line. And we've just had the MX2 A and B grades, the 125 junior lights, 13 to 15 years age group, and the board is up and we're about ready to go. We had the older 125 class yesterday. This is the younger age group. 5 seconds and almost a full grid in this one, David, as they get out of there. Great start from the middle outside of the gate from Husqvarna. And that looked like...
Is that Seth Thomas there in the inside?
It was the 295. Great start for Seth. That's exactly what he needed in such a busy class. As Heath Davey, also great start for him. And
the 89
we were
as
talking
well.
about the Nemesises earlier. Is it Nemesi or Nemesises?
I don't know. Let's not get into the English language too much, right?
I'll bring a dictionary next time. But Seth Thomas and Heath Davey, these are the two that I wanted to see battle in this race. Like, you know, when one gets a good start and the other doesn't, and you don't get to see who is actually riding the best. But when they are 1 and 2, that's when it comes down to who's better. And it's not just about who's the better rider. Some riders just are better on the day. You know, some riders are so close in skill and speed that sometimes they're just feeling it. Sometimes it's the track. You know, riders prefer certain types of tracks, or maybe it's their home track.
Even just the temperature of the day can make a difference here. You feel a bit more comfortable on one particular day in the heat or not. So
that's right. Well, looking at third place, that was Buddy Brown on the Husqvarna. I couldn't quite see. He was the one that pretty much had the whole shot going into turn 1, and then going into turn 2, Seth Thomas made that pass. We'll go back to that lead battle with Seth and Heath, and we'll try and stay on that as we get a shot of the riders through the rest of the field coming down that main straight. There's our race leaders, Thomas and Davey. Nothing in it, and without failing a big mistake, I reckon these guys are going to be banging bys till the end of the moto.
And I'd say they're going to be doing it all by themselves out the front here, because they're getting a decent gap on third place already.
Well, Seth using that inside line in the corner before. It's a more difficult line, but protecting the lead by not leaving the inside open. So having to ride a little bit defensive. You know, although it's good to focus forward, you still, again, don't want to leave the door open. So We may see Seth's lines change if he can get a little bit of a cushion. Heath, I feel, in a better spot now, as it looks like he's going to make the pass coming down to this turn, depending on if he can get there first, and he doesn't. Seth Thomas, with a wider entry, is able to let the brakes go a little bit later and able to sweep in front as Davey tries to cut underneath. They both use the inside, but Davey still tried to cut in an inside where there wasn't an inside.
I feel like that upper section of the track there is maybe more comfortable for Heath Davey because he was following in those early sections of the lap, maybe just to keep close, and he knew that he had those lines up there, but he had the lead at one point down that hill, but he just couldn't quite close it out.
Well, Heath, if we can stay on the leaders, Heath is using that line that I was talking about earlier, where he's landing the finish line wider and then sweeping up the inside. So we'll stay on that lead battle with Seth Thomas and Heath Davey. And I do think Davey has a little bit more pace right now, but he also has the luxury of taking whatever line that he wants, and where Thomas is sticking to the main line because he's riding defensive, and he has to.
Well, this is where I was saying about these tighter corners here, the Kennards Hire one, our whole shot graphic one. He'd been following last lap on those tight insides. Just maybe not feeling comfortable, or maybe feeling like he's going to lose time if he goes outside at this point. He did have his hand up there. Is that what you're sort of signaling?
I've seen that again.
I think he was going for the roll-off. Looks like the string is dangling. So whether he's already ripped that out of the canister.
You know what? Maybe, I think you're right. Maybe he was going for it and then realising, hang on, I'm third gear with the throttle on through a roller section. Maybe it's not the time to pull a roller.
Maybe.
So he's gone back to the handlebars. But he would be copping a lot of roost right now behind. And you know, maybe slowing down and pulling a roll-off is safer than not being able to see and then crashing because you got poor vision. But Thomas doing a great job of... we've got a mound of dirt on the outside
there that outside of the track
has found. So, and that's a battle a bit further down the field.
They're in the bottom.
So Thomas.
So our leader, Seth Thomas, heading up the hill here, back into the main section of the track on the New South Wales mining corner. Still followed very closely by Heath Davey there. And as I was saying in the lap earlier, he's just following through these few corners here on the inside there of the Kennards High, just following Seth through. He'll probably follow the same here up into the whole shot graphics corner. It's just maybe he feels that he's not going to lose time by following in this section. Maybe he's got the top section of the track a bit more dialed in and able to make a move.
Also very hard to make a pass in that tight section at the moment because the main line is the game line or the fast line. He's having to follow, but I don't know if you noticed that we would follow in the same line in the turn. As soon as he'd come out of that line, he would
move it away a little bit
to stay out of that roost. Also, he would cut to a wider line to give himself a better entry into the next turn.
Oh, has he gone down there in that corner?
Yeah, definitely.
I think Heath Davey's gone down, trying to cut to that inside after these run down the hill. So Seth has got the lead. Yeah, there we go. We've got a shot of him. He's getting himself up and going. Got to kickstart that bike. He's obviously had it stop. Not the way we wanted this moto to go because it's sort of given this to Seth here, hasn't it? A nice, healthy lead.
Well, it was just shaping up to be a great battle all moto, and that doesn't surprise me though. What happened, the crash. I mean, Heath was trying different lines. He was getting roost, and Seth. Every lap that Seth was getting into that moto, he was settling in more and more and more, and getting more comfortable.
We'll have to see if we get the timing up on screen to see how much time Heath has lost to that lead there, and if he's maybe still in front of the third place, which it looks like he has because they've come across the line there, but he's lost a good 15 to 17 seconds there having to kickstart the bike to our leader. So, and he's only got a couple of seconds up on third place now, so things have tightened up for the second and third place battle where we thought that might not have happened so far in this moto.
And great job by Seth Thomas to wear that early storm from Heath Davey in the race. He looks over, he's like, where's he gone? And you know, weather that storm where he was under a lot of pressure, he was making some very small mistakes. Like it wasn't like mistakes. It was more like it looked like he was riding tight. And then he started to sort of relax a bit as he realised that he actually had the racing control.
So we've got Heath Davies back on screen here, and you can see just behind that jump there, that is our third place rider. It's the number 360 of Braden Grace Lovelace. That's a bit of a tongue twister there to pronounce it all in once.
We might just call him Lovelace or Graydon, one of the two, but we'll try and stay on that battle because Tyson Williams, who won the 14 to 16 85 class, and here he is on the bigger bike. He's right behind Lovelace, and Lovelace was the one that clipped that
he was actually.
sandy, well, I think it's like an anthill. I don't think it's an anthill. I think it's a man-made anthill on the side of the track there. So luckily that didn't high-side him or throw him over the bars. But Lovelace having a great race right now. He hasn't caught up to Heath Davey. It's just that Davey had that...
Seems like Davey's sort of got back onto pace now. He's gapping away again. So obviously the crash, he was sort of recollecting himself and getting everything going. Seems to have regained his pace now.
It has, but I think Heath has just settled into second. He knows that crash, he's got no way of catching Seth. It's not that he needs to give up, because Seth could make a mistake later in the race, you don't know. But the best thing Heath can do now is just put in good laps, not push too hard because you don't want to have another crash and not get a second.
But maybe he conserves some energy and has a press on Seth in the Moto 2 and Moto 3 here.
And you've got to remember, these guys are riding multiple classes.
They are, yeah.
So he's got to conserve energy for his next race. And what's the point of pushing to prove that he could catch Seth and still finish second anyway? But Lovelace, under pressure from Williams on the 169, and Williams going for that wider entry, cutting down out of that berm. We saw a couple of passes happen like that yesterday. Is he going to get more drive and maybe a scrub over these tabletops? He's got the inside coming into this next turn. Does Lovelace know he's there? I don't think he did know he was there, but he just went over anyway. The wider entry, obviously.
Sweep that corner. That was your road race line you were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, and so Tyson's got to go back to work, come up with another option. But if he doesn't get him before that corner, expect him to try and work that outside in the NMA turn. As
he cut to the inside?
He does there. Nearly gets it done too. Lovelace looks like he's just cruising. Like he's didn't even look like he was trying to hold on to the position, but he's still racing hard. As he does run wide there.
He's leaving the door open.
He is, but he doesn't look like he's racing hard, but he's still hanging on to the position somehow.
Well, he's clearly carrying a lot of corner speed by flowing those corners, and maybe just a little bit better than our fourth place rider Tyson is at the moment, because Tyson's obviously getting a bit frustrated trying to get the move done by cutting in and out of the corners here.
Yeah, well, we'll go back to that battle hopefully shortly with Lovelace. There it is, Lovelace and Williams. So Williams now working this outside. He's going to try and get the momentum and rail around and get on the inside. No, he switches back to the outside. That's actually a really good move. If he can get a good run through these rollers, he keeps changing and taking different lines. And what that does, it puts a lot of pressure on the guy in front of him and causes that to happen, where he slid out on the rear wheel, got on too much power. This is where Tyson's going in wide. He's going to try and cut down here and set up the pass, and he does. He gets it done, looks over his shoulder. I think he's more worried about Lovelace coming across.
Yeah, Lovelace lost the rear end there as he tried to get hard on the accelerator out of that berm and just lost all his drive, but he's coming back up here. He's caught back up. He's having a good look over his shoulder there, Lovelace.
Yeah, well, he's just thinking, is there someone else? Can I relax? And he settled down very quickly, didn't try and fight Tyson for that position. So Tyson can now focus forward. He looks over just to make sure that Lovelace is not right there. I don't think Tyson's going to catch Heath Davey, but he's got himself in a podium position as we get a shot there of Seth Thomas, our race leader, and back to Tyson, our third place rider right now.
And Seth Thomas comfortably leading this race after that little incident from Heath Davies. As Seth is coming up back into the main section of our track here, New South Wales Mining Corner. He's still taking that very inside rut. He's just been running these lines here because he comfortably can now in these insides. He's very much over onto the edge of the roller section there, but nice and tight again in this inside line here for the Whole Shot Graphics corner.
Well, what I would like to see Seth doing is not just cutting laps till the checkered flag comes out. Because he's got such a big lead,
Yeah.
I'd actually like to see him explore the track.
He has the opportunity, doesn't he?
He does. And that's what Heath Davey was doing because he had to when he was in second, looking for a way past. If I was Seth, I'd be trying different lines around the track. Second, third, fourth line in a turn. Try an outside. Try create a new inside line. Because again, on your inside lines, there's about a foot to a half a metre of track that you could potentially start forming a new line for your next moto. And remember, these kids riding multiple classes, he's had the opportunity of taking different lines. So he's found those different lines. Seth has led. He's just been leading the race. He's just been sticking to the main lines. So I hope Seth watches this later and uses that moving forward as an opportunity to learn the track.
You never know what you might find for your next moto, right?
That's right. It's because you got the win in the bag this time. You need to give yourself the best chance and advantage for the next moto. You see Davey heading down the Lake Macquarie straight there into the bottom section of the track, standing through that corner. We talked about Deacon Do, where he lost the front end. Although I think Deacon pushed it a lot harder.
I think the track was a little wetter when Deacon was there too.
And it was. But even though it's drier, as I said, that glassy line that you can see in that turn. Seth Thomas, though, full control, just cruising, having a quick look, just winding down the laps to the end of this one.
We're still a ways to go yet because we haven't seen the last lap board sort of get brought out just yet. Maybe it'll be this time around. We're starting to get towards the end of it. We're 13 minutes in, so we must be close to this last lap board being shown here. But a healthy lead for a good 20 seconds nearly for Seth Thomas over Heath Davies.
Yeah, it is, and it's a pity that Heath went down early. Like, if he had gone down later in the moto, not that you want him to crash, but I think it would have been really exciting for us here in the booth and everybody at home to watch them because they were so close in pace. They would have been battling
now
to the end.
Heath Davey here in second. He's going to have to be a little bit careful. Some of these longer shots, you can just start to see Tyson Williams in the back of them. So he can't completely relax here, Heath Davey.
He can't, but I think it's almost like he's got eyes on the back of the head. I think he knows exactly where Tyson is. And if you look at the gap that there is between them,
it's enough, but it's not comfortable, is it?
What he has to be careful of is because he's in cruise mode, is a little slide out in a corner, a little washout with the back wheel or the front wheel, and especially at the end of the race, you could lose that position and then not have time to gain it back. So he just has to concentrate right to the end and avoid that. I'm not going to say big mistake, I'm going to say little mistake that can cost you a position. Into the New South Wales Mining inside line there, choosing that inside rut. I really like this Kennard's corner, the four lines that are formed in there.
It's developed up fairly well today. Maybe even a bit better than yesterday so far. Maybe it's because of the different
bikes.
classes here running today that maybe holding the lines better. But it should give us some good passing opportunities as well later in the day as those things continue to... Oh, as I just see some riders as I look past the monitor having a go in that corner as well.
Yeah, so. I've seen a battle just of the riders heading into the hole shot left-hander. If we can scan back to that, there's a little battle mid-pack right now. And they're heading towards the NMA right-hander. The tabletop will try and get a look and see who those riders are. That was Riley Tung and 247.
We just got the 28 on screen at the moment of Rafael Rosita.
Yep.
And he's being chased by the 116 of Riley Tung.
Yeah,
so these guys are getting into it here late in the moto.
Yeah, that was the battle I was hoping to get onto. So great job by camera guys. As last lap board is out, and I'll carry on with the commentary, and my colleague Dave Hogan will head down to the finish chute to grab a interview with our race winner. And there'll be 4 race wins this weekend, David, winning all 3 on the 85 yesterday. minus the penalty anyway. But we won't talk about that. But he's been the first one across the checker flag in all his races so far. With half a lap to go as he gets around one of the lap riders. And into the New South Wales right-hander. That's Will Cale on the 378 machine. There's Heath Davey, our second place rider on the Yamaha. 125 machine. 125 in machine and bike number as well. And Seth Thomas, the gas rider, 295, gets the checker flag. And he'll be really happy with that race win. Executed the start and dealt with a lot of pressure early and then just maintained the lead to the end. So he'll be hoping to replicate that in his next few races. We'll go to David Hogan for the interview.
Yes, and I knew Heath was on me. I was just waiting for him to make a few mistakes so I could pull away, and he ended up crashing, so yeah.
Yeah, it's good moto. Now we'll talk. You out there again, surely.
Yep. So we got half an interview there with Seth Thomas, and still trying to work out the technical problems there with the interviews. But we're back, and we've got the MX Women or MXW class and the Vets class up next. Again, a combined class. But this is the MXW. There's a full women's class. We've got 11 riders in that. And then our Vets class, about 12 or 13 riders. So I expect Taylor Thompson she's a great starter, but also she's our state champion. She's won multiple state championships. And I expect that she'll be up near the front. But Nathan Brockdrop, he's my pick in the Vets class. I expect Aaron Parker to be challenging him for a number of reasons. This is one of Aaron's home tracks, very fast here, and also having some years younger than Nathan Brockdrop. So 5-second board, and we'll see if he can come up with this early hole shot. We also have a mixture of 250 and 450 machines. A lot of your girls are on 250s, and your Vets riders will be on 450 bikes. So we've got I think that's Aaron Parker with the hole shot to the inside. Maybe gets pinched off in the second corner by the Yamaha. And that puts Parker back to second place. It might be one of the riders that we didn't pick, David, that may actually be in the front, but we'll see as they come over. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so Parker taking the lead from that rider and back in front now. So heading to the New South Wales corner, and Parker in control of this one. There's Raina Lafosio on the 20, and she's got one of the veteran riders, Adam Beck. Oh, Becky from Wagga. He's one of the older contestants in this class. Actually riding up near the front of the pack. So great start from Becky. Brockdrop not with a great start. That looks like Lee Harriman on the 808. So Harriman riding with a lot of pace at the start of this moto. Aaron Parker has put himself up near the front. We'll look back to see where the rest of the riders are, including whoever's leading the women's class. But right now it's Aaron Parker with clear track in front of him, and the bike sort of dancing around as he came into that turn. But I think the track's now starting to dry up that little bit, David. And I think this is where the track gets slightly faster, but also you can see it's starting to break up, and that'll then obviously slow him down again.
Yeah, no, look, you can tell the different colour in the dirt. It's starting to get a bit lighter colour. They are still getting the water going in at different points of it, but it's getting harder and harder. They're chasing that around. So you're going to see some maybe some quicker lap times at this point in the day, but we're going to start to see some chop coming through as we get dug into these tracks with these, especially these vet classes. They've got plenty of 450s out here in this run, as we still see Aaron leading away there up the top of the hill.
Yeah, there's a big battle brewing in that bottom corner before the last uphill. There's about 5 bikes all grouped together, 5 or 6 bikes.
And as we got Taylor on
Taylor
screen
Thompson
there.
is in second of that group. So Taylor Thompson would be our first female rider. She just made the pass on Scott Shaw on the 61, and Shaw trying to come back and get back around her, but Taylor Thompson, she's trying to get in front of this group. She doesn't want to have to battle. And Raina Lafosio, this number 2020, I was going to say number 2, as she's coming second in this girls class right now. She's just behind Nathan Brockdrop. So Brockdrop,
he's on the
who
move.
I would have picked as the guy to possibly win this class. Bad start for him, and the guy that he's going to have to try and beat is Aaron Parker. And Parker has, as I said, he's a bit younger, but he's got a lot of speed, and he likes this track, and he's got the start that he needed. So Brockdrop is going to have to fight through traffic. He's 2 sections behind, and he's in traffic as well. He's got Shaw in front of him as Thompson starts to get away. She got around Adam Becky trying to hang on to it.
He's blocking that inside line pretty well now.
He's literally trying to hang on to it, and he could go back 5 or 6 positions in one lap if he doesn't get a move on here. As Shaw goes around the outside, Brockdrop
thought about going up the inside there, I think.
Well, he did, and
thought better of it.
I don't think he really could see where Becky was going to go, so opted for the safer option of just wait and see. Again, Nathan is an experienced contender. He doesn't get flustered, and he doesn't look rushed. You know, he might be further back in the field, but he's got that sort of Ryan Dungey approach of. I know Ryan Dungey has been racing for years. A lot of the young kids wouldn't even know who I'm talking about, but Ryan Dungey's nickname was the Diesel, and that's what Nathan is. He just clicks off the laps, and by the end of the race, I think you'll find him in second place going after the leader. He's got to get around Shaw though, as they go down that Lake Macquarie straight, and I think Brockdrop's going to try and line him up into this bottom corner here. He's got more pace down the straight and opted to close off the line.
Yeah, just took it away from him, didn't he?
Well, that just means he didn't have to worry about a pass back. If he went to the inside, that rider could have actually got him back around the outside again.
So that puts Nathan Brockdrop in the 4th position in the running order of this moto, not necessarily 4th in his class. But he's got to now catch up to Taylor Thompson, who's 3rd on track.
Well, there's Brockdrop there, and he's looking over to see. And now he's got a little bit of clear track in front of him, I think.
We might see a bit more speed from him because he's got the room.
Taylor's the next person that he's got to catch.
Did just make a bit of a mistake out of that tight rut. That inside line there in the Kennards high corner is getting a bit nasty on the exit. So going to have to keep an eye on that one as we go through. But
well, Adam Parrington now on the back of Scott Shaw. So Adam was one of those riders I thought might be up near the front and also didn't get the start. He's trying to work his way through the field. I mentioned at the start of this race a mixture of 250 and 450 bikes, mostly 450s for the vets, and that gives them a massive advantage on the start, and that's why you're not seeing a 250 up the front of this race. Taylor Thompson, our first women's rider, she'd also be the first rider on a 250 as well, male and female. But Brockdrop closing up on her, and I think by the end of this next lap, he's either going to be on the back wheel of Taylor Thompson or have made the move.
I have a feeling he's going to be in front of her by the end of this next lap. He's definitely closing at a rate of speed here.
He is closing quickly, and Lee Harriman, who got a fantastic start, had the whole shot, battled with Parker at the start of the race, is currently sitting in second place, but he's going to find himself in a battle soon because Taylor Thompson knows Brock Trop's coming, and although Taylor is leading the women's, she's not here to race just the girls. And
she's not going to give it to him.
Well, as much as I think the girls wanted their own race, Taylor's one of the riders in the class is probably glad that it's combined, because for her, it's not like she's preparing for Pro MX.
Yeah, so she needs
the challenge. And look at Brock Trop using that deep inside line. Taylor opting for the outside, rut, easier line. And I think you're right.
I think he's
David,
coming here.
He might have this pass made before the end of the lap.
He's going to follow her this time around that National Motorcycle Alliance berm there to get the jump cleanly. I dare say by the time we're coming down the next hill here, he's going to be alongside her.
In the younger classes, they would be scrubbing to try and go up the inside. Nathan, he's a vets rider. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to keep the bike straight. I'll make a pass in one of the corners, like this one. He's gone up the inside of Taylor, and I think looked like Taylor overshot that corner a little bit.
She did get a little bit past where she probably wanted to be, and then that sort of had to stop a bit harder, and then all the momentum in the mid-corner was gone.
Now, what I'd like to see Taylor do is latch onto the back of Brock Trop, and although she's not racing against Nathan,
it would be a good opportunity for her.
You know, Nathan is running a really good pace, and
well, he would drag her up to the second place rider here because Nathan's already. That is the position there, isn't it?
He's right on
he's
Harriman.
already caught him in
and
that
there is
short
a lap
space
rider,
of time.
but Nathan's right on the back wheel of Harriman now. I actually don't think he's going to have enough time just on track position to catch Parker before the end of this one. Aaron's running a good pace.
Parker's got a good probably 10 seconds on him at this point in the moto, and yeah, maybe Nathan has something still up his sleeve, but he is definitely running out of time.
Well, again, you know, we were talking about lap times earlier, and I'm not a big lap time guy, you know, because you can be the fastest rider on track, and which Nathan is. Get a poor start, you're not going to win anyway. So, you know, that's my message to all the kids that aren't quite the fastest in the track. Still go for the whole shot anyway. Aim high.
Yeah.
It's better to get a whole shot and be passed by 4 riders and finish 5th than it is to get a 20th place start and come 15th and work your way up forwards.
There's an unrelated saying that goes with this. It's to shoot for the stars and land on the moon.
Yeah, that's it. As long as the stars are past
the further stars.
The further
stars. Yeah.
Further than the moon. That's
Context.
Context, exactly. As they come up on another, they split the lap rider there.
Where's Nathan going to go here? He's moving to the inside. I think he's going to take the line away, run it wide.
Yeah, he did. And
Harriman didn't fight back there. I thought he might have had the opportunity to cut back inside on the next part of that corner at the top of the hill, but he let Brock Trop go.
Yeah, he did. Look, I think he knows. When the riders sit on the line, they know who's in the race, and when you see someone go past you. Look at Harriman though; he hasn't let him go. He actually
he's coming back to him.
Well, he made up time down that straight, and just like I said with Taylor, it would have been good to see Taylor hang on to the back of Nathan.
Well, she's still within sort of visual distance, but
it'd be good for Harriman to do the same thing. And I think Brock Trop has made up time on Parker, but last lap board is out. And
so, yeah.
And Parker, all he needs to do is just bring this one home. Few lap riders though, you know, in the mix. Next couple of corners. Coming up behind Sam MacArthur on the 111. And Parker, he's obviously, he knows how much lead that he has. And he can take his time around. Gets around the 21. Harry Seaman.
Thank you.
Up into the New South Wales right-hand turn there. Parker just cruising through.
So with Parker out front here and Taylor Thomas in 4th, she's leading the women's. We might have a look at the scoreboard here and see if we can pick up who's our 2nd place female rider and 3rd place. And I think I saw Mia Tung, I think, might be in 3rd. I couldn't quite catch the...
Rain Elefosio has been 2nd all race in the girls and is currently coming 2nd.
Oh, yeah, so she's in 5th place on track. Then we go down to in 10th on track is it Ashton Rooklin.
No,
that's
so third place is Lee Harriman in this one. Second, Brock Trop, and obviously Parker's already crossed the line for the win. And then in the girls, we've got Taylor Thompson, Raina Lafosio, and then Mia Tung will be our third place rider. Or Ashlyn.
Yeah, I think it's Ashlyn Rooklyn there.
No, I think Ashlyn is he one of the...
Oh, no, vet, sorry. My bad, looking at the wrong side of the page.
Yeah.
Combined classes. All right, as this moto wraps up, we get the last 3 riders from our vets class and our women's classes to complete their last lap here. Our next race up on track is going to be the 13 to 16 girls 125 and 250 class here. And this will be our final moto of this round of racing.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting class to watch because, like I said, some of these riders rode yesterday, and the riders that didn't ride yesterday, where are they going to sit? Yeah, it's. I think it's a bit early to tell, to pick a winner. You could dare say that you're going to see Claire Pollard, Ada Harris, Mia Kazi, Mia Cameron, Sienna Cyprian, up the front. But Chloe Hyde as well. She's out there. It's going to be a difficult one to pick because they're all pretty evenly matched. And all opting to go to the right side of the box there.
Well, there's not too many on this grid here, so they could probably have the pick of where they want to go in all honesty. And they've all decided to try and sweep this first corner.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I because there's not a lot of riders in the grid, I would either like to be that rider on the very left or the rider on the very right. So Claire Pollard opting for that very outside. I just don't think she's going to use her brakes coming into this turn. She's got Sienna Cyprian just on her left. And then on the very inside there, that looks like...
It's Mia Cameron.
Mia Cameron, and she looks like she's on the 105 machine.
I think she is, yeah.
The smaller bike, which is an interesting choice. And she won last year on the smaller machine. What a launch out of the gate there from the outside. But
it hasn't worked out. No, the insider rider there.
Mia Kazi just let the brakes as late as possible. I thought Claire was going to sweep that turn, but Claire actually backed off quite early for that first turn. And where she had the much better entry, and
I think is that Ada Harris that did it, but I think out the front.
Yeah, it might have been Ada Harris.
219 on the Husky there. I'm pretty certain.
Yeah.
Yeah, the inside run there from her just blocked out Claire's sweeping line, and Claire had to shut off and couldn't continue on.
Well, she was just really good on the brakes. She let the brakes go really, really late heading into that turn, and I think one of the reasons why I wasn't sure who that was is it looks like Mia Kazi is on Deacon Doo's bike on the 234, and I know that because
that's interesting.
I know they're friends, and then she's got the 226 on the back.
So we had an issue in practice with the motorcycle.
I would
looks
say
of
there's been a bike issue, and she's riding Deacon's bike as she goes up the inside there of Mia Cameron. Normally Mia's on the KTM or Husky, and that's why I thought it might have been her up the front. So we'll go to that lead battle as Mia Kazi goes outside, and Cameron
takes
cuts
the
to the inside
back.
and then takes the position back.
All right, so we're back to our lead riders here.
Yeah.
Ada Harris out front, still over Claire Pollard on the 25 Yamaha in second position there.
Well, if you remember, they were battling in practice.
Yes.
And Ada went down, which I think would have really irritated her because they were sizing each other up. Now they're 1 and 2, and Claire, I think, had the whole shot and let Ada have it by braking early, and Ada took that whole shot by holding onto the throttle as long as possible. They are running about the same pace because they're right with each other, and are battling for that lead. And because they're running at the same pace, it's similar to that Heath Davey, Seth Thomas battle where it's going to come down to who makes the mistakes. As you see, Kazi's moved up into third now in front of Sienna Cyprian, and then Mia Cameron a little bit further back. But we'll now that Kazi's made that pass for third, We'll see if she can close up on the leaders, whether she's got the pace to close up. And bear in mind, she's riding an unfamiliar bike.
Well, that's always a challenge, isn't it? You know, has she had the time to maybe move the bars, or was it not allowed because the bike's got to go back out for the other person who's meant to be riding the bike? So the levers might be in an unfamiliar position, the bars might not be comfortable. You don't know where the rear brake height is, you know, to find under your foot. These little things can just throw you off just a touch at this point in time.
Well, Deacon's riding the 250 today. He rode the 125 yesterday in the older age group, so he won't be riding the 125 at all today. So Mia would have had the chance to adjust those bars.
Yep, nice.
However, switching from a KTM to a Yamaha or a Husky to a Yamaha,
big change.
Completely different brand, completely different feel. Suspension settings would be set up for Deacon. He'd be, you know, you'd dare say a little bit heavier. We don't talk about weight with the girls anyway, but you know, a weight difference, the way he rides the bike, it could be set up firmer or softer. I would say set up firmer. So she's trying to adapt to a bike that's not hers, with the wrong suspension settings potentially, with the wrong setup of bars and levers, and she's coming in third place.
Well, we might see her as she gets more comfortable over the day. You know, the later motos, she might adjust a few things and get a bit closer to the front if she can't figure it out in this particular moto. But our leaders are still, you know, they're gapping away at the front there. They're getting quite close here. Claire Pollard's potentially making the move right now on the inside.
And we'll try and stay with this battle if we can. Ada Harris.
This is exactly the same position on the track that they had in the, but they've run them out wide.
Wow, there's, I think
there's no love lost there.
No, you definitely don't see this with the girls either. You know, they're normally very racy as far as just taking different lines. You very seldom see the gamesmanship of sort of brake checking and blocking and you know, pushing people wide. So how is Claire going to respond? She does it again in that turn.
Wow.
I would have thought Claire would have learned from that in the previous one and used as an opportunity to cut down. So Ada definitely moving a lot on the track left to right to protect that line. So Claire, she needs to use that as motivation to you know, push forward and almost get angry, you know, like not to the point that you want to clean the other person up, but use it to motivate you. Use that emotion, and I'm sure there's lots of emotion, especially at this age, as fight to try and get Ada back somewhere. What I like to do with riders that do that will try and run you wide to protect the position is I'll pretend to go to an outside line, and then brake early, cut down, and make the pass.
It's useful, but I'm going to say here that obviously Ada's the one been running Claire high here in some of these corners. I want to make sure that Ada doesn't leave a door open, because if Claire gets the chance, she might repay the favour here, and it might not be in a as polite position, let's say. But maybe Claire is a bit not going to do that side of things and just look to tuck inside and try and run away.
Well, she got her inside just after the New South Wales mining corner. She got her in this Kennard's corner before she went inside. She's gone inside again, and I think Ada's avoiding that inside rut.
We're level again as we're coming up through the rollers, but I think Ada's probably going to be looking. She
just
thought
exactly how you called his run. I think because Claire was on her outside, I think she thought Claire was going to run wide, and Claire wisened up to what Ada's cut up the inside. Slide out in the corner there, and just trying to find grip where there wasn't grip, and she just washed out, grabbed too much throttle, and Claire had the luxury of the berm to hold her wheels in place where she could get on the accelerator. Honestly, I haven't seen anybody make a pass like that in that corner, and that's why. There's just no grip there in the middle of the track. It's like trying to ride on marbles on an ice skating rink.
Well, that's definitely given a big advantage to Claire Pollard now on the 25 Yamaha. She's clearly out in front. Unfortunately, Ada Harris has lost a fair chunk of time here. Not actually sure. Did she get going again yet? I'm not sure that Husky that went past us here.
Well, we'll see when they come to the finish, but she did spin right around. So, and it was a bit of an awkward incline that she was stuck on. So it'd be interesting to see if she did actually get up relatively quickly. And they had gapped the field a little bit. But in that third place was Mia Kazi on the Yamaha. We'll see when they come up anyway. There's Kazi. There
that's
is
Sienna
Cyprian. So
we have lost Ada Harris a bit here.
I haven't seen Ada Harris come through yet, so it might have taken her a bit of time to get going. And that's going to hurt her. There's Mia Cameron, the 67.
Chloe Hart.
Oh, and there's Ada Harris, and you can tell by how much acceleration she used on the landing of that jump as to how she's feeling about what happened. But going back to the points scenario, you know, and the three contenders in this class now, just based on what we've seen so far, Claire Pollard, Ada Harris, Mia Kazi. Ada needs to get back to at least third place to stay in the championship hunt. I know it's round one. I know it's first race of round one, but you don't want to be giving away. Like if the race ended on that lap that just went, she's almost last in this race.
And like you said, if we continue to have these two running 1-2 across the rest of the motos, there's not a big points differential that she can then make that back up in a hurry, and we only have a 3-round series here. So not a lot of time to do that. So she's going to have to push hard here and try and get a few more positions further forward. But I think we've had a change here for second now, isn't it? So
it looks like Sienna Cyprian has actually made the pass on Mia Kazi. So Sienna is another one of those riders who, you know, we just mentioned who we thought were the top three. Well, Sienna's like, excuse me, I'm one of those riders. Yeah. And she hit neutral in that turn, and to Mia Kazi's detriment for following, and that's why you don't follow. That could have been a pass for Mia Kazi because she followed Sienna in the turn.
Nowhere to go.
She had to just brake and check up, but good heads-up riding. She didn't run into the back of her, and but that's just a poor line choice by Mia. She could have actually taken that position.
Now a massive lead here on the timing and scoring. We've got probably 27-second lead for Claire Pollard after we've lost Ada Harris to the tail end of the field here. Over that second place, Sienna Cyprian.
Yeah, and she just pulls some roll-offs there. She comes out of the New South Wales mining corner, and then we switch back to our second place battle. So we'll probably stay with that if we can, and see if Mia Kazi is able to close back up and regain that second position. But it looks like Sienna has found some better lines. I mean, she's not just made the pass, she's put some distance on her. She heads into the New South Wales mining corner. She's going to come down into the Kennard's right-hander.
Taking that very inside line still, which let's watch the exit. Look at them paddling their way through that at the end. That's not the line anymore, I think.
No, maybe time to opt for the second one. The whole shot graphics corner, there isn't really a line there. It's just a flat inside. But everybody going there, it is the shorter line around the turn, as I think we've seen Ada Harris has made up a couple of positions now coming through the field.
She should have a bit of a speed advantage over some of these other riders to try and make that gap up, but she's still got to make that gap up. Surprised
to see Sienna coming up short on that tabletop, and I don't think that was, and just cruising around that turn. Does she know that Mia Kazi is right there?
Well, hopefully she's going to know shortly.
Well, Mia...
Going the long way around is Mia Kazi making the move.
She heard us, maybe we were speaking too loud, about... And she said, well, Mikkel, there you go.
But then leaving the door open. Oh, she hasn't quite followed through. Unlike the MX1s with like Dylan Wills running guys right wide there, a bit more politeness there in that corner as the move was attempted by Sienna Cyprian.
Well, if that was Claire Pollard and Ada Harris,
maybe not so much.
I don't think it would have been as polite, just based on how they were racing each other early in this one.
And that's our leader again, Claire Pollard. She's coming around. She must have got the last lap board here. I believe she's on the last lap. Heading into that Kennard's higher corner. She looks like she's taking the middle of the track there. She's avoided that inside deep rut.
And what I like about that line as she heads into the whole shot graphics corner is it's an easier line to take, and it puts you on the inside of the next corner anyway. So even if a rider takes that more difficult inside rut, they're not going to be on the inside going in the next turn. But here is the battle for second, and Mia Kazi has turned it up right at the end to try and regain that position. Can she close the door? She does. Gets into that deep rut.
They both funnel through that deep rut. They didn't have to paddle that one.
No, but what it forced Sienna to do was just follow, because they were lined up for that rut, and Mia just stopped Sienna from passing her back. So that was a really important pass for Mia. as they come into the NMA turn, heading towards the tabletop, because that is securing her second place in this race.
Well, the lap's not over just yet. We've got a couple of corners that are potential passing, but Sienna is sort of dropping back just a little bit here. She has lost a couple of seconds.
Yeah, just struggling with a bit of confidence on those tabletops. Like, she's coming up short on both those tabletops, and it is not a bike power issue. You can clear those tabletops on 65s. I think it's just a mental block in her head, and she's just doesn't quite have the confidence to do it, but it's hurting her. She's losing a lot of time. Look at the gap she's lost, and that is from those 2 jumps that Mia cleared and she didn't.
Well, our leader, Claire Pollard, has come across the line. She's taken a commanding win here in this moto for the 13 to 16s junior girls class. Mia Kazi captures the second place, and Sienna Cyprian in third. Ada Harris has made her way back up to fourth at this point. She's got to come across the line here, and that is her in fourth place crossing the line there. She's probably a bit disappointed with that end result, but she at least made up a few places, as Mikkel was indicating there, for the championship points in a long-term play there. So that fourth place will help that overall points in the championship just a little bit better than, say, a 7th place there for her in Ada Harris. All right, that's the end of our first round of motos. So we are going to go back to the top of our program and restart this. We're going to start off with our MX3 class here. We're going to follow that. So we are just a little bit ahead of time here, actually, compared to our schedule. Our MX3 race is kicking off right now. It's 11:45, but it's scheduled for 11:55. As the race takes off here, we have the riders heading into that first corner, sweeping around. And we've got a Yamaha out front here in our MX3 class, and it's the number 356 we've got out front. But we've got a couple of guys. Richie Lawler, our first moto winner, just struggling a little bit there in third place in the moto. They head through that whole shot graphics corner. Our 350 rider, 356 rider, 355, Justin McHugh is out front, followed by Drew Kremer on the gas, number 5. Where is our Richie Lawler? He's dropped off after that little mistake there. He's in 4th position. 5th position there is the number 4, Lachlan Morris, who had a good start in our first moto, so he's had another good run here. But a bit of tussling there in the backside of the track. Looks like Drew Kremer's making a move for the lead position here as they head up the hill. Justin McHugh is still on the inside, but he's surrendered that lead now. Drew Kremer takes over for the lead here in the MX3 class as they head back down the hill. He'll be looking to make a quick sprint here and try and get a gap on the field. His first moto score was 2nd position. He'll be trying to make up for it. Our first moto winner, number 275, Riley Burgess, he's not far back there. He's just now in 3rd position, so he'll be looking to make a move there on Justin McHugh to try and keep up with the leader, Drew Kremer, so that they can resume their battle, because as much as Burgess got out in front and run away a little bit, Drew Kremer definitely was sitting there tight towards the end of that moto. So let's see if we can get our 2 leaders there. So there's our leader, Drew Kremer, making his way up to the New South Wales Mining, but just close behind him is our first moto winner, the number 275, Riley Burgess. So we hopefully have a battle here. We're going to go for this moto for our 15 minutes. Oh, sorry, it might be a shorter one. We've got a little bit of a change in schedule. 15 was our first one. I think we're going 13, then 11 across our rounds here for this MX3 class. As Drew Kremer continues to lead out here in this moto, Riley Burgess right behind him here. Little look over the shoulder there from Drew Kremer just to check who it is behind him. He'll now know that that's Riley Burgess, and he's going to have to make sure that he is sprinting away to try and continue to, if he can get a win over him here, they'll be all tied up to head to Moto 3. Richie Lawler is there as well. He's a bit further back into, what is he now, 5th place there, I believe. He was in our other moto there as well, won a race in that one that we tried to get him for the end there. Carrying the wheel up the hill as he accelerates up to the top of the track here. Coming down the hill, we're looking, I think that was Riley Burgess is in screen there, crossing over the finish line. Getting a good view of the riders that are coming down here, and you'll see deeper into the field, trying to pick up. We're still sitting here on the finish line. We'll head back to our leaders now. Down in the bottom section of the track, they're about to come back up the hill here. And there is our leader, Drew Kremer, on the number 5 with Riley Burgess. He's sort of coming up to closer to him here. He's definitely caught up. They're both taking that inside rut in the New South Wales mining corner. Both running very similar lap times here, a 1:36 for Drew Kremer, a high 1:36, a low 1:37 for Riley Burgess, but Riley Burgess is all over Drew Kremer right now as we head into the National Motorcycle Alliance corner before our big tabletop. Burgess is going to have to follow here to make sure he clears this jump, gets a good run up the hill. Maybe he can try and make a move here when we get to the top of the hill in the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. Kremer's gone for the wide sweeping entry. Burgess trying to get up the inside, couldn't quite make it happen there, but he's not following him down here into the line. He's going to actually cut to the inside. Nice move by Riley Burgess. They're going to drag race up the hill here, up the step up. Burgess is going to control this corner from the inside here, and he's shut down Drew Kremer. So our change of lead is official now. Riley Burgess is our leader. He was our first moto winner as well. But Kremer is staying right there with him as they come across the finish line, and he's potentially going to make a move here to the inside. Oh, not close enough as they come across the start straight here for Lake Macquarie City Council. We head down into the bottom of the track. They've both covered off onto the inside of the first corner there in the bottom section of the track. And as we see our third, fourth positions here on track as well. And there's Riley Burgess coming out of the bottom section of the track, heading up the hill here towards that New South Wales mining corner. He's got a little bit of a breathing room over Drew Kremer now, but Drew Kremer's trying to stick with him and try and make a fight out of this moto, Mikkel.
Yeah, look, I'm back, and Burgess doing exactly what he did earlier, getting out front, great start, and leading the way, and Kremer also a good starter. But Kremer can't afford to just finish second this time. You know, he can't let Riley keep finishing in front of him, edging away. Early in the championship, only second moto, but he is close enough this time. He wasn't in the last moto. Close enough this time to challenge for that position. And I haven't seen where Richie Lawler is. He obviously...
He's just back to screen here in about 5th or 6th, I think it is.
Yeah, so seeing Justin Mayhew on the 355. He's heading into that bottom left turn right now on the Yamaha. And
with Ryan Jones just on his tail.
There, yep, the 299 right behind him, and then it's Lawler. So much depth in this class. Mayhew's got to be careful there, running wide. I mean, Ryan is a very calculated rider, Ryan Jones. I don't see him going for the big, dangerous passes. He's more calculated as he tries to square up Mayhew here coming down to this right-hander.
Ryan Jones is probably going to try and run the outside here and get a run on him through the whoops in the back section, of the bottom section of the track. Looks like he's going to make that pass here.
Well, if you can get on the outside of a rider heading into those rollers, it gives you the inside to the next turn, and that's exactly what he did. It's one of the classic places on track to pass. As you see Burgess using the full width of the track. The track's probably 10 metres wide at that point, and he was on the 11th metre.
I don't think they've watered that 11th metre either, because there's a bit dry dust coming up there as he found that bit of track. But Drew Kremer's right still with him. So we're having a battle, but it looks like there might be a little bit of a tear-off dangling off the side of Drew Kremer's helmet there. There's something flashing around that might be caught up.
Yeah, sometimes you take a tear off and it just gets caught on that last clip, and then it flutters next to the helmet, and you're trying to grab it, but because it's flapping in the wind, it's like trying to grab a wet fish, you know, with your hand and hang on to it.
Yeah, it looks like it's cleared now by the looks of it, but we've got a good battle at least. They're trying to... Riley Burgess is trying to run away here, but Drew Kremer's at least trying to keep it honest and see if he can get that moto win back over him so that we can be locked up heading for the round 3 motos.
Yeah, I think that the thing that works against Kremer is they're running about the same pace. So Kremer's got to find another gear here. He's got to find some good, a different line, or maybe he's got to ride slightly outside of his comfort zone. Again, look how wide he cut across. He was nowhere near those main ruts, and he was on the power so early coming down the top of the hill down that main straight. So we'll watch that next time he goes around as we get a shot there. Lockie Morris on the number 4.
I believe he's in third place at the moment, but we've got Ryan Jones has made the move, and he's up in the fourth and closing on that third position. So
yes,
bit of a battle brewing there in that third position between the number 4 and the number 299, as they're going to be heading up to that New South Wales mining corner here very shortly, as we see them on screen now. So can Ryan Jones, well, a little bit of a, I think he got a bit pushed out there wide by the lap rider, maybe not where he wanted to exactly go at that time, but he had to.
Well, the lap rider was moved because he's seen Lockie Morris come up the inside, so he didn't know that Jones was coming on the outside, and like you said, it forced Jones. As we see a rider down, and not sure if that's not sure if that's one of our lead riders that actually slid out, or a lap rider coming out of the New South Wales mining corner. And Burgess again just focused forward. I've not seen him look over at all. He is not concerned at all with whatever Drew Cremer is doing. He is just trying to click off the laps and get this one done.
Unlike the other riders that we've been picking on a little bit throughout the day with the head turning, for me, when Riley doesn't look over, that tells me he's confident in his speed, and he knows that he has these guys handled, and whatever they're doing behind him, he doesn't care.
Yeah, the only time I have seen him look is at the end of the race, in the last lap. I have a quick glance on a jump.
Make sure I'm safe.
Yep, we've just seen a big look over there from Lockie Morris, wanting to know who that is behind him, and it is Ryan Jones. And we'll see what Morris does here. Does he go inside? He does, and Ryan Jones, he made a pass last time on Justin McHugh, going into those rollers, but Lockie Morris got that inside perfect that time, so Jones wasn't able to execute that pass.
Riley Burgess continuing to lead and try to use that edge of the track there as much as he can. He's still running that inside rut there, and even, he's going nicely through that Kennard's high corner. He's found the smooth line there, probably in the middle of the track, carrying his speed around that corner and just avoiding the issues of that deep rut that Ryan Jones has just tried to take there. It's a bit deep on the exit there and not really conducive to a passing manoeuvre as you're exiting that one when he's in the battle here with our number 4, Lachlan Morris.
Yeah, look, Jones definitely running a slightly faster pace. I think Ryan needs to put a lot more emphasis on his starts. Like, he gets good starts, but not good enough to be able to run at the front. Like, he won yesterday on the 125.
But he was coming through from memory. He wasn't a whole shot artist.
No, he definitely didn't whole shot a single race from what I remember. But
we almost had a bit of contact there.
Yeah,
Ryan Morris might have,
Lockie Morris. Yeah,
Ryan Jones might have the drive up the hill to make the move here, but Lockie Morris is on the inside. Will he control the corner? He does.
He does.
We've had a cut back.
Down. Great move.
And Ryan Jones has taken over third place in this moto.
Yeah, and look, that's just great racing. You know, love to see that switchback lines, the racecraft. You know, it's not just about who can hold the power on the longest or break the latest. It's that chess game on the track, and you need to do that, especially with your smarter riders. When I say smarter riders, I mean I don't mean the dumb riders. I'm saying that there are riders that have that are off smarter on the track, that have better racecraft. And then there are other riders that are bulldogs on the track. And what I mean by that is they just pin it to win it, you know, and go hard through the roughest line, break the latest, on the accelerator the earliest, and just beat you just with raw muscle and speed.
Now, Ryan Jones, he's made that move, but looks like he's aggressively attacking this track at the moment still, maybe trying to make up a bit of a gap here. I wonder how far it is from the lap time side of things to that second place for him. Can he bridge that gap? Be interesting to see what that gap would be at the moment if we can get those leader times up.
See Ryan looking to the right when he jumped over that tabletop. That wasn't a look to see who's behind him. That was actually a look ahead. It was a look ahead, a scan ahead, and okay to do that on your jumps if you're trying to spot where the next rider is. But not when you're looking behind you, worrying about what's going on behind you. There's Burgess, our leader. He's just come over the finish jump. Cremer, that gap is just...
It's held similar, hasn't it, the whole time?
Same. Yeah.
So not good, not bad for Drew Cremer. He had a couple of early laps led here, but he's going to be probably, if it stays the way it is, he's probably going to be a little bit disappointed that he couldn't maybe hold that gap over Riley Burgess here.
Well, the good news for Drew is he knows that he's on pace. So if he can improve his starts, and I've seen Drew Holshot a lot of moto, so he knows how to start. Then he knows, okay, I'm on pace. If I can just get a whole shot, get in front of Burgess.
Now, if we can just keep an eye on Riley Burgess here, he's carried, I saw him in the last turn in this Kennards High corner. He's standing up well and truly into the middle of that corner and then making that rut because he's found one of those nice lines in the middle of the circuit there, avoiding that deep rut. He did it very nicely from a technique standpoint.
Yeah.
As you can see there in that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, just standing up to the midpoint of the corner before he pivots the bike to make the corner. Just doing this rather effortlessly at this point in time. See him standing there all the way into the deep point of the corner.
Well, the racecraft that we were talking about earlier, that's not just racing other riders and the smarts, is that picking the better lines, taking the time to scan the track and spotting that line in between lines, like you're saying Riley did in the Kennards corner, or, seeing a new line as he goes a quick look back, and last lap board out now for him. So
I think that's why he's having to look over. He's seen the last lap board. He's like, let's just check our gap here, make sure we're comfortable and we're not going to get a surprise attack here on the last lap.
No, that's right, and he does have it in hand. So he's just got to keep it together for the rest of this one. And all the riders pretty spread out. As just Lockie Morris is the number 4. He needs to change his number. It's a superstitious thing. You ride number 4, well, that's where you're going to come. Maybe Drew needs to change his bike to number 1. But you got to earn that. You got to earn that number 1 plate. So win the state titles first, then you can run the number 1.
Here's our leaders as we're on our last lap. Riley Burgess heading up those rollers. Drew Kremer just getting into them now. So only a few seconds separate them. And you can actually see Ryan Jones in the bottom of the screen there. So we've got all 3 positions, top 3 positions.
That was so close.
Bit of a moment there for Mikkel having a heart flutter, I think, in the commentary booth here.
I had more of a heart failure than Burgess did. He's landed in the trench of the grass, and thank goodness it wasn't boggy or rocks or tires.
He's definitely exploring the edges of the track this moto.
Yeah. He said, Mikkel, I tried different lines. Well, please, Riley, not that far off the edge. So, we won't dock him for cutting the track there because I think that was completely accidental. And he didn't gain an advantage.
We're at the top of the track now, so only one corner and a couple of jumps to go for Riley Burgess. He's going to get our win here in Moto 2 of the MX3 class. He's having a quick look over to make sure that he's got the gap over our second place finisher, which is Drew Kremer. And third place is going to be the 2.99 of Ryan Jones. So a well-contested moto.
Being how long these motos are, it was only contested in the first part of the race, and that's why it's so crucial with so much depth in the class to get that start. But we've got the MX1 A, B and C grades coming up next. That's our premier class at the state titles.
Just watching a few of our tail end of the field here coming across the finish line for the end of that MX3 class. So we're getting ready for our next moto here in the MX1 ABC combined. Pretty full grid here on the line here, and we've already got the 15-second board up, so we're going to continue straight into this moto here. And the revs are up as we go through here. Who's going to get our whole shot in the MX1 class? Some riders sweeping around here. I think that is the Gas staying upright this time for the start of this second moto here of Dylan Wills out front. So he's making it a bit easier on himself in this moto. Second position there, I think, was our first moto whole shot winner of the number 100, Dry Roberts, but he's getting challenged here for that second position pretty quickly. That's actually a much better start for the 28 of Cooper Holleroyd, who was our last year's state champion. I think he's just made the move into second position. No, not quite. He's tried to get up the inside there of Dry Roberts, but he hasn't quite successfully done it, as Dylan Wills on the gas leads us out here into the Motorcycling New South Wales corner there up towards the top of the hill. He's running his lines here. Clear track ahead of Dylan Wills, so will he make a nice little gap? Little mistake there as he exits that rut. Coming up the hill here. Got a few second gap here, but you can see the battle is there in that second position. I think there's a move going on there in that top corner. Maybe Cooper Holleroyd has taken over that second position now from Jai Roberts, as we see a nice whip from Dylan Wills coming down the hill towards our finish line, getting that first lap lead. And yes, definitely just noticed that Cooper Holleroyd has taken our second position here on track over Jai Roberts as they head down into the bottom part of our circuit here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We can see from our drone footage there, the field nice and bunched up here on the opening laps, apart from Dylan Wills making his way out in front on the circuit as he heads up the hill here, accelerating nice and hard, running a nice wide line to get onto that berm early for that New South Wales mining corner. But is that still? No, we've had a change for third position now. So Cooper Holleroyd, who just took over second position from Jai Roberts, is coming under threat here from the 202 of Connor Rossenditch. So a bit of a change up here in those few positions there. Holleroyd still holds it as we head to the middle of the circuit here, but actually I think Connor Rossenditch has gone off the side of our track. He's on the water truck lane there. So a big mistake from Connor Rossenditch. Hopefully he's okay. But Cooper Holleroyd's going to hold down that second position now. He's got a little gap over whoever is still in our third position, and I think that's the 42 of Brock Ninnis in the back part of the screen there. So Cooper Holleroyd has escaped the challenges of Connor Rossenditch, who's just getting going now on the side of the track. That probably stung a little bit for him. He looks a little bit worse for wear at the moment, but he's up and going, so hopefully he's okay to continue this moto. As we go back to our leader, Dylan Wills, out front, going down that Lake Macquarie City Council straight there. And Cooper Holleroyd heading into that first berm. We head through those rollers. So, interesting start to this moto so far. Bit of a change up on what we had from our original first moto where Dylan Wills had to come through the pack. We haven't seen our second place finisher from our first moto, number 186. The 185, sorry, Riley Fitzpatrick just yet, but hopefully we'll pick him up later in the race. Maybe we'll see him on the lap charts later on. But we're watching our second position, Cooper Holleroyd taking that inside deep rut. It's looking pretty nasty, a bit of a hook at the end of that at the moment. So they're going to have to try and work their way around that corner here, sort out some better lines, maybe when they get a bit more track position that gives them some freedom here to explore the track, because at the moment there's still a challenge coming from the third place rider who's slowly creeping up on Cooper Holleroyd, and I believe that's still Brock Ninnis on the KTM there. So we'll keep an eye on these two here, because Dylan Wills is definitely checking out at the front of our moto from the lead position here. Actually look like we've got a bit of a battle there in fourth and fifth as we come down the hill there to go up to the step up. And I believe that's Jai Roberts still holding fourth position, but he's coming under threat here. Can't quite tell who that rider is. It might be the rider we just mentioned, the 185. We'll have to see that as they come past the finish line here. So we'll try and stay with the fourth and fifth place battle with the number 100 there. Big whip from that rider. And it is Riley Fitzpatrick there in fifth place challenging Jai Roberts. So we'll see if Jai can hold on to that fourth place as they head to the bottom part of the circuit. We back on Cooper Holleroyd here, heading around the track there. There's Dylan Wills making his way up the hill, heading to our New South Wales mining corner. Got a good probably 4 or 5 second gap over Cooper Holleroyd at this point. And we take some drone shottage here of the circuit as we look back through our field, watching some of the other riders, some of our B graders, some of our C graders. They're all in this one moto here for the MX1, all scored separately here. Cooper Holroyd making his way down to that National Motorcycle Alliance. Big berm here ahead of our main central tabletop in the center of the Lake Macquarie circuit. Watching some of the guys come over the finish line there, a bit further back in our field. Dylan Wills still making a nice path down that hill there. If you notice, he sort of wheeled it over a couple of the holes at the beginning of that downhill to try and make a smoother run for him. And he's using all the easy flowing lines here at the start of this moto because he's got a decent gap, running that berm up onto the top of the hill. Just cruising really by the looks of it for Dylan Wills. Very comfortable here out in the front of the MX1 field. Nice wheelie across the start straight there, past the Lake Macquarie City Council banners. We've got our scoring up on the screen at the minute. We'll have a check through our field runners here and see where everybody's coming through. Hopefully we can get that lap times back up on the score site there. There we go. So we've got definitely got Dylan Wills out front, Cooper Holroyd in second, Brock Ninner's third, has into third now, Jai Roberts in fourth. So the front four, very similar to our first moto there, as we see some of the other riders through our field. Looking back there, we see names like James Davison in 26th, Jeremy Waters 27th. Some of the riders that haven't looked like they've started this moto there on the screen at the minute. As we go back to the front of our field on camera with Cooper Holroyd, the number 28 on the Yamaha. Currently running not too dissimilar lap times to Dylan Wills, but obviously Willsy has a 4-second gap on Holroyd at the moment. So Willsy put in his effort early in this moto to get this little gap here. But a much better second moto for Cooper Holroyd. He wasn't in the front of the field too much. He had to work his way through from that first moto. Probably a bit of a bad start there. Dylan Wills just looking quite comfortable and smooth on this Gas 450 as he heads to the top of the hill. Nice smooth outside line there. Just really looks like he's cruising across the top of the hill. Cooper Holroyd coming down now, chasing him down towards our finish line. We see the boys coming over the finish line and across the start straight. Those ruts that are coming down off that last corner onto the start straight, they're getting pretty deep. Got to be careful as they drop down from that hillside onto the flat level there of the start section. We follow along with Cooper Holroyd and onto Dylan Wills out the front. Now Dylan's actually being a little bit tame with his scrubs, to be honest. Dylan's known for his very hard, low scrubs. Tends to drag a foot peg occasionally. For those that might want to head over to his socials and check out his little Melbourne Supercross moment where he dragged the foot peg up the face of a triple down in Marvel Stadium there at the end of last year. He had a big off, very much a Superman moment. So yeah, Dylan's very good at his scrubs, but he's been a bit tame today, if I'm honest. So we'll have to keep an eye on him for later in the day. Maybe when he's a bit more under pressure, he'll get the thing a bit more flatter across some of these jumps. As he heads up the hill now to the Motorcycling New South Wales top corner, he's running that nice line where he's using the berm early, but cutting off and straight lining the corner exit to get to that outside of the track, where it's the smoother line to then sweep that corner to head back up the hill to the step up where he's heading to now. So just using smart lines, but it does look like Cooper Holroyd is sort of creeping up on him now. Maybe Dylan Wills is just doing a little too much management of the lead here and just cruising a little too much. He might have to pick the pace up here because Cooper Holroyd might have something for him if he's not careful. Now we are only early in this moto. We're probably only about halfway. And the 42 of Brock Ninners continues to hold down third position here. We're just watching these guys as they're going into the bottom section of the track here. Bit of a long view there to see them, and then we're watching them come up. That's the spot where I think that Willsy might get a bit low off a scrub at some point, but he's carrying a lot of speed there, so maybe it's not the position. As we watch from our finish line camera point of view, just watching a few of the riders come over. There's a number 74 there of Kobe Leach from our C grade class. And we head back to Dylan Wills. Just cruising along. Hopefully Cooper Holroyd is, well, he's sort of dropped back a little bit here. He was a little bit tighter on the frame. If anything, he might have made a mistake because we've got, if we can drop back to that 28, Cooper Holroyd in second position, right on his tail now is the 42 of Brock Niners. So whether Holroyd's had a little problem here, a mistake, Niners is all over him. He's running the inside line. He's going to make a move up the inside. Cooper Holroyd isn't really fighting this too much here. So maybe there's something going on that we're not aware of here for Cooper Holroyd, because he's just losing his pace a bit, but not so for Brock Niners here. He's moved his... Oh, yeah, look, a definite look down. He's got some problem going on here at the back of the bike, has Cooper Holroyd. So he's going to have to try and limp this thing home here to get some points for this championship. And as he comes past, it looks like there might be a bit of a flat tyre going on here. And he's definitely slowing his pace here. So he's going to have to try and just limp this home. There's still a long way to go. We haven't got the last lap board out yet. We've probably got a couple of laps before that happens here. So you can see as he comes past, I think we definitely have a flat rear tyre here for Cooper Holroyd. So bit of a bugger of a moto here for him. That just gives a massive lead now to Dylan Wills. So he's definitely going to put it on cruise mode. But Brock Ninnis has been the beneficiary and is into second position here. And will definitely be just trying to hold out this position now because he doesn't really have any challenges at this point. There's nothing really close in front. Obviously, Wills is out a long way. With Holroyd dropping back, that gives our fourth place rider, who I believe is still Jai Roberts there, he's a bit further back. So there's not too much pressure on Niners now to just hold into the second position. And that's the 1:85 of Riley Fitzpatrick. So if we could just grab up our lap times again, we might be able to tell how close some of these guys are into the lead. Now we'll just wait till it scrolls back to our top few here to see. Maybe Fitzpatrick is going to be closing in here. We might have had a bit of a change up in the order while we've been watching the few front guys here. So we've definitely still got Brock Niners. Somehow Cooper Holroyd is in third. I think he's probably going to, once we get past the next finish line here, drop back another position. So it's going to be Riley Fitzpatrick probably in third place now, but it's probably a fair way down on our second place position of Brock Niners on that 42 machine. So we'll have to keep an eye on those guys there. If we can, we've got Dylan Wills there back out front, just making this look easy here in our MX1 Moto 2 of the day. He's won the first moto. Looks like he's going to comfortably win the second moto here as well, but he's still got a little ways to go just yet. We're about 12 or so minutes into this moto, so there might be 2 laps, might be 3 laps still to go here, depending on, I think we might be a little bit shorter moto. We did do 15 minutes for our first moto, but I believe that we're going to a 13-minute moto for our second run here. So yes, we are going to see the last lap board here for our leader Dylan Wills when he comes past the finish line the next lap around. And yes, definitely we've lost Cooper Holroyd. He's gone down to 6 now. So we're Wills, Ninnis, Fitzpatrick, Roberts, Michael Jones into our top 5 now. So bit of a change up. There is Fitzpatrick in third position. He's actually closing up, so we might stay here on this battle. 42 is just in front of Fitzpatrick, who's on screen right now, and that's our second and third place. Nice wheelie up the hill from Fitzpatrick, carrying that front wheel as he makes his way up the hill here. Across the top of the track. So second and third are quite tight here. There might be a chance for Fitzpatrick to close up on this last lap, but
through those rollers. That's the first time I've actually seen that camera shot.
It's not a bad shot from that angle. You get the perception of them coming towards you and what they're doing. Nice little wheel tap there for that rider.
Is that the camera that's maybe just fallen over and that's why it's down the bottom of the corner?
No, I don't think we've cut to that. We did have it just in the moto before, but I don't think we've cut to it too often. So it's a good angle there. But Richie Lawler making his way into the Kennards higher corner here. He's found that middle rut in this track as well. Trying to stay out of that deep inside rut. Most of the riders here.
Yeah, and that battle for second has definitely pushed them up closer to the leader. Jed Gray he's turned up the wick a little bit, and Berto has actually stalled a little bit. Like, he got up onto the back wheel of Gray pretty quickly, but since he's there, he hasn't been able to do anything.
It's amazing how they can sort of really bridge a gap quickly, but if you can't make that move straight away, you sort of get caught in that pace of the rider in front of you, and maybe don't mean to, but you then just adjust to what's going on the track, and that's as fast as you end up going.
In saying that, one little mistake from Lawler or Gray, or even, well, Birdo, he's got a little bit of breathing room to a 4th place, but big mistake from the guys in front, and he's going to gain the position, or at least gain time.
As they head down to our finish line section here of the track, and they're going to make their way across the start straight for that Lake Macquarie City Council straight. The ruts coming onto the straight there, they're getting a bit more nasty and developed there. There's 2 definite lines there, a little bit of a 3rd wider one as well. Here's that shot that you're liking so much. A big jump in there for Jed Gray from that outside line there. Yeah, the only downside is that it pushes you wide in that next corner, as you saw Rossiter going through there on the Kawasaki. But the other thing I like about what Rich is doing is the more he hole shots and the more time he spends up front, the more comfortable he's going to be in that position. And if you look at the deep inside rut there, the main line, there's actually 2 new ruts inside of the inside. Yeah. So that's how much these guys have actually found new lines and created new lines. Richie has a little look over his shoulder, but he's running a really good pace right now where the guys behind him aren't catching him, and he looks comfortable. Yeah, he's holding a good gap here on 2nd position. So for the moment, it's comfortable, but he's going to have to maintain this pace across the rest of this motor. We're probably halfway into it as he heads up to that Motorcycling New South Wales corner in the hill there. Still in the middle of the track. I'm not sure I like that line coming down the hill, because that's probably one of the rougher sections of the track at the moment. Towards the end of yesterday, the outsides then became rougher, and then the middle became good again. So maybe that's why he's gone back to the middle. Maybe he's found a smooth, like a diamond in the rough, literally. Found that smooth line that's just sitting in between the bumps, because he didn't look like the bike was chopping around too much when he went through there. He's sort of turning out of that inside a bit earlier, staying out of the main line. Jed is creeping up on him slightly, as is Birdo. Here comes Birdo. Is he going to set up a pass into that next corner? We're not going to get a vision of that, unfortunately. But got to check it out now as they come out of that bottom section of the track. Still got it. You still see that white Husqvarna fender at the front there, in front of. Yeah. That's Birdo in third on the Honda. Oh, big mistake up the inside. He's letting Burton come towards him, and he's actually got him on the inside here, but that inside rut didn't let him get the drive out of that to get the whoop run. So Gray holds it for now, but he does. It looks like Jack Burton's going to try and make a move here very shortly on that BCP Honda. Yeah, look, I think Gray's actually on a KTM. Is it a KTM? Yeah, it's just got the white kit on it. It's white, yeah. If you look at the fenders, the Husqvarnas have a slightly different look to them, and he's got the KTM fenders for sure. So. I like that he's also entered in the score sheet here as other, as the bike brand. So he's helping us out immensely. He is, yeah. No, he's definitely making us work for our money. But Burton, with a great sweep line from the outside there, just carried more speed and was able to roll through that turn past Jed Gray, and now he can set his sights on the leader. Well, will he be able to bridge that gap? Because there's probably a good 4 seconds in that to Richie Lawler out front as they come across the finish line area here. Not only that, he spent about 3 or 4 laps behind Jed Gray. So it took him a long time, as we see some flags out into that roller section as Richie jumps through there. Lappers everywhere. And someone's obviously run out of talent going into that next turn. That is the polite way of putting the fact that they're probably on the ground. So as we see Jed Gray trying to stick to the back of Jack Burton so that he doesn't lose touch with the front 2 riders. But I think Burton got through those lappers much quicker. Really well. Yeah, definitely. He's made them move through there really easily. And he's closed up. He's probably half that gap between himself and Gray since he's made the move. So, I mean, I couldn't see these positions changing much other than, I can see Gray holding on to that 3rd place, but
Birdo still has a chance.
The wind has just swirled
Still
around
time.
here too, so it's turned around and blowing straight into us here in the commentary box. Apologies for the noise on the microphone. But Richie Lawler's leading here, heading down the hill, running still through that middle, and you can see there is a bit of chop going on for him in that middle line. Here's our times. The gap is about 3 seconds back to Burton from Lawler. So will he be able to do anything with that as we get to the tail end of our moto here? We're about 10, probably now we're coming around on this next lap. We'll be about 12 minutes in, so we might just miss getting the last lap board here for this one. We might have 2 to go, essentially, at this point.
Well, that's really going to help. I was just seeing Nate Ebeck there, and he is having a horrible day right now, going a lap down in this one, the 999.
Yeah,
So-
not the moto for him, and not the banners in one of the other. Was it this class that he had the banners? I think it was.
He is riding, he may be riding 2 classes, but...
down in 26th at the moment in this one.
Home track, and there's one way to not like your home track, to have a bad result. Look, it's racing, and like I said, it's a championship. He might go to the next 2 rounds and win 6 motos and find himself either winning or at the very least a podium on the state title championship.
Well, we've got our first and second in the same frame and in the same corner now of our shots here, brought to you by Sideline Sport, as we head down into that National Motorcycle Alliance corner. The gap is definitely not what it was that I said a few seconds ago, and we're heading towards what will be our last lap here when they come past the finish line. So Burton's got a chance to take this moto win here in the late stages from Richie Lawler. Richie's going to have to keep up his pace on this last lap and a half.
Look, I think Jack, this is send it mode now. He doesn't have the luxury of taking the time to make this pass. He just has to make the pass. So send it, go for it. The only other thing is if Richie was to make a mistake and make it easy for him, but I do think Jack has to go for it if he wants this. He doesn't have the time to mess around, doesn't have the time to sort of work out where Richie's going. He's just got to, I mentioned it earlier, he's got to bulldog his way past. Whether that means an aggressive pass, getting up the inside, taking the line away, we'll see. But we'll stay on that battle to the end now because those guys are really close. We'll go back to those leaders.
As they're on their last lap now, they're heading up to that New South Wales mining corner. Less than a lap to go, and we're going to start running out of those passing opportunities for Jack Burton here. So he's going to have to make a move shortly because he's not much time here left, and Richie Lawler is running those inside lines, protecting his lead here on this last lap. He's got a tiny little gap here. I think Burton has just made a little error out of the that corner there as he came. So Burton heading up the hill here, trying to track down Richie Lawler. Richie's going to run that inside line, just protect himself here. Burton trying to get some momentum heading down the hill. Can he get up beside him to a bit of a drag race up this next hill here?
Well, we've got a couple lap riders that could make it indecisive, and I think Birdo was indecisive in that turn, and that is going to cost him. I think Lawler has got this one, and the lap ride in that corner has helped Lawler, but I feel in that bottom corner, Birdo should have squared him up and powered hard up that inside line up the hill, and he possibly could have got him. Again, easy to call out as a couch potato watching the racing, but you know, it's also easy to look at something and go, oh well, you know what, I tried my best, but you know, maybe there was something you could have done, and it's always good to look back and work out what maybe could have happened if you had done something differently.
Now, I'm not sure what's happened there with our timing and scoring, but Heath Davey was definitely not in first place, but it looks like Lovelace might have held on to third position there. I just saw him come over the finish line, giving the bike a bit of a rev, a bit of excitement there, so he's probably happy with himself for that particular moto.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Heath.
Yeah.
He was there at the start of the race.
So that will wrap up that second moto there for the 13 to 16 years 250cc class. and we were going to go for our next moto on track will be the MX2 ABC classes. And we are, we're running just a tiny bit ahead of our time schedule here. We're halfway into this second round here. Motos that are coming up after this. So MX2 next on the gate. 125cc, 13 to 15 years, around 1 o'clock. The MX Women's and MX Vets are going to be around 120. And then the final moto of this round will be around 135. And it'll be the 13 to 16 years girls classes. So plenty of racing still to come here today on day 2 of the Motorcycling New South Wales state titles here from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. But like I said, up next will be the MX2 class.
Yeah, and with the MX2, winner race 1, Riley Fitzpatrick, he started off with a sneaky second in that MX1 class. He got a good start in the MX2, got to the lead, and then just controlled it from there. We'll see how he goes this time around. And especially if he can, manage to get a podium in both classes, would be a big effort. So club guys back on the hoses and getting as much water down as they can. This wind is drying the track out faster than the water's hitting the ground. 15-second board up and running now. MX2, A, B and C. Combined classes, or Kobe Leach with a hole shot earlier on and led for a little bit. Another great jump from Kobe from the outside on the Husqvarna. He's got the cat-like reflexes off the stock gate. Got a little bit of a kick out of the back wheel coming down the main straight. That would have been scary had it gone the other way. But gets that hole shot. Fitzpatrick quickly into second place, almost a mirror image of the first race here, as with Fitzpatrick taking the lead. Was it Leach running really wide?
I think it was there, yeah. I'm not sure where he ended up going there. We've lost sort of sight of our lead too. He's still in the lead as they come over the centre tabletop, holding off Fitzpatrick. But I'm not sure how long he's going to be able to do that, because Fitzpatrick definitely has a speed advantage over Leach here in this MX2 class. But considering Leach is in the C-grade class here, he's riding extremely well. Like we said in the beginning in the Moto 1 here, he's probably not going to be C-grade for too much longer. And as we say that, Fitzpatrick makes the move up the hill over the step up into the lead. Now, for everybody else on this class, that's probably going to be not a comfortable sign, because he's going to start to check out here if nobody can sort of stay with him. So Fitzpatrick is going to lead the opening lap here of this MX2. Kobe Leach in second place, our C-grade class rider, but leading that C-grade class probably by a long shot there.
Well, Michael Jones got a much better start. He's sitting in third right now. Jet Harper with another great start. He's in fourth, and then Taylor Thompson on the number 2, trying to make a move and move up. Obviously, first female rider in this class, but there is no sort of scoring for the girls in this class. She's just competing in the mixed. It's like a mixed class, if you will, of male and female, and she's sitting top 5 right now. And I think she ended up 5th in that first one.
So Michael Jones is trying to make an inside move here on Kobe Leach, and I think he's got that there, but he's in that deep rut. Will he have the drive to hold on to this, because Leach is sort of still inside? No, he's close.
Leader goes down.
Our leader is down. Riley Fitzpatrick has lost the rear end and spun himself around there in the middle section of that track. He just lost he's found the dry area of the track and wasn't probably expecting the looseness of that soil. So he's got some work to do now.
Yeah, got a bit excited on the throttle and spun out. He almost did 2 loops because he washed out, and then he did another loop just to turn around. And Michael Jones has just gone from 3rd to 1st in 2 corners, and now he's got clear track in front of him. But more importantly, a second in race 1. Now he's leading race 2 with his opposition down a few positions. Fortunately for Fitzpatrick, Kobe Leach doesn't count points-wise in this one, so you won't be too worried about getting up to Kobe, but he's going to need to move back up as high as he can in the standings.
As we went to the top of the hill there, I think I saw Fitzpatrick just sort of in about 4th position. So he's not too far down, so he's still got plenty of time here early in this moto. So it's probably the best time to crash to be able to make up those positions. But not to say that you want to crash at all, but Michael Jones leading our way here on that 266 Husqvarna into the bottom section of the field. You see Fitzpatrick going past there, a little bit further back now after that crash on that last lap. As Michael Jones is coming out of that bottom section of the track, looking rather fast and getting some nice style points as he comes off that jump there, holding that. They've got a couple of ruts there in that New South Wales mining corner on the inside lines there. There's about 3 now. Now you can see some water has gone down in the rollers. He's taken a very docile approach into that line there. He didn't want to go down. Made a smart move, I think.
Look, I probably wouldn't be watering those rollers just for what happened to look like Fitzpatrick again. Got on the gas in those rollers. It's just, unfortunately, the water's not going to soak in. It's very skatey, and it can create a lot more problems than good. And I had a crash here on this track for the same reason. Led a whole race, got to the last lap of the race, and water was thrown on the rollers, come around the corner, committed to skipping through them. Halfway through, bike just went away from me. I crashed, bent my bias, DNF'd the race, and as a rider, that's really frustrating. I completely understand from the sort of event organiser's point of view, you've got to keep water down on the track, but it's that balance between has the track on, are there places on the track where you can and can't water, just corners, your straights, you know, maybe not watering in your acceleration zone or your braking zone, and definitely not watering your up ramps and down ramps. But it is a hard balance.
It's a challenge to keep the track under control, isn't it? And safe for the riders as we go through. Getting that view of the bottom section of track, you see Kobe Leach going past the camera there. Back on to Michael Jones as he's heading out of the bottom section of the track. Up the hill with a decent gap. We haven't seen Fitzpatrick making too much inroads yet, but he is, by the looks of it, in second position now. So probably about 5 seconds back from the lead. Still a fair bit of time to get to that lead position here in the moto, because there's plenty of time left in this race.
No, he's just lost it in the rollers.
As we were talking about that wet watered section, he's probably not happy with the guy on the hose just there, but
he's turning around again.
So he's up and going.
Oh, sorry. It's because the camera's facing the other way. I'm like, is he going backwards on the track? No.
We'll reorientate McKellen. We'll get back to calling the race.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get my compass out.
So Fitzpatrick's probably lost a couple of those places he's just regained there. But he's still in front of Kobe Leach, so still holding on to, I believe it'll be second position. We'll have to check our timing board there to see where he actually ends up being.
There he is. Still holding second.
Still holding second. So he's probably he was going to make a charge to the lead. Maybe he's going to have to rethink that, given that we are probably just around halfway into the moto. So
yeah, look, again, a mixed class of A, B, and C.
He's still technically probably winning the overall, isn't he, from an A class point of view?
No, because Michael Jones,
A grader?
Yeah, I think so.
We've got both listed next to Michael's name, so let's go with it. He's an A grader.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
We'll go with that because he's riding like an A grader. There we go.
As we see now, the bottom section there, that's Fitzpatrick going past the camera on that inside line. Here comes Kobe Leach doing a bit of a double through that roller section down the bottom.
And I think that might have been Fitzpatrick that just went past us because he obviously lost a lot of time from crashing again. And
even Jones is getting a bit loose into those roller sections there. That initial acceleration out of the corner is where they put a lot of that water down. The guys are going to have to be very careful. That's Fitzpatrick coming into the rollers now as well.
Yes.
You notice he changed his line to try and avoid being on an angle when he was coming into that roller to try and get better drive.
That's the danger, and that's what I'd be doing, either going wider and hitting them straighter, or go very inside and single over the first one, and then get into the rhythm. Easy on the throttle through the rest of them. Not actually trying to go through as fast as possible, but more so just surviving the section.
Well, now that he's gone down twice, yes, I think survival is probably on his mind.
Well, he's been voted off the island twice, and now he's back on. So, you know,
he's making a move around one of our.
Is that Caden Gray on the 134?
It is Caden Gray. Yep.
And that is 4th position.
It is.
Yep.
It is too.
So moving up in front of Caden Gray, and then we've got Kobe Leach and Taylor Thompson. Still hanging around that 5th place, just in front of James Davison, the Kawasaki rider.
as Fitzpatrick heads across the Lake Macquarie City Council straight there, down into the bottom section of the track. Will he try and make any push forward here? We're sort of counting down the time on the moto before that last lap board comes out. We're probably getting within, by the end of this one, might be that lap board, depending on where the time finishes up here. So,
not sure what happened to Kobe Leach, unless he's just gone back in position from being passed, but he's back in about 7th place right now. And when you talk about the wetness on the rollers, it's already starting to dry up. Like,
it hasn't lasted very long, has it? The wind is just taking that moisture straight out of the soil.
No,
so.
and that's where I guess you got to weigh up the, do we water, don't we? Is it worth it if it's going to dry up within 30 seconds? Especially, again, that section of the track. Corners, straights, no problem, but yeah, roller section, maybe not so much. And that's Fitzpatrick throwing it sideways. Personally, I would just like to see Riley just take a breath. I mean, you know, and just try and smooth it out a little bit. The last thing he wants to do is crash again. And Michael Jones, I think, is being very smart the way he's riding this track, but he cannot take his foot off the pedal too much, because Fitzpatrick, I mean, we saw him in the MX1 class come from a long way back and catch up and make a pass and 2 corners to go. Would not surprise me if we get to the last lap of this race and after 2 crashes that Fitzpatrick is on the back wheel of Michael Jones.
Well, as we've come across the line there, we've got about a 6-second gap between our first and second positions here on the racetrack. We haven't hit the last lap board yet. That'll be probably coming out on the next lap by. So there is still a little bit of time here for Fitzpatrick to get the overall moto win, but he's going to have to work pretty hard for this one.
Well, I see Michael has actually turned it up a bit, because I think he's seen him come in, and you can tell by that little mistake that he made in the corner where you see Fitzpatrick, he's on a mission. And as Michael's just gone through those lap riders there, Fitzpatrick is the fastest man on track right now, and clearly faster than anybody else. So
2 seconds a lap faster at the moment.
That's right. So Jones has definitely picked it up. He's not gonna make the same mistake as Connor did in that first. And I don't even think it was a mistake that Connor made. It's just that Fitzpatrick pushed all the way to the end and then just grabbed that position right before the finish line.
Now we're getting to the point where they're almost in the one shot here. So the gap is closing up as we come towards the end of this moto. As they come around the top section of the track here at Lake Macquarie, heading down towards our finish line. There's Fitzpatrick. So you can see on that shot there, there's still a bit of track between them.
There is.
And we're not...
There is, and that's why I say I think Michael went from dropping into cruise mode to maintain the lead to then spotting Riley on the track and seeing how much he was gaining on him, and then realizing, you know what, I need to pick it up a bit. And he's done that. He might have been able to do enough to allow Fitzpatrick to catch up to him, but not necessarily have any time to make a pass. But we'll see. You know, still probably a lap and a half to go in this one, and I think more importantly, Michael's got to avoid the mistakes.
Whoa, there was a little one just there. Not too bad.
Yeah,
but
not as bad as Riley's in the same spot.
It was a bit loose. So,
and Riley's, again, I know he's been able to gap everybody else again after crashing twice. He's also, I think, needs to push, but also be smart. You've got to ride to the conditions, and this isn't just a comment targeted at Riley. As the track changes, you have to adapt. You know?
Correct.
With the track's in perfect condition, you can be wound out on the throttle everywhere, braking late, but when the track gets more difficult or challenging and you try and ride at the same pace, that's where you crash.
Well, if you had had a little bit of awareness and saw that ground and maybe made a different approach there, lose a second or two in that corner so he doesn't go down, then he, maybe he's a lot closer here for challenging for this on this last lap as the boards come out.
Yeah, it has, and you know what? I actually think he's close enough to close the gap. Whether he's close enough to force that pass, if it is going to happen, it's probably going to be in the top left-hand turn there.
It'll be probably the only point if he's going to get close enough to do it. But
if he's close enough by that point, that's where it'll be.
So as we watch him coming out,
no,
they were a bit early there.
They're in the bottom section. Here they come, and man, he's closed that gap quick. It's only half a lap to go though, so he's got to really rail these couple corners here to make up the time. And Michael's just got to keep it clean. You know, he's a little slip on the rollers there, but it's still that maybe 1 second cushion, 2 second cushion. That is enough for him to hang on to this thing.
We're at that point, but too, where Riley's pushing so hard because you can see him now on the last lap. One little mistake from Riley, and this is all over as it is, because he can't make any error. He's got to climb up to the back of Jones, which he's just getting to now. So
yeah, it's still too far away.
He can't make a move yet. He can't show him a wheel.
Top of the hill if he gets close enough. He's got to get a really good drive out of this corner, but I don't
think he's going to be able to do it.
I think Michael has done fabulous. He's done just enough to make this work. A little slide though, and he's going to need to pin it and close off that line. He does, and these guys are going to
side by side down to the finish line.
Floor it up to this finish line.
Who gets the drive?
It is going to be a photo finish.
Oh, I don't know who. I can't call that one.
I can't call it either.
Depends on where that transponder line is. But I think Jones might just have had it.
I think he did, yeah.
Just, but another 3 or 4 meters and it might have been a different story.
Well, again, if you call it up to the up ramp, and look, we're just guessing here because we can't see the transponder line that's underground, but you know, Michael was probably there first. By the landing of the jump, Fitzpatrick was past, but as you said, we raced to that transponder line.
Look at the gap there on that finish line. There is less than like 0.3 and 0.4. So when it scrolls back around to the top of this list here, it is super close finish. But Jones did get the win just over Fitzpatrick. Here we go. We're going to scroll around here in just a second. We'll get that first few positions. 14:35.37, 14:35.47.
Wow.
Less than 100th of a second between first and second on the finish line there. But Jones holds on to it just.
Yeah. I honestly didn't think it was going to be that close. So I thought Michael had done enough. And although he did make that little mistake at the top of the hill there.
Like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Junior lights out there. Seth Thomas, another hole shot. Exactly what he needed to do. And if you can remember, if you've been watching the live stream from earlier, it was a Seth Thomas Heath Davey battle in race 1 until Heath put it down. And Seth Thomas has pinned his ears back and got into the front early, exactly what he needed to do. So we'll see where everybody else is on these 125s. This is the younger 125 group, 13 to 15s. Ellis there on the 191, great start for him. Riley Tung on the 116. As they head towards the finish line now. Okay, so we're back in the booth, and we are very fortunate to have our CEO of Motorcycling New South Wales, Daniel Rushworth. He's here with us today, as well as the Mayor, Adam Schultz. A lot of support from the Lake Macquarie Council. Daniel, great entry numbers for this Round 1 New South Wales State Championships. You must be really impressed with the weekend so far.
It's really important that we as a city have backed this in not only this year but next year as well, and I believe we hosted the first round last year as well, so there's some continuity there, and it's fantastic to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone tells me that once upon a time you were a brethren of our community on the back of the motorcycle when you were younger. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, no, back in the day we had a farm, grew up riding my Pee-wee 80, migrated to a CRF 230 was where I finished, but nothing beats being on the back of a motorbike, banging it around your farm, or if you've actually got some talent and skill, a beautiful course like this one here in Lake Macquarie.
No, that's right. And the good news about our sport is it's accessible for everyone, so there's still a chance for you to make a comeback. But before we move on to you getting back into the sport, tell us a little bit about Lake Macquarie and sort of why it's important to have events like ours. And I hear that the Lake Macquarie Triathlon just down the road as well. Why those type of events are important for council and supporting them.
Yeah, so Lake Macquarie is a city with 220,000 people. We've got about 14,000 businesses, most are small. But having tourism events like this, like the New South Wales Motorcycle Championships, or we've got Float Your Boat. In terms of the sheer number of people coming to Lake Macquarie, it's about 1,650,000 tourists per year, most of them being day trippers from Sydney. But part of hosting these events is trying to put Lake Macquarie on the map and making sure that people know that we're here and they can come for a day or a weekend, or they might even want to up and move here as well. So we're very happy to put Lake Macquarie front and centre because we've got a good story to tell.
You definitely do, and we've got a great community here, a great sized club, just around about 300 members and growing, and obviously putting on days like this is going to help them grow. What do you see is important for the club to try and help and engage with council?
Yeah, so it'd be great to hear, obviously being out and seeing the club and the facilities firsthand today. I've been on council for 8 years, only mayor for 6 months, but establishing a good relationship and rapport and having a two-way dialogue so we can see what the club needs and work with the state and federal government to try and assist them wherever possible. That's really, really important.
No, fantastic. And just like most people, got a family at home and thinking about a holiday, and maybe Lake Macquarie could be that next destination. What are some of the things that you think that might interest me and my family if I was to come along?
So as I said, we've got events throughout the year, but we've got our Living Smart Festival, we've got fishing festivals, we've got motorcycle events. We've had the Lake Macquarie Triathlon at Spears Point and Warners Bay earlier today. So there really is something for everyone, a calendar of events that promote the city. And we're just ecstatic that we're part of this event.
As are we. And just finally for me, once again, I'd just like to say thanks to you and the team, and obviously Dan here as well for their support in getting the event here. And we look forward to a long and fruitful relationship, and really want to see the club work hard with council and obviously try and improve our sport for our members, and obviously create a great venue which draws more people to the community.
Fantastic to be a part of it, and look forward to building that relationships to the benefit of the club and the sport going forward right here in Lake Macquarie. Thanks so much for having me.
No worries. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mikkel.
All right, thanks Daniel, and thanks Mayor Adam Schultz for coming along today. Great to have government support of our events, motocross, put it on the map, make it more of a mainstream sport, recognised, and more events, more participation. But something we haven't been able to do is talk about the racing, and Seth Thomas has come under fire from Heath Davey. Davey didn't get the start he wanted, but nearly made a pass heading into Kennard's corner there. They would come together, and Davey has definitely let Thomas know that he's there. Seth riding really well as this race has gone on. He's just focused forward, and now he's turning it up. Davey has managed to close the gap right up to him, but now that he's gotten there, Thomas is turning it up after that little come together that they had. It wasn't so much just the two lines coming together and Seth making a little bobble in that inside rut, and Heath nearly got by him. Seth grabbed a handful of throttle and then held on to it. So,
he's thrown it down.
He does, yeah, sorry. Sorry about that, Seth, commentator's curse. He was going for it. He was trying to hang on to that position, and almost a reverse of what happened in race 1, where except for the fact that Heath was out to fight to get all the way to the lead, and but reverse from the point of view that at this time it was Seth that went down. So,
well, this is going to make it interesting for that third moto overall side of things.
It will, absolutely. It will come down to the last race, and what Seth needs to do now, because he does have a second place under wrap. He's got Tyson Williams there behind him in third place, and then Loveless. Loveless, his bike is smoking, and that is not a good sign. He's either...
Yeah, there's something going on there with that exhaust pipe at one point when he went past, but whether it's now just the exhaust pipe or whether we've got something a bit more sinister going on and losing coolant or something.
Look, weird to have that happen mid-race when the track is actually it's not boggy or muddy, so it's not like he's overused his clutch or anything.
No.
It could be as simple as a bike maintenance issue where they just didn't check the coolant before he went out, or unluckily got a rock slammed into his radiator, roost from another bike. Again, highly unlikely because they do have those radiator covers, radiator guides.
You're sounding a bit like some of the kids yesterday when I was doing the podium after the racing from day one, and they were all throwing their dads under the bus for the maintenance issues, mate.
Wow. Yeah, who knows? Look, but at this age and younger, when it's a bike issue, it's always dad's fault. Different story, as I said, if Loveless had a crash, then it's on him. And I haven't seen him crash, not in this one anyway. But Heath Davey is looking comfortable now that we've lost Seth Thomas. And I think for Seth, he needs to be careful here. He's pushing it pretty hard. Obviously that crash has annoyed him, and he's going after Heath Davey. He is not settling into that second spot. And, what I talked about, the conditions deteriorating, sometimes you've got to take a second. And you look at that part of the track there, the whiteness.
It's as dry as it gets.
That's as dry as it gets, that's right. When it's still light brown, there's still dirt there. But when it's white, that's like concrete.
Well, that's where we start getting the blue groove comments coming out, because there's going to be tyre marks on that stuff there. There's nothing in between the solid base.
And please don't put water there.
No way. Well...
And that's it. When you look at some of the crashes that we've had, most of them have been slide-out crashes. As Davey goes around Miyakazi, it's not Deacon Doom, but Miyakazi riding Deacon's bike, and puts her a lap down. But what happened to Seth? It wasn't a skatey.
So Heath Davies coming down the hill there. Sorry, we're just getting a little interrupted here. Heath Davies still continuing to lead. Making his way up the hill here to the step up to the top of the track. Controlling this race at the moment from the front here. Looking very comfortable on that YZ. Throwing a nice whip as he comes down over the finish line area here to take another lap. You can see a bit more dust hanging around on the track. The wind is moving it too as well, so as I just get all the paperwork blown across the desk here in the commentary box, there's a bit of wind here. And you're watching then Heath Davey go through that rhythm section at the bottom there, the little rollers. Seth Thomas jumping in and sort of blitzing out. And there's Heath coming out of the bottom section of the track. Like we said, it's very white soil there. It's dried out completely in that area of the track. So making his way through the Kennards high corner. He's running in the middle of the circuit there, trying to stay out of those deep ruts, and that where they'd previously watered some of that section of the track. Now you can just see on the corner of that shot there, Seth Thomas is making some inroads towards the front again to get back to where he was, but Heath Davies continuing to lead comfortably at the moment out front. Up into the Motorcycling New South Wales corner there, taking that inside rut. Heath is definitely trying to use the inside of that downhill section there to try and stay out of the rougher areas of the track, or what he feels might be the rougher areas of the track. Up and around the berm, up the top of the circuit. All right, he's coming down past. He's going to get the last lap board here. So we've got 1 to go for our leader.
Yeah,
Seth.
He's got a really comfortable lead.
Yeah, there's probably 7-8 seconds in that at the moment. So we don't expect any changes here from first and second at this point in this moto. As Tyson Williams is coming across the finish line area here as well.
Yeah, he's had a great weekend. Third place in Moto 1. He won all 3 motos yesterday on the 85. I'm sure he's going to be happy with that third overall if he can obviously keep it together for the rest of the day, as Riley Tung has just gone past us as well. And then Darcy Houston, he's on the little 105 machine. He's followed by Ellis on the 191. And then Jake Bubendi on the 312. We saw him leading a race on the 85 yesterday. Max Anderson on the 411. He switched brands for today. He was on the, pretty sure KTM or Gas yesterday. He's on the Yamaha. And 89, Buddy Brown. But, a little bit of a, did you see that death wobble from the lap rider?
The head shake there was not comfortable under acceleration up that hill there.
No.
Luckily, Heath Davey wasn't right next to him as that was going on. So he's made his way past now.
I think if you're going to get a head shake, rather have it going up a hill, because you can always back the throttle off. And
it's a bit safer position.
Well, the hill's a natural break.
Yes.
You know, where you're going downhill and getting a head shake, not so much.
Yeah, no, not as it's going away from me. The front wheel gets even lighter at that point. But here it is, the checkered flag for Heath Davey, taking the second moto win here in the 13 to 15 125cc two-stroke class. Seth Thomas comes across the line in second. So a bit of a change up there. 1-2-2-1 situation for both Heath Davey and Seth Thomas in these motos.
I'm really looking forward to that third and final moto. But one thing Seth has done very well, even though he crashed in that race, 2 hole shots.
Yes.
You know, he's put himself in front, and Heath is the one that's had to do all the work. And it forced Heath into that mistake in the first one because he had to do the work. He was trying to make the pass. But where it paid off for Heath is that he closed up to Seth, he put the pressure on him, and essentially forced that mistake. We're going to go to an ad, and we'll be back soon with our next race of the New South Wales State Championships here at Lake Macquarie.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oaths make your job easy.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
So we're back with round 1 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Lake Macquarie. We're halfway through our second round, David, or towards the pointy end of it anyway.
And almost wrapping up the second round. We've got two motors to go here.
Yep.
MXW on the line with the vets. Now looking for some of these girls to get a good start here. Maybe mix it up with the vets here in this moto.
Yeah, well, again, look at Taylor Thompson on a 250. The jump out of the gate that she got, and she's if you can grease his outside line, unless Aaron Parker's
he's going to run her out.
Yeah.
He's closed that line out on her very nicely. It's a good move on his part, but yeah, we're kind of hoping to get Taylor out in front there for a little bit.
Well, it was, and Nathan
got a bit
Brock
of a pile up here.
Oh, yeah, and Nathan Brock drop, much better start from him. That was Kira Collins on the 13 and the 77, Tab Newcomb. So a couple of the girls going down early in this race, and that's a lot of work for them to do now. Aaron Parker, though.
Our first moto winner.
He did, and although Brock Drop closed that gap on him, Parker built up enough of a lead, and that's why Nathan, I feel, has put a little bit more emphasis on his start.
This could be a very different moto because Brock Drop's already in the second and very much on the back wheel of Parker here as we head up the hill to get to the top of the track for the first time in this second round moto for the vets and women's here.
Well, their lap times were relatively similar, and again, the track is deteriorating. This is where Aaron, having the lead, has to be careful not to be too hard on the accelerator to try and hold on to that lead and actually cause a mistake. And Brock Drop now trying to go up the inside into that bottom corner.
Now, I think I saw our number 20 of Rain Alfonso, not too far back in the pack. She's definitely inside the top 10 here in this overall position on track, so she's doing rather well. From the women's side of things.
That's right.
In the
Sam
mix.
MacArthur come over the finish, and then the two riders that went down earlier, Kira Collins and Tab Newcomb.
Now our battle continues here. Brock Drop's trying to get onto the back of Aaron Parker. They're running different lines here in this New South Wales mining corner. Brock Drop taking that outside, but which ends up being inside. They all end up on the inside of the track there in Kennards Hire. Brock Drop with the lesser line there, but they're side by side through the rollers. Parker's got the inside. Will he control that corner? He sort of was nice to Brock Drop there. I felt he could have taken him a bit further wider in that corner. He still holds the lead here, does Parker, as they come into the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Over the tabletop in the middle, Parker just holding on to the lead here in this Vets race with the women's class.
Yeah, look, I think it's only a matter of time that Nathan, and normally he kind of just settles, but I think he realised after that first moto that, and he's putting a lot of pressure on. See Parker, the back end skipped around, and he had to run Brock Drop wide in that turn, but
Brock Drop's cut up the inside of him, and he's going to have the inside here. Yep. Is he going to take the line? He does, but Parker's done the right thing there.
He saw that, but then Brock Drop's done exactly what Wilsey did earlier in the race. We've seen a few passes like that, and I think he's going to have to go back to work on him. I don't know if I'd want to make an inside line pass.
Not in this part of the track right now, no.
But, sideways for Brocky. Come on, mate, you're 47. Just be careful. I don't want to... Oh, around the outside. Got it. Got the inside. He just took the different line, gave him the inside the next turn. Parker's going to try and rail around the outside. They're side by side. Parker with a better drive, and I think he's got him back here, unless Brock Drop is going to try and close the line. No, Parker has got it. So it's not having it all his own way as Nathan. He's going to have to try something else. Parker, is he going to the outside? Well, he looked like he was going to fade back to the inside, and then he went back to the outside again. So Nathan's just got to keep an eye on that, work out what Parker's doing, and I love that inside that Parker's using because it set him up so good for those rollers. He actually made 2 bike lengths on Nathan. Nathan went wide not to follow, but he lost time. So he might need to rethink that corner next time around.
Now, I must say, in a couple of little instances here where they've got close and tried to make these passes, they've been very polite to each other. They could have been a much nastier move and show them a much more edge of the track, but they haven't done that, so they've been quite polite here so far.
Well, with the age comes the wisdom and I think the respect as well. You know, if we look at the list, we've got Thompson in 4th place. She's leading the girls. Then we've got Mia Tung and Raina Lafosio a bit further down in the girls. Back in 16th, we've got Sam MacArthur, Kira Collins a couple of positions back, Tab Newcomb a couple of positions back, and then Rachel Dickey, Bella Brownlee and Imogen Christie. And it's back to square one again. Now look at Brock Drop.
Different line that time.
He has switched it up, and it's a reverse of what happened the previous lap where, and this time that has worked, where Brock Drop has actually gone across and closed the inside, but this is where Parker passed him back last lap. Doesn't happen this time. There goes inside.
Well, they're still rather close there on the exit of the corner.
Yeah. So, look, Parker hasn't been in this position all day. He's been leading up until this point. He hasn't had to try different lines or work out passing manoeuvres. Clearly, Brocktrop was going a little bit faster to be able to make that pass. You can see Brockdrop's picked up on that inside rut. And why I think it's working so well is the rut goes all the way up the single till over the single. So
you're not getting that rise up on the first one, lose the drive.
Well, you're not losing the rear wheel.
Yep.
It's like being on train tracks, coming out of that inside line. It's just lining the bike up straight for those rollers. Plus, it's the shortest line around the corner. So I think you're going to start to see riders go back to that inside. And as Brocktrop now trying to pull away, and Parker knows that this is one of those classes where it's going to be you or the other guy, first and second every single race. I mean, these guys, pace-wise, are way ahead of everybody else. And interesting to see who will be in third. Now, also notice with Nathan, he's so comfortable being in the position that he's in first. He's not trying to pull away. He's just riding his lines, hitting his marks. And that's actually an advantage for Parker, because Aaron can, if he pushes it a little bit, get close and force a pass. Taylor Thompson, third in this race, and leading the girls. We've got the 61 that's just come through. That's Scott Shaw, I think.
Mia Tung's running up very high as well.
Went by. She's second in the girls. And it should be Rain Elefosio, the next girl through, although I think there was another rider, but it is Rain.
The girls competing really well in this moto so far.
Yeah.
Now I think we're going to shortly see, as we're sitting here watching across, obviously Brocktrop and Parker in their lead spot here. We're just trying to catch some vision of some of the girls coming across the finish line here. I think we're going to see Courtney Ruby shortly come down the hill here with, and there goes Courtney Ruby, and the 25 of Sienna Gudis. So they're having their own little battle within the battle of the race here in the women's class.
Yeah, and Aaron hasn't let go of Nathan, although look at the different lines. That's not trying to make a pass. That's just staying out of 450 roost.
Up the hill too. That would be throwing plenty down at you. So
absolutely.
Yes.
Also with an uphill, you're getting on the brakes quite late, so that rear wheel is spinning and throwing rocks for a lot longer than just a downhill. Downhill's not too bad because you're actually off the throttle. Well, I am anyway. Off the throttle. These guys aren't, but going a lot faster down the hill too.
As they come across the finish line again, it's still Brocktrop over Parker in the lead of this Vets race here. We're probably getting up towards the end part of our moto. Just checking to see if our last lap board man is getting out of his seat, but I'm not sure he's quite ready just yet.
No, there's Taylor. And, Taylor almost had that whole shot. She's such a good starter, and on a 250.
That's impressive against the 450s on the vet from the vet side.
I did a race with her about 5 years ago at Nowra, and I was on my 450 KTM, and she was on a 250 something. I can't remember what it was, and I was like,
did she have you covered?
No, I whole shot it 3 out of 3.
Come on.
I had her covered. I got her on the whole shot 3 times, but the third whole shot, I had to close the door on her hard to stop her taking the inside line, and that's what Aaron did. He's like, no way am I letting you have it. So,
well, obviously she's got that skill down pat, and probably
does.
just has some really good reflexes there to help her get the initial jump going as well. So not scared to push into the front first turn either by the looks of it. So.
No, and I think it would have been awesome to see her in the front, to see how long it would take these guys to get around her. I mean, they haven't put a lot of distance on her because they're pushing, remember? Like, these guys are racing for the win. Nathan hasn't really backed it off that much, and clearly because Aaron is right there.
Well, yeah, there's only a 1 second gap between our leaders, but then there's only a 15-second gap back to our third place, which is Taylor. So she's in the range of the overall moto win here.
Well, I'd like to see all these vets on a 250.
Make it fair?
I just, it changes the game. And this is a horsepower track. When you look at the uphills.
With all the hills, it definitely favours the bigger capacity.
And the long straights, and the start straight is a really long straight into a very fast corner. So clear advantage, I feel, riding a 450 to a 250. And there's Mia Tung coming through, second of the girls' class. And she got third in race one. Reina Lafosio running third in this one. Got second in Moto 1. There she is coming through the finish line now. And a couple of vets riders after that. And there's Taylor Thompson on the number 2 machine, leading the women's. She's got a couple of riders coming up in front of her. I think that might be Kira Collins and Tab Newcomb, who found each other on the ground in the third corner, and they've just stuck together like glue the whole race. So they're about to be put down a lap by Taylor Thompson when she comes past.
Taylor's having a commanding ride here in the women's side of things, over the second place riders in that class there.
Sorry, that can't be Tab Newcomb, because Tab Newcomb's just crossed the finish line, just in front of Nathan Brockdrop.
Got a nice line there down the inside, passing that lapped rider for Taylor as she heads up to the hill to the step up.
Yeah, she's just gone by Kira Collins, and Kira's now a lap down. So Tab obviously has been able to get back and going a lot quicker than Kira, and is further up the track. But, on their last lap now as Taylor crosses the finish line. And Mia Tung will be hoping in the final race of the day to maybe try and get in front of Taylor. Taylor's really good on the starts, and hard to beat somebody if they're going a little bit faster than you and you don't get the start on them. Well, it's going to be really hard to beat them in the race.
Just having a look at the second place rider in the women's, the 117 of Mia Tung, as she goes through that roller section there in the bottom part of the track. Having a good race, but a little bit of a lonely race there in second for the women's.
Yeah, as I said, needs to improve on the start. And as Nathan Brockdrop has, he knew what needed to be changed between race 1 and race 2 after Aaron took the win in race 1. And he has, and he's coming up the hill for the last time in the second moto, putting himself in the best position for the overall time and points going in the final moto. So he's just got to negotiate one more turn, and the number 9 Kickstart Nathan is about to cross the finish line. Aaron Parker, look, he's getting second in this race, but he is executed today. 2 hole shots and try to run and hide, as we see. We just saw Sam MacArthur and Tab Newcomb crossing the line. They're obviously a lap down. Sure, Brocky got him, but he's done everything that he could possibly do. All right, so I have a guest in the booth, Aaron Rankmore. Finally dragged in here kicking and screaming, but always a pleasure talking to you. Spoke to you last year at the state titles. You support a lot of riders from the West, train a lot of the kids from that come out of there, and you told me yesterday that you're actually going over to America as well to support one of the riders that you look after. So tell us a little bit about the riders that you're supporting today. just throw a couple names and how they went so far this weekend.
So our day started off really well, or our weekend started off really well yesterday. We had a few riders in the 65 class come out really strong. We had young Blade Regan do really well yesterday. We had rider Matafiglio come out really strong yesterday. Little Ollie Kale, he had a really positive day considering it wasn't looking like he was going to be able to actually ride the event. So for him to get back on the bike and be able to ride was a great start to this series.
Well, we'll jump in sort of mid-conversation here and call this race as well as try to talk about what we want to talk about. But this is the junior girls, the sort of combined 125, 250 class, and we saw a big battle in the first race between Claire Pollard, Ada Harris, and they are not the two up front right now as the girls are heading towards the centre tabletop. We'll try and get a number. See, Claire Pollard's moved up into third place, it looks like.
Ada's currently second.
Yeah, Ada's moved up into second. And is that Jayla Parker? Now, Jayla's dad got a hole shot, so she's like, well, if Dad can get a hole shot, I'm going to get a hole shot too. And she also knows her way around the track. So Jayla, great to see her with her early lead. Let's see if she can hang on to it. One of the girls has gone down. That's Mia Kazi. She's riding Deacon Doo's bike, and she's found the ground in that corner. And she was one of our top three, actually, in the previous race. So I think she comes second. So that's going to hurt her overall.
She's going to have a workout cut out for her to catch back up.
A rider's coming over the finish line for the first time of this race, and Ada Harris has taken the lead on Jayla Parker. Claire Pollard, our race winner from race one, has got some work to do. She's got to try and get around Jayla quickly so that she can put some pressure on the leader. They're both coming into that outside line, and Jayla's sort of taken the middle. I haven't seen many riders use that middle line, but was a little bit kind there to Claire on that right-hand turn. She could have quite easily put her onto the grass.
Definitely. If them two lines came together, it wouldn't have been a good outcome.
Yeah, and potentially not for either of them. So Claire's now got into second place, and herself and Ada were battling. They battled in practice and Ada went down, and then they were battling in the race and Ada went down again. So Claire has picked up on this inside line that we saw some of the seniors using. It's a little bit deeper, but sets you up really good for those rollers. And we'll see if she can make a pass as we see Jayla Parker now under pressure for that third position. Sienna Cyprian, the Queensland rider, as on the back wheel of her now. And she was also battling up the front for the top three. As we see Pollard cut down in that berm and gets a great drive for the tabletop, and looks like she is going to have the lead heading up the straight into the New South Wales corner. But then she runs wide on that outside there. And that was very close. That's why I was worried about that, her running wide and leaving the door open. Ada Harris, take no prisoners, has just gone right across and taken the line away. So Claire's got to learn from that you make a pass, can't leave the door wide open.
Claire was definitely very lucky then to stay on the track and on the bike. It was a very close moment to her coming off.
Yeah, look, Ada is racing for position, and Claire needs to be careful here. They almost caught wheels on the end of that jump as well. So this is it's getting a little bit too close even for me. I'm getting nervous here sitting in the booth watching these young girls race each other.
We got two different lines coming into the split lane again.
Yeah, look, Ada seems to have the line at the moment. I like that inside that Claire is using into those rollers. We'll see if she does it again, but she didn't get it right last lap around. Her feet come off. Look at that line, squares up. They're going to go side by side of that roller. Ada's going to shut the door there and go to that inside, and then the outside. Wow, she is really riding a wide bike right now.
Yeah, she's definitely using up all of the track.
Corner. So Claire goes inside. Can she make this work?
Claire got good drive coming up out of that corner.
She did, but Ada's got the line, and Claire just a better entry into that turn, completes the pass. And I don't think there was anything Ada could have done there. I mean, if she had gassed it, it would have been a T-bone, and potentially they both would have gone down. And Claire definitely would have been on the short end of that stick. But she completes the pass and now has the lead. She probably got enough to use that outside now, as Sienna Cyprian has made the pass on Jayla Parker, but very cleverly, even though she had the space, Claire has changed her line and moved to the inside and already put a few bike lengths on second place. So just switching back for a minute here, Aaron, you were telling me about the few riders that you're supporting here racing the junior state titles, and it's so awesome that as a coach you follow these riders to the big events and help them and work with them. You're going overseas on Monday. You're flying to America. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I've been asked to head over to America for a few weeks to help one of the young kids who I've helped here in Australia for the past few years. So I'm heading over to help Dylan and Danielle McDonald. They've recently moved over to America back at the start of January. So Danielle's moved over there to race full-time for the Yamaha off-road team. So she's recently had a ACL reconstruction and had it fixed and just recently got back on a bike. So we're just going over for a few weeks to help her get comfortable on the bike and help get a training program together to help her get some bike time, get some exercises going and get her back riding.
Well, I think that's what some of these young junior girls are aspiring to do. And you see Ada's, she switched her line now to that very inside rut. It's really a horrible rut, but it sets you up good for those rollers. It's a short line around that corner. But again, that's, I think, what these young girls are aspiring to do, is do what Daniel's done. And when I say young, Daniel's what, 16?
She's 17.
16, 17. These girls, you know, they'd be 14, 15, somewhere around there. So they're not far off that age. But I think Danielle's one of those, I think, up-and-coming, you know, rising stars, you could say, or superstars, that she's dominated in the girls' divisions through juniors. And I like that she's gone overseas early to try and make a career out of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these girls, if they want to make something happen in this sport, they need to get overseas at an earlier age.
Well, even with their male counterparts, you can. I always say you can always come back to Australia.
Yeah.
But you only get one shot at going overseas, and it's a limited window. And I've spoken to a lot of riders over the years that have. I'm not going to mention any names because some of those riders haven't gone and therefore they've missed that window. But I'll just say that I have spoken to a lot of riders and said, so what are your plans for overseas? Are you going? And I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about the select few that you think, yep, this kid could make it overseas. And some of the answers have been, look, I don't know, I might just do a year of MX3 or 2 years of MX3, then MX2, then I'll go. It's too late. You know, I think you need to be there 16 years of age to make a go of it.
I would nearly say we need to be there earlier. I would say 13, 14, around there. The way I look at it, we've got the fastest 65 riders in the world, or we've had the fastest 65 riders in the world. We move up to 85s and we kind of up around the top 10 to 20 in the world, and when we get to the 125 class, we're falling way behind.
So maybe when you say go overseas, maybe not full time as a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old or 14-year-old, but go and do those overseas races. A race here in America. When I say race here, I mean pick a competition in America.
Race.
Go in that. Go to Europe. Go and do a race. And that's where the World Juniors is a great opportunity for some of our riders. But even then, it's one race meeting, 2 races, because they just do a 2-moto format.
Yep.
You probably want to do that and maybe stick around for a couple weekends and race some other stuff.
Yep. I think exposure to that level and that intensity of racing is what our Australian riders need more of at an earlier age. So the World Junior titles is great, but we fly over, we race the event, we come home. There's no more exposure until the next year. I think for any kids that want to be racing and have a future in this sport, or a brighter future in this sport, need more exposure at an earlier age, racing either in America or Europe?
Look, I went to America when I was 19, and my main sponsor that was there said I was 3 years behind the 8 ball, that he really felt I should have been there at 16 to race. And but he said, look, if you get the results straight away, you've got a chance. And I crashed my brains out. So, but that, you know, that's the pressure that you put on yourself. Yeah, I just broke myself into pieces. And look, I had a good run, but look, my overseas racing gave me the opportunity to come to Australia and race professionally. Did that and loved it here and retired here. And, you know, really happy in Australia. So just getting back to we've got the junior girls out there at the moment, and Claire Pollard. Now, her and Ada Harris, they battled in the first moto. This moto, Claire has taken the lead with authority and dominated and pulled away. I haven't seen Ada make a mistake. I might have missed that in our big conversations, but Claire is well in charge of this race. And what I wanted to talk about is I've seen an increase in girls in sport, in motocross especially. Like, we've even created extra classes now for the girls to try and encourage them to come in, and I think it's great to see. It's not just about inclusiveness. It's seeing the competition. Like, today is one of the first times that I've seen two girls go at it and battle for laps in a row, and racecraft, block passes. You don't. I've never seen that. Or you very seldom see that. So I'm sure I have seen it, but, you know, hit my head too many times and don't remember.
It doesn't happen very often.
No.
Not very often at all.
That's right. And myself and David were talking about, like, you've got obviously your senior women, and they combined with the vets today, and we both felt like how much better a race it would have been if the junior girls and the senior women were combined rather.
Definitely.
You know, I think it would have been a safer race for everybody, but also it gives the junior girls an opportunity to see how fast the senior girls are going, and it's all girls. But look, that's just a message for MA. We'd like to see that, so please, can we, you know, maybe look, that's something we can look at in the future.
Yep, so I think with the Pro MX now, they've allowed the 14-year-old girls to move up and race women's, the same as they've done in MX3. So it would be great to implement something like that back to this as well.
Well, at club level, local level, you know, open and state level, you know, at national level, sure, make it 14. You know, set an age, because obviously you can't ride a 125 till you're 13 anyway.
Yep.
And they've probably sort of mimicked what they do in MX3, but at local level, club level, open level, maybe not so much state level. Maybe state and national keep it at 14. But at local level, run the junior girls. They're all on the same size bikes.
Yep.
Run the junior girls, senior women together. I think they'll love it.
Yep.
And it'll encourage more of them. As Claire Pollard, we'll have to get one of the girls in here to ask them that question as she takes the race win, and Ada Harris will come through to second. So Claire is 2 wins from 2 races and put herself in the best position for the overall today, as well as the championship. But look, anything else, Aaron, you'd like to add? I mean, we wish you all the best with your trip, and obviously with Danielle McDonald in the US and her brother Dylan. And how long are you there for? 2 weeks, you said?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. So have a nice holiday when you're there. We'll see you when you get back, and hopefully you're back for the next round of state.
Most definitely. I'll catch up with you at Dubbo for the next round of the state titles.
Great. Well, it was great seeing you again, and thanks for coming in and spending some time with us.
No problem at all. Thank you for having me.
So we're in the final round of racing. This is the MX3. This is a GP class, and we're just about, when I say GP class, I've mentioned it a few times, but just to explain to some viewers that may have just had a look at the live stream and started watching, it's qualifying for the MXGP that will be held in Darwin later this year. So a highly contested class. It's like almost a mixture of our premier junior riders with a few senior riders. As
Lachlan
is that the
Morris.
number 4, the Lockie Morris with a whole shot. KDM in second place there.
So Lachlan Morris taking the lead here in this MX3 moto. We've got a few of the heavy hitters here in second and third position here. We'll have to get some of these numbers here in a second. Sorry, we're just trying to catch up with who they are there. There's the 999 of Nate Edback in third position. And we've got the 685. Cameron Shaw is right behind him there. So making him work for it as they head up the hill. There's a good group of riders here. But there's Lachlan Morris coming down. He's going to lead this opening lap of the MX3, Moto 3 here. Last moto of the day for these MX3 guys. It's the 275 right on his heels, and that's Riley Burgess. So Riley was our first 2 motos that he's won. So still looking, didn't quite see there where the number 5 of Drew Kremer might be, but he's further back into the field.
So Lockie Morris with a great start, and he's focused forward, trying to get away from these guys. He knows how competitive this class is. Riley Burgess, such a great starter, into second place early, and he's been one of the contenders for this class. Fortunate, he's one of the riders, I'm fortunate, not the 585 or 685. He's put it down that right-hander, Cameron Shaw. But very close battle here behind Morris. He's looking over to see where everybody is. So I'm fortunate to be joined here with Taylor Thompson. Taylor, you've just gone out and won the MX Women's class. We won't take up too much of your time because we know you've got to get back on the line for the MX2. You're dominating the women's. You're getting top 5 in the MX2. Is that roughly... I think you come in knowing you were probably going to win the girls, but in the MX2, was that roughly where you saw yourself today?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely trying to get onto the podium with the MX2 and try and back up my result from last year. But yeah, it's been good racing so far, so 1 to go in each class. It's been good today. Okay, so what I want to talk about in between trying to call this race is women and girls in racing, and what Motorcycling New South Wales is doing to try and encourage women in the sport is they're having this Le Femme festival later in the year, and there's some come and try days throughout the year. I think they're putting on 10 of those. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Yeah, no, this new program that Motorcycling New South Wales is bringing out should be awesome. It's open, for all girls to come and have a try, get into motorsport, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be only for girls. We'll have a few pro riders like myself come out and do a bit of coaching and stuff like that for them, and have any questions asked, and we'll answer them. But I think around May this all should be kicking off, so I'm really excited to see how it all goes and see the engagement we get. So some of the other girls that are involved, so it's not just the riders that are coming along to these things, the whole program is organised for girls and women in racing. So your coaches like yourself, you've got parents of female riders, you've got people at clubs that are getting on board with this, and the people organising it, they're all trying to get women involved in every aspect of the sport, not just girls on the bike. So what are the other coaches as well that are going to be working with you at these Come and Try Days and the Le Femme Festival? We haven't figured it out just yet. I haven't been told anything, but all I know for now, hopefully more information will be released soon, but it'll be open for absolutely everyone, even if you haven't even ridden a bike yet. We just want to get as many girls involved as possible, and just see more women on motorbikes. And just finally, we'll jump in quickly. We'll do a bit of commentary, a bit of
a bit more about the Femme Festival, but Lockie Morris, and he has got a hole shot, and he's found another gear in this race. I don't know if it's because he likes the conditions. I don't know who does like these conditions, but anyway, he seems to like the skating conditions because he's a different rider to what I've seen in the first couple of races, where he started up near the front. I haven't seen him get a hole shot yet, but he started up near the front and he dropped back a few positions. He's got the hole shot and he's checked out. Like, he's pulling away from Riley Burgess, who got a second and a first yesterday in one of his classes and a DNF due to a chain derailment. And Riley won one of the races earlier, and he's pulling away from essentially the guy that's, I wouldn't say supposed to be winning, but the guy that has been winning. There's Burgess in second place, driving up the hill. Oh no. Yeah, it is. There's Riley in second.
It'll be good to see if Lockie can just play this race smart. You know, the track's starting to really get slippery, especially with those marshals still throwing down some water. So this stuff I think is more technical than, you know, that really ripped and ruddy sort of track, because you want to make sure that you're getting good drive. You don't want to enter onto those straightaways on your sidewalls because you do slide out so easy. So, you know, it's a long race as well. You're doing heaps of laps, so keeping your mind focused and making sure you don't make those little mistakes because they can be massive.
Well, Drew Kremer is up in the third place. Then behind him is Justin Mayhew and then Jack Burton. So I was expecting a little bit more out of Birdo today. I'm not putting him down in any way, but, you know, when you're more high profile, he picked up that PCP ride. And Jack is a fantastic rider. He rode really well last year in the Junior Aussies in WA, which is hard for us on the hard pack tracks to go to the sand tracks and show the guys how to ride. The little bit that I know, just going back to the Femme Festival, the little bit that I know about it is that it's going to be a mixture of a bit of road riding, motocross. Is there any more to it? Any other information about the festival itself later in the year that you can sort of fill in the blanks?
I've only been told just a small amount, but it's in the process now. So hopefully by the next round I have a little bit more information that I can share with you guys. But all I know from the sounds of things, it's going to be epic. And if we can get those numbers to support it, it should be an awesome turnout.
Well, I'm really excited about these come and try days, and people that are interested in helping need to put their hands up, contact Motorcycling New South Wales. And look, whether they're male or female, coaches or team managers or sponsors, clubs, you know, if you're a club and you want to host one of these come and try days just for girls, contact Motorcycling New South Wales and then get your committee together, be a bit proactive. And, you know, as I said, I've seen a growth in the women's classes, which is why we've started to put on more girls' classes, give them their own races. And I was actually discussing this. I think a lot of the girls today would have preferred their own class. And I said, yeah, except for Taylor. I think you like the fact that you get to race with the vets guys because it gives you a challenge. You know, you take nothing away from the other girls that you're racing against, but you know you've got Pro MX coming up next weekend, and I think you need to be pushed by as much as possible to be prepared for that race event.
Yeah, 100%. Especially like those vets are on 450s as well, so they're always keeping me on my toes, especially at a really fast track like this. Yeah, definitely the bigger horsepower does get me, especially after starts. But it is good because, you know, yeah, my brain's always working. I don't have a time to shut off and you sort of, you know, doze off. I do prefer it that way.
Yeah. Well, Lockie Morris still well in control of this one. Burgess is in second, but Drew Kremer has slowly closed that gap on him. So Drew has been behind Riley all day today. And he's behind again, but he is closing that gap. So I think Drew has realised, well, I can't keep losing points. I need to close that gap. And when are you going down to Wonthaggi?
We're heading down on Thursday. I think first thing Thursday morning. We'll be down there for Friday.
And who do you see is where do you sort of? You've obviously set yourself a goal for the first round or for the series. I mean, you obviously want to win. Everybody wants to win. You know, who is your main opposition that you've got to compete with down there?
Definitely Charlie Cannon. She's been super good in our division. I know McCutcheon can be pretty good as well when she goes up there. Maddie Simpson as well. It's a long series as well, so hopefully I can ride how I do at these events and don't let the nerves get the better of me when I get out to nationals. And I think, I've done heaps of work, so hopefully it should be a good weekend. But we also have the Oceania Cup this weekend as well, so when Australia will take on Team USA, Africa and New Zealand, where Australia is defending champions from last year against New Zealand. It's really cool. We've got the opportunity now to have America and Africa come over. So we've got 3 motos at Wonthaggi instead of 2. Only 2 count towards our championship, but there's 3 for the Oceania Cup. So yeah, it'll be cool to see where we sort of stand on a world stage. And it's such an honour to be picked, and I'm super excited.
Well, look, I spoke with David earlier about your starts and what a good starter that you are, and I think that's when you go down to Wonthaggi or any of the national rounds, whether Charlie Cannon's there or Taylor McCutcheon, whoever it is, you know, even if somebody is, if you feel like they're faster than you, get in front of them on the start and 100%. Make them work for it. You know, if they pass you, whatever, but, they need to be put under pressure. It's never going to end well if they get in front of you off the start and then you don't get a chance to actually race them. So that's what I wish for you when you go there to Wonthaggi. We'll just focus on this last lap now as this race comes to a close. And this is the MX3, the first race of our final round. Lockie Morris has put it all together. He has rode a perfect race. Like I said, completely different rider. This is the Lockie Morris that I remember seeing in juniors. Also a fantastic starter. Maybe just a little bit of a mental game for him in the first 2 races. That's self-belief, but that's come out in this final moto, and he's put that number 4 in the number 1 spot. Riley Burgess, well, what can you say? A second place, hey, nothing to sneeze at. It's good points, and he's probably looking at an overall win anyway, Riley, with this victory if he can get it. Drew Kremer behind him, and Jack Burton fought his way through to 4th place. So well done, Lockie Morris. Excellent race. And look, I just want to say thanks to Taylor for coming in and spending the time with us, telling us about the Le Femme Festival, the 10 Come and Try days that will be happening this year for girls and women riders, coaches and women in clubs. So get involved and support these events. And Taylor, good luck at Promex next weekend. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Teams like us all over New South Wales restoring the land being used for mining.
We make plans before mining even starts, so there's a productive and sustainable use for the land afterwards as well.
Like this bushland and farmland for cattle grazing.
And it's happening all the time. Like here in the Hunter Valley, where 40% of the land used for mining is already under rehabilitation. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Okay, final moto of the day for MX1, Premier Class. And rider side, that's Brock Ninners. And he has slid out in that first turn. Stayed down. I wasn't sure if he was hiding behind the bike because he slid down because he got a good start. And very scary to fall in front of everybody like that. Looks like he's gotten up. But good heads-up riding by the rest of the riders there, seeing him go down and avoiding him. And that's just how slippery that first corner is. and the high speeds that these guys are going into it. But Wilsey, you know, the whole shot is
showing off on that first lap there.
That's, I think they're all.
Whoa, hold on, we're off the track here for Jai Roberts.
Well, he's got a good rhythm section there, doubling and tripling through the.
And a tip over here at the top of the hill.
Inside, yeah.
Few riders involved here. There's the 146 of Zach Zedrafek is caught up there, but the rider on the ground, is that the 202? It is the 202 of Connor Rossendich.
And he looks like he's hurt too. He kind of just stayed down there on clutching his arm. So hopefully Connor's okay.
That's two bad motos for him. He had another moment. I think he missed it when you were out of the booth at the start for the Moto 2. He spun off at the start and missed his middle tabletop and had a decent crash there as well. So 2 crashes from the last 2 motos for Connor.
Yeah, look, and again, it's. I was talking to Taylor about it. The conditions are really tough. Like the way the track is now, even though there's hardly any water on it because they can't water it much because of the conditions, much more challenging than what they were this morning.
Yeah, it's very dry.
Yesterday.
Yeah, dry and baked now. We haven't seen the track like this all weekend. But there's definitely a lot of dust hanging in the air, and if you're following a rider at the moment, you might not be getting the roost, but you're having trouble with a little bit of vision at this point.
Well, we've got a Perspex screen in front of us, and my eyes are burning from the dust that's blowing through here. You're not even wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on the monitor here, and the sunglasses is not helping that, so...
I'm sort of choosing between not getting dust in the eyes and maybe not being able to see so well. So if I can't see the numbers, I'll let you call it. But I'm just going to go by bike colour and gear at the moment. And that's Connor still down in that corner. So clearly something got hurt in that little tip over. Because it didn't look like a big crash, but it's sometimes those awkward crashes. And he's laying over on the side, and that's not a good sign.
But maybe that other rider's bike that was in there as well, maybe that caught into him at some point. So, yeah, not a good situation. We're probably going to have a little medic involvement here to get him off the track, and I think the officials are driving up to him at the moment. So hopefully we can have him sorted out here very shortly. But Dylan Wills is out front leading the way at the moment in this one.
Well, Jai Roberts, he had that little off-track excursion earlier, and... maybe searching for some traction, just maybe found a bit too much of it off the side of the track, and he's regrouping.
He's in 5th at the moment, so not bad considering he wasn't on the track at one point.
Yes, that's it.
As you can see, that dust just hanging in the air there in that bottom section of the track.
And we also have
we must have had one down on the start as well, have we?
Well, that was Brock Dennis that went down in that first corner.
It's a shame for Brock. He had a really good moto. He got second in Moto 2, so not the moto follow-up that he wanted here in the last moto of the day for MX1.
Well, Dylan Wills has put it together today, and if you've only tuned in, he got a win in Moto 2.
He did.
He did. So that's 2 wins so far, leading Moto 3, but that's not the story, as we said yesterday. That's not the story. You know, first race he went down in the second corner, come from dead last, as he has to slow down for that medical flag on that jump there. And
but he also, not only did he have the crash, he then had some bike issues that went along from that crash with the oil coming onto his front brake, so he lost his front brake. He had a torn off grip as well, and he still fought through to the win in that first moto.
Yeah.
Things have obviously been a lot simpler for him since then, and for this moto, he's got a decent gap at the front already early in the moto.
You know, Wilsey has the pace to run top 5 in motocross, I believe. Top 5 in national level. You know, I think he prefers Supercross, which is why he's a Supercross only guy.
Yeah, but and he's challenged for podiums in Supercross at times in the last few years.
He, as I say, he's such a good starter. He normally hole shots, and I've seen him hole shot a motocross and win races, or even if he does lose a few positions, still finish up near the pointy end of the field. So he's still a competitor, but he's gotten to that point in his career where he's like, you know, I can do that, but do I want to work that hard to ride motocross? As you know, the training regime for motocross and supercross is different. Doesn't mean you don't have to train for supercross, but it's a different type of training. It's an intensity training over with a motocross. It's like that stamina for a long endurance sort of ride. It's not as enjoyable training. So, for example, my off the bike training for when I did supercross was playing squash,
Really?
Yeah, I used to play squash.
Yeah, okay. Bit of a cross trainer there.
Well, I wasn't any good at it, and that was actually better for my
You
training.
had to run a bit more.
Because I had to run a bit more, that's right. My teammate, or not teammate, the guy I was playing against, he hit it on the opposite end of the court. I'd be running backwards and forwards, and you'd be sweating buckets, and that's what riding Supercross is. It's the high intensity for a short period of time.
Yeah.
And where motocross, it's just, man, is this over yet? You know, is the last lap board coming out anytime soon? And we saw Cooper Holroyd getting back to the riders.
Cool. What's Dylan up to there?
Yeah, he's sort of slowing down there a bit. He kind of looked back.
Having a little signal over?
I'm not sure.
Is he trying to let Cooper come into this? What's he doing?
Well, maybe, I don't know. But Cooper Holroyd, yeah, he's not that far off him. And, you know, Cooper has been also at this a very long time as well. I was going to say not a lot longer. Very long time as well. Privateer, always been a privateer, but had good support from both personal sponsors and industry sponsors. I know the Pollards have been a big part of his support over the last few years, and that's great to have as a privateer, that backing. You know, you're not just competing against factory equipment and factory riders. It's money. It's the cost of actually going and racing. But he has got Riley Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, he's come right into the picture, hasn't he? So the top three are actually closing up here for whatever reason, with Dylan Wills just sort of having a little bit of a slowdown there that last lap. Seems to have picked the pace back up all of a sudden.
To me, it almost feels like Dylan is just playing with them. You know, I know that sounds bad, but I think Dylan's just having fun out there. You know, and for him to sort of look over and, hey, where are you? Give him a wave. You know, that's... look, it wouldn't be good if he dropped it and then actually lost the position. Then the egg would be in his own face. But, yeah, I think he's just really enjoying it out there. And
it's not quite... It kind of reminds me... You've brought up a memory from when I've been here back in the days, and you used to see, like, Craig Anderson come out on a club day, and he would sit on the start line and let the whole field go and then work his way through, and then he'd slow down and let a few more go past and go again. It's not quite that level, but it reminded me of how he's sort of, you know, having a little bit of a toy with the field here.
Well, look, I've seen that happen a few times with a lot of top riders, and I can honestly say I've been in a situation where I've seen top riders come off second best when they've done that.
Yeah, doesn't always go to plan.
Yeah, I won't tell you the story because it's. I'll tell you privately afterwards because I don't want to upset anybody. But yeah, look, you know, there's having fun. There's but you can't let your ego get the better of you. Not that Dylan has an ego; he's just a fun guy. But as we see Fitzpatrick making that was a fairly simple pass.
It was.
He just took a different line and just went around Cooper. But Cooper coming back at him, trying to anyway. Just the wheel spin coming out of that
dry corner. Like, that wheel's not going to hook up on that surface at that point.
Well, he had the throttle on and the bike just wasn't moving, you know. Fitzpatrick looks over at him and now...
Well, the battle's on now. The two of them are into it, aren't they?
Yet. Cooper gets a great
he's
run
going to block that line.
Up that into that corner, and then he runs him wide to the edge. So Fitzpatrick is going to have to go back to work here. Holroyd's not done with him. Holroyd protecting the inside there. You saw how Fitzpatrick tried to go the long way around, didn't work out. And I think what Riley was hoping is that he could get that pass and maybe go after Wilsey, you know. But a lap ago, Wilsey was only a couple seconds side by side now, coming towards the finish jump. Watch out for maybe a wide landing and a cut down up the inside. No, Cooper actually slowed down. I think he knew that's what's going to happen. He slowed down and he changed lines, but he's riding very defensive at the moment and doing a great job of it because Fitzpatrick's still sitting behind him.
Yeah, but he's right there on his back wheel, isn't he? He's trying to... Who's moving around the track nicely to try and find some space here as they go up the hill here towards the New South Wales mining corner. Cooper's closed him out there. I think Fitzpatrick thought he had an inside line there, but Cooper was aware of that. He's trying definitely to get to the inside of Holroyd there, and he's made the move at this point, but Cooper's got another inside run, but I think Fitzpatrick's going to hold this one for now. So we might have had a change of a position here finally.
Cooper tried to switch up the line to throw Fitzpatrick off. Fitzpatrick saw where he was going to go and changed his line up, and they were actually swapped over lines from the previous lap, but it worked against Cooper that time. And look, it's always hard to ride defensive. I find it actually easier myself as a rider to pass somebody that's riding defensive than somebody that's just racing forward. Because when you're racing forward, you're taking the best lines. You're not worried about what's going on behind you. I think the moment you start to ride defensively, you've lost the game already. Unless it's the last lap of the race and you're just trying to protect the line with a checker flag, different story. But this early in the moto, last lap.
We just looked around the corner. We've been having too much fun here. The moto's almost over here.
That's right. Yeah, that's it. Felt like it's only been a 5-minute race.
Well, I think the thing here is that we're noticing that these motos are shorter each round here across the day, that we haven't really put too much emphasis on. But yeah, we're used to those opening motos where they're a lot longer and a bit more spread out. This one's a little bit shorter in this last round of the day.
Well, hopefully we can get back to that battle, but not a battle anymore, as Fitzpatrick has actually managed to gap Holroyd. So they've separated a bit now, and
seems that Fitzpatrick had a lot more pace than Holroyd. Once he's cleared him, he's been able to gap him. So maybe Holroyd, with those defensive lines, just taking himself out of his own rhythm here.
Yeah. Mitchell Jackson up into 4th place. Giles Campbell up into 5th.
And there's Dylan Wills, our leader, making his way up to that Motorcycling New South Wales corner in the higher parts of the track.
That's something I don't do anymore. I don't do the big scrubs. Just keep it straight.
Dylan's got scrubs for days, but he's a very good at that. I don't know if you remember, I talked about it in the other moto. Oh, look at him. He's just showing off now, pulling wheelies up the thing here. He must know he's on camera at this point.
He does, yeah. He's a show pony. He's trotting around.
Look, when you're on the last lap and you've got that much of a lead, enjoy it, right?
Yeah. So you were saying it'd be interesting, and then I cut you off. What were you about to say, or was it gone?
I've completely lost where we're up to.
It was just about to come down that downhill.
Oh, yeah, so actually on this part of the track, on the downhill now, yesterday we had like 6, 7, 8 ruts that we talked about this morning on that siding lap that we did. It's more braking bumps today than ruts.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that's due to the track the dirt being a little bit softer in the rip for Saturday. And whereas the Sunday, being that you've ridden on the track all day Saturday, it's
compressed a bit.
It's compressed, it's dried out, so it's not so much lines anymore. I'm surprised. I expected the track to be more rutted today than it was yesterday, but it's actually the opposite.
Yeah, I feel that with the prep that they did, like they didn't maybe rip it overnight. They've smoothed it out.
Yeah, they just smoothed it out.
But then the water hasn't had a chance to penetrate in. So
exactly.
Looking good, eh?
Oh,
Keno, what do you think?
Donna, giramento de che.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, and we're back for our next moto here at the New South Wales Motocross State Titles at the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We have on the line now, we've just completed that MX1 race. We have our 250, 13 to 15 years on the line here. A very full gate here, still this last round of the last moto of the day for this class as they head away to that first corner. And can you tell who that is, Mikkel, out front? I can't at this stage, but it's a clean start so far.
Looks like a Husqvarna, but...
is that Richie Lawler making his move on the inside?
Sliding into second place there. Great start. Not a whole shot this time, so be disappointed.
That's the first one he hasn't got, I think.
Yeah.
Is that the 777 of Jed Gray out front?
Jed Gray, and Jed's actually normally a really good starter, so I'm surprised that this is his first hole shot. And it looks like Lovelace is up into second. This has been a great starter. He's obviously sorted out that smoking bike issue, unless that was
the other class, I think.
Yeah. But Jed Gray, yeah, look, I mean, this kid can ride. Him and his family moved to New South Wales, or in the process of moving to New South Wales from Tasmania. So grew up racing there. We're part of, I think, Penguin Club. His dad was president of the club there for a bit. His dad actually clerked at East Coast at my series last year, and so I've worked with him a little bit. But yeah, he's a good rider, Jed. And he's just sort of stepping up into seniors, I think, at the end of this year, but still able to ride that junior line 250 class.
Well, he's showing the field the fast way around the opening lap here, leading out that first lap of this 13 to 16 years 250cc class. Plenty of action happening through the middle of the pack here as the riders make their way down into the bottom section of the track. That is a completely rough. There's no good line into that section of the track at this point.
The only smooth line is on the grass, and if you go on the grass, you're going to get dock positions. So
I'm not sure Joe Roberts would agree after that last moto. That didn't look smooth when he got out there.
Yeah, no, look, that was accidental, but unfortunately, it's rough everywhere, and it's just pick the best of the worst. So, closely contested battle for the lead here. The front two. Richie Lawler still back there in third place.
We'll get a chance to check out our lap board here in a second as it scrolls through, so we can try and help pick out some of these riders through the middle of the pack. It's the dustier conditions. It's getting harder to see some of these numbers
Lovelace,
here.
Lawler, Bowman, McGregor, Buffalo, Brown, Burton, Sherabin, Davey with a terrible start.
It's a long way down for Davey.
Harris behind him. But Gray now back into second spot. So he's lost the position, and he's got Lawler behind him. Lawler been very consistent this weekend.
Well, Lawler's our first two moto winner of the day. So
and Lovelace, well, what a race! And again, we're talking about Lockie Morris in one of the previous races when Taylor Thompson was sitting down at fourth, maybe fifth place in previous races, comes out and wins the last moto we watched him in. So Lovelace, the same. I've seen him around about the top three, top four, somewhere around there. Gets a good start, takes the lead, and he's checking out. And just goes to show how many kids in this class can actually win. And when we talk about the likes of Jack Burton back in fifth place, Davey has climbed all the way to sixth. He was back in about 10th spot on the first lap.
Making some moves.
Has made some moves, but certainly he either likes really hard work or he's got to work on his starts.
He needs a bit more practice on the starts, gate drops aspect. But Lovelace looking good out front here at the moment, heading down into that NMA National Motorcycle Alliance corner to come up to the centre tabletop. Got a reasonable gap now over Jed Gray in second place there. And Richie Lawler's under a bit of pressure in third here with, I think that's Jack Burton, isn't it?
Well, Burton's there, but so is Cooper Bowman on the 99. Cooper's a great starter as well. He's just on the Husqvarna. But Lovelace, and maybe, like I mentioned, with Lockie Morris, Lovelace, some riders love these conditions. They run really well on the skatey stuff. I like the skate stuff as far as the throttle is concerned, and because the riders that are normally aggressive on the throttle, they struggle to ride this because they slide out, or they don't want to slide out, so then they're overly cautious. There's Heath Davey just coming through. He's gotten around Bowman on the 99.
The 99's dropped back a few positions now, so maybe had a little issue on that last lap.
McGregor.
Just saw Kobe Reed come past in about 10th or so, 11th actually, there on the timing.
Made the pass on Lawler, and what we'll do, we'll try and go back to that third place where
As a
third, fourth place, because that's where it's starting to tighten up. And Heath Davey is right on the back wheel. That's good. That's right there where we want to be. And we've got Richie Lawler, Heath Davey. Let's keep an eye on that. Jack Burton has moved up into third. So we'll see if we can stay with these 3-4 riders here from third, fourth and fifth place.
Well, Richie Lawler, as much as he's won the first 2 motos of the day, he doesn't want to finish too far down in this third moto because he's just opening the door a little bit for a potential drop down the podium here if he's not careful.
Well, again, it's not just a drop down on the podium, it's the building of championship points. I mean, there's some serious contenders in this class. And, you know, you have your good days, you have your bad days, but on your good days, you want to maximise your good days. So if he can stay in that top 5, you see a rider having a tea break on the top of the hill there.
That's Jai Cousins just parked up there at the top.
Yep, there's Jed Gray, and Birdo is closing the gap on him. There's Lawler, we just spotted, and I'm sure Davey wasn't far behind him. So Jack Burton also got to go to work on those starts. I mean, these kids they're going to go to Wonthaggi next weekend and race Pro MX. They're going to need to get the start. You know, you look at, we're at a state title, how close it is and what a start you have to get. Side by side now, Davey tries to go around the outside of Lawler and
cut to the inside.
Yeah.
Nice move there from Davey. Looks like he's going to take this one away from Lawler at this point. So Lawler's dropping down to, what's that, 5th place now?
Yeah, he'll be down in 5th, but 2 wins, and again, the inconsistency of the guys behind, in front of him. He might still have enough for the overall win, but what he really needs to do is just latch onto the back of Davey here and maybe see if he can catch up to a couple of guys in front and make a pass, or hope for a mistake from one of those guys and get some bonus positions. But what he can't afford to do is lose any more positions, as you said, and also just sort of settle, because if he settles and something does happen to one of these guys up the front, if he's too far back, he may not be in a position to capitalise. But Burton railing that outside, cutting back down, looking for a way around, going the wider line in this bottom corner, leaves the brakes a little bit longer. He's going to try and square him up this next hill, try and get a better drive.
He's going to have the inside here.
Yep, he does get that drive.
Nice pass there from Jack Burton, but oh look, Jed Gray's on the inside again, not going to quite get that. Burton closes him out at the top of the hill to secure that position.
I mean, Jed was never going to go across the front of Jack going into that corner. He's not that type of rider, very cautious, careful, calculated. I couldn't see him doing that. But Heath Davey, I think I spotted the blue fender just behind Jed Grace. I think that he has made the pass on Lawler and is now, well, he did the lap before we saw that pass, but he is caught right up now to these guys. So we'll stay with that battle on Heath Davey, and fortunately for Richie, no one right behind him to challenge him anymore. But we'll get the camera back on Davey and see if he's able to catch up to Birdo. First, he's got to get around Jed Gray for 3rd position.
And that's Jack Burton just working his way up the rollers there. Bit hard to see as the dust is really starting to set in here.
Yeah, Jed's still there, and then Davey. So he's got a lot of time to make up. Like Jed hasn't fallen off the pace too much. Not far in front of Burton though is Lawless. I'm getting crossed up between Lovelace, not Lawless, Lovelace and Lawler. So, sorry, Lovelace out front, and Birdo is not that far behind. Jed Gray, there's Davey. And we might see a battle for the lead. We might see a battle for 3rd place shortly. And like you say, this 3rd round, shorter motos, the intensity, see, that's the difficult part. Personally, I'd rather have the shorter motos. At the end of the day here, when the track has deteriorated to what it is. But if the track was going to stay all good all day, I'd actually prefer the shorter motos at the beginning of the day, where you've got more energy and intensity, and the longer motos at the end.
Well, I'm just wondering, like Richie Lawler's just come across in front of us here in the finish line area. I'm wondering if he's starting to feel the effects of running the two classes today. He's just not got that same pep in his step in this moto.
Well, I think he also knows that he's got a bit of a gap on the next guy, which I think is Cooper Bowman. And he knows that these are shorter motos, and you're right, the two classes. But remember, a lot of these guys are riding two classes, so they're all in the same proverbial boat. There's Loveless now. There's Burton right on him. So we'll stay on that lead battle, as even though we're getting towards the end of this race, and Loveless has had his own way, Birdo has closed the gap.
We're going to be right towards that last lap board here, I think, in just a second, because we're at that about 10-minute mark. And I think that's all this moto is for this last round. Yes, we're getting the last lap board this time around. So, battle to the end. We just seen a bit more of a gap from Loveless come back into this.
Sorry, that was actually a lap rider that got past there. I thought, how come Jack battened off so much? But it was actually a lap rider that was there, similar bike, similar gear. So no, Loveless does have this one under wrap. And he's just got to keep it together, as I'm sure the last lap board is coming out this time. There it is. And if there's anybody with dust in their faces, it'll be the marshals today. They must be absolutely hating it out there. So credit to them sitting out there all day. I think it'd be great to get a goggle sponsor.
For the marshals?
Yeah, because Sonny's just doesn't cut it. You know, the dirt's, I can feel it. The dirt still just flows behind it. You can feel it because you just got contacts on.
It's just sticking to me everywhere. So,
but you can imagine the poor marshals that are out there. You know, if I was going to be any marshal, I'd want to be the starter, sitting behind the starting gate in the box.
One job. I just got to press a button.
Yeah, one job. And don't screw it up.
Simple mind. Here we go. Yep. All right, that's Lovelace on the screen there in the Kennards high corner. Still taking that deep inside. Right, that thing has got super deep at the exit there.
Well, I like how he wheelied on the way out of it. There's obviously a lot of acceleration bumps coming out. So he's gone 3/4 of the way through the rut, got his weight back a little bit, popped the throttle, and just hit those acceleration bumps to the back wheel only, and got his front wheel over the second jump as well. That's actually, you know, a very technical skill to be able to do that. And I don't think it was by accident either. Is why I'm bringing it up.
That's a planned move.
Purposely done that. So for anybody watching, whether you're still here watching today, or as far as racing, or for next time, that's a really good skill to pick up on.
So he's coming around to the top part of the circuit here now. Not just one more corner to go before he gets this checkered flag. So this will be a different moto winner today for this class.
Yep,
with Lovelace there taking this win as he crosses the finish line right now. You see the checkered flag there. Well done for that moto win. He's a couple of revs there as he goes past the commentary box. Nice and happy with himself. Jack Burton's going to be our next rider across in second. And he's just gone through there. And it should be Jed Gray here. Right there it is.
It is.
So for our top three.
Well, you know, it was just, again, a hard job there for Davey to try and come through. He's managed to get back to fourth. And again, shorter moto as well. If that moto was another 5 minutes longer, maybe there was a podium in it there. I don't think he would have catched Burton. But maybe another 5 minutes, Jack might have had something for Braden Lovelace. But I think Braden executed that race perfectly. You know, he didn't get the whole shot, but by the end of the first lap, he was first, and he just never looked back.
And just for our first moto and second moto winner there, Richie Lawler coming through in fifth. That should be enough for the overall, but we'll let the scorers confirm that later on here when we get to the presentation side of things. But that is our completion of the race for the 13 to 16 250cc class. Our next bikes on track will be the MX2 ABC classes, all in the one race there. They'll be the next ones on track, just as we see the last riders here leaving the track for this current race. And we're going to take a break here before we get to this MX2 race. We'll be back with more from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club, and thanks for watching.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
All right, so we've got our MX2 bikes on the line here. We're about to drop the gate. They're away for their final Moto 3 of the day here. Who's going to be our hole shotter? Is the 74 going to get there again? I think he's been just pipped out.
Well, there was a rider on a Kawasaki that had the hole shot halfway down the straight, 3 bike lengths ahead of everybody, and his brakes worked too well because, and then they definitely worked too well.
Is that him down on the ground potentially?
James Davison, what are you doing, bud? He backed off so early for that first corner. I thought he had it by a mile, and then so those front brakes must be awesome because he's tucked it in that right corner. Well, and the reason I can sort of joke around with him so much is I know him, so he's not going to be too upset.
I'm sure he still appreciate the comments, but it is the 74 of Kobe Leach that's taken the lead. He took that little inside line there in that first main corner there, and he's heading out at the front of the field now. He is our C-grade rider that we've been super impressed with all day today, leading this moto here. Bit of congestion there into that bottom corner there, from about second back to about 7th in the one spot there.
Yeah, no, and I mean, this is a different type of roost that we're experiencing now. I'm not talking about the pain of the little stones hitting you, but just once you fall a little bit too far back, the dust impairs your vision, and it just makes it harder to see the riders in front of you, see the bumps on the track, the bad lines, the braking bumps, acceleration bumps, the ruts. So, you've either got to be out front or be just a little bit off the rider in front of you so you can actually see where you're going. When you look at it on the screen, it doesn't do it justice as to how much dust there actually is in the faces of the riders when they're racing.
Yeah, the screen's not really telling it. When we're sitting here looking across the venue, there is a lot of it happening at the minute. But I think that's Riley Fitzpatrick that's taken the lead here from Kobe Leach. So our first moto winner's back out in front. Not the second moto he wanted there, but he's doing the business right now in this third and final moto of the day for this MX2 class.
Well, Kobe Leach just lost the position going into the whole shot graphics corner, and that looks like Michael Jones. So Jonesy took the race win in that second moto, and he needed to try and stay with Fitzpatrick in this one, not let him get too far away. So he's made a quick move on Leach for second place. See Fitzpatrick looking over his shoulder, and what Michael needs to do is just keep the pressure on. Again, the conditions were really tricky. Fitzpatrick slid out in that previous moto twice. I bet he's hoping when they come around, please don't water the whoops this time around.
Well, I think they've stopped watering for the day.
No,
so
it is, yeah.
Hopefully that side of things he's safe from, but the first mistake that he made was his own in a dry section of track. So he's got to be careful here in this last moto to get this job done because, Michael Jones there is in the with a chance if he keeps riding the way he's doing in the second position at the moment.
Yeah, it is, and that jump at the top of the hill has got a nasty kicker in it. I don't know if you noticed it when Mike hit the up ramp of it on the right-hand side. It really popped the back wheel up into the air. So if anybody watching, if you're still racing the rest of the day, just watch that up ramp. It's got a bit of a kick to it. It's not a big jump, but you could easily find yourself over the handlebars, and not a fun thing to do at the top of a hill. Fitzpatrick starting to pull away a little bit here, and he looks like he's riding 90%. Like he's smooth. He's not throwing the bike around. I know. Okay, sorry.
Until then.
Yeah, until then. Okay. Thanks for that, Riley. Yep.
trying to make a point here.
He is. He's like, no, I can throw the bike around. Let's go with, he's not throwing it around as much.
But you're right, he has been looking rather smooth in the middles of the corners to just keep that traction on the wraps here. Bit of a move here in the back of the pack here. Kobe Leach is going back a position.
Yeah, Caden Gray just snuck up the inside and just caught him off guard, and there was an easy pass in the end. So different grade though. Again, Kobe Leach racing for C grade, and although this is a mixed class of grades, it's surprising how the riders in the class know who they are and where they are as far as their opposition is concerned. It looks like Dalton Weber on the 9 behind him, and then we've got Ryan Clark on the 532 Kawasaki.
Now, the number 9 is actually in C grade, so if he's right behind Kobe Leach here, that might be one of the position change coming up here in one of the other grades in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, quite possibly. And what could have been for, as I said, James Davison, replay that start, and you'd think he was getting the whole shot. What a difference that would have made to his race. But and especially in these conditions, having to now try and work his way back from the back of the pack. But
so this is our C grade battle on screen right now with Kobe Leach and Dalton Weber as they're coming up through these rollers. Dalton looking to try and make a move here. He's got right to the back of Kobe Leach. Maybe Kobe's starting to fade a little bit later here in the day.
Well, I don't know about if it's fading or if it's right into the conditions. You know, he's also a very smooth rider. As you see, Weber cutting across the inside. I haven't seen anybody...
That's the first time really been used, that part of the track.
...cut the inside that much. But what he did was, to save sliding out, he's cut across, but he's jumped at a big diagonal from the right side of that jump to left, and gets the pass done. So
down the hill there, left the braking, just went straight around the outside of Kobe Leach there. But Kobe's fighting his way back up the hill here. He's going to try to get to the inside.
I think he is.
He was very polite there.
He was, yeah. He just sort of rode next to him to say hi and then let him go again. But
so a C grade change for the lead there. Dalton Weber's making the front running of the C grades, it seems, at this point in the moto.
It would have been good for Kobe to maximise points and get 3 wins. But he has got 2 wins and will walk away with the overall. I'm not sure where Weber finished in the previous ones.
No, not sure myself either.
And that's the downside of the combined classes. It makes it very hard to work that stuff out. But we'll leave that to the score tower. That's not our job anyway. We're just here to entertain, so we'll try and do that.
You see some of the names there on the screen that are a part of this class here for the MX2 race through the different parts of the field. There's Riley Fitzpatrick still leading this one here in the MX2 class as he comes through the centre section of the track up to the Motorcycling New South Wales corner. He's got a reasonable gap now. I think it's out to about 8 seconds if I saw that correctly. Yes, about that on the scoring sheet there. He's using that outside line, but there's plenty of bumps on that outside still as they come down into that corner. Not a really smooth part of the track left at all at the moment at this late part of the day.
Just looking down the order, I think one of our local riders, Zach Henry, is sitting in 3rd place in C grade right now. So just sort of picking through the order, having a look at it. And, you know, he's sitting probably about looking at our screen, 8th place, but just behind Taylor Thompson there. But 3rd place overall in C grade. There's Jonesy coming over the finish jump.
Caden Gray there as well, 3rd place.
And then Weber, who's running a good pace. Just wasn't getting the starts, although, I mean, Kobe Leach on the starts today.
He's had those dialed.
He's been unbelievable. And he honestly, he has always been a good starter. So it's he should really enjoy this year in C grade because he's definitely going to be B grade or A grade next year. But those starts are going to help him because if he can hold shot A graders now, I mean, it doesn't matter how fast anybody is on the doesn't matter how fast anybody is on the track. Doesn't mean you can't beat them to the first corner.
You know, you can beat the best rider in the world to the first corner on it, even if they're on a factory bike. If you have a really good starting technique, I mean, they might go past you on the second corner, they might lap you on the third lap, but you can still beat them to the first turn. So always back yourself on the start, which is what Kobe has done. He's in a C-grade class, which is sort of the third tier down when you look at the level of competition. But overall, I mean, if he was running A-grade today, he'd probably finish with a third overall.
I think he'd be damn close to that podium, yeah. His strong finishes in the first two motos, a third, and I believe he got a fourth in those first ones. So he would be in contention, you would think, for that third in the A-grade.
And that also gives him a lot of confidence for when he does grade up. Because they're riding together, scored separately, he knows where he's finishing now. So he's going to know where he's going to finish in A-grade when he gets there. And look, some of these riders, they're racing state titles. They're not going to go to nationals or race internationally. For them, state titles is where they sort of go, you know what, that's my limit. I'm going to race state. I'm going to do open events, you know, East Coast, Amcross, Ironman, and club events as well, and actually enjoy their racing. I mean, let's say less than 1% of people are going to make it in this sport, and that's a scary number. You know, not even 1%. I think it's less than 1% is going to make a career out of it. So, and that's why you see a lot of these guys. They leave school, they go do an apprenticeship, they get qualified, they make as much out of it as they can as a rider, and then they start working. Maybe give it up for a couple of years or keep a bike and establish themselves financially, and then you see them a couple of years later, they're back there again. I've seen a few names that I haven't seen in a decade racing again.
It's a very common theme because that pressure that you get sort of in those early 20s to sort of pay off a house mortgage and stuff is a bit difficult to do if you're chasing motorcycle events all around the country.
Well, honestly, these days, buying a house, I don't think you can do anything in life but pay off a house. I mean, when I say do anything, I think the only entertainment you can do is sleep.
Between the working shifts?
Between working and eating, and you'll be lucky to pay off a house. Never mind spend money on dirt bikes. You know, you'd have to be doing pretty well as business owner, as a young business owner, as a kid.
To get to that
well,
position.
Never mind a business owner. You know, you're working for somebody. You have to be able to pretty good money and that's why I think you see a lot of people renting these days. You know. But enough about politics. We're going to get back into racing.
We're on our last lap here for this MX2 race as well. We've still got Fitzpatrick out front. He's probably got about half a lap to go here in this final moto of the day for the MX2.
Well, the battle of the Kawasaki's, and if we could scroll back to that on the camera, bottom section, we've got Ryan Clark and James Davison that have...
5th and 6th there.
That's right, yeah. And they're just in that bottom section, heading back up towards the roller for the start straight. So, well, I know we're on the last lap, but they were side by side coming over the finish jump. So I'm interested to see who's going to come out on top on that one. There's Weber, he's just in front of those guys, and he's got that lead for the C-grade class locked up. Just before we scrolled out a picture there. That's okay if we don't get that one, but we'll have a look at the final results when they cross the finishing line anyway.
That's Riley Fitzpatrick there, coming around the top part of the circuit. Going to make his way down here to the finish flag. The Checkers is out. He's got the moto win for this Moto3 and MX2. Our second position is going to be Michael Jones when he gets across the line here. And we're looking for our third place rider, the 134 of Caden Gray.
Well, there's Jonesy. He's just crossing the line now on the 266.
Got a bit spread out there at the end.
Caden actually
closed up a
fair bit there, but again, Michael was probably just managing that gap. You know, I bet he had an eye on him. And Dalton Weber, our first C-grader, across the line. There's James Davison. So he obviously did get the better of Ryan Clark and passed him on that last lap.
So as we just see a few of the midfield coming through to complete that moto there for the MX2 class A, B and C. Our next class on track will be the 125cc 13 to 15 years competitors. So they'll be our next ones out on track. We're going to take another quick break here on the coverage of the New South Wales Motocross State titles here from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We'll be back with the last few motos of the day here very shortly.
Looking good, eh?
Oh,
Cano.
what do you think, Donna? Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Cannot sorted. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath.
Cannot make your job easy.
So we've got Junior Lights 125. They're up now for their final moto of the day, and Seth Thomas has pulled 2 hole shots so far. Heath Davey has had to work for it all day today in all his races, just hasn't been able to nail those starts, but did get a moto win in Moto 2, put the pressure on, and forced a mistake from Thomas. So it's a 1-2, tied on points coming in this final moto.
Who's going to be our whole shot getter here? Is that Seth Thomas making his way through? I think it might be, but we've got the Yamaha. That's
Davey up
the inside. It is on the inside.
And I like what Thomas did there. He went from the inside to the berm to not risk sliding out, and he's greased that inside line, that really difficult inside line there, to get the pass made on Davey. And Davey could have given a little nudge in the corner there, but again, then you risk going down yourself and style the race. Let's look at the cut down.
Oh, he's run low in that berm.
That is a great move, and we saw one of the other guys in the MX2 class do that. But because he did that, he didn't have the drive on the landing of that jump. Seth had a much straighter drive down the landing, which gave him the overall speed up the next up ramp. So Thomas takes the lead back, and this is the race that we've been waiting for, especially the fact that they're tied on points coming into this one. They both know it's for the overall win. There's no bonus money like in the professionals for these kids.
This is just all about pride.
This is just pride and desire, and to prove a point too. Heading into round 2 in a month's time or so at Dubbo. So we'll stay on this lead as long as we can to watch this battle, and we'll come back to the other riders later. So if we could just stay on this battle for the win here with Davey and Thomas.
Now, I'm not sure about you, Mikkel, but these two kids probably won't notice it so much out the front here, but it's the worst the track could probably be all weekend, and they're battling out to the death for a first overall here in these last closing stages of the day.
Well, it is, but because they're 1 and 2, there is really no dust for these guys. They're out
and they're
front.
side by side too in a lot of this section, so they're not really covering one or the other in sort of any dust at this point.
Well, that's it. Like he's so close to the leader that by the time the dust forms, he's in front of it.
Yeah.
And so it's not so much about that, but more about the track conditions and how skatey it is. Now, they've both made mistakes, not on the skatiness. Like Seth Thomas, he got cross-rutted, and that's where his crash come from. I'm trying to remember what Heath did in that first one, but if it was a slide out or a cross-rut, but little
mistake
bit of an awkward exit to that rut, and it's just allowed Davey to get a little bit closer.
He's going to take the line away.
That was scary. I don't think either of them knew what was going to be the outcome there, so they both backed out of it.
They sort of paused, didn't they?
They did, and
Thomas trying to hold this out, but
I think that is so cool that they're not out there to clean each other up. They are racing hard, but clean, and I expect to see them do that to each other and close the line, and I expect them to race hard. I even expect a bit of plastic rubbing and a bump here or there if needed, but
you know, to see those two riders come that close to each other, to both react the same way and check up for that jump so they don't jump into each other. And then on the next straight, they were side by side over those jumps. Neither of them.
Oh, he's jumped out of the rut there to block the line.
Yeah, that
Seth
was
Thomas.
very clever because he didn't. It's not like he slowed down or anything.
No.
He just that first rut has the ability to jump into the second rut, and it just stopped Davey's momentum when he was coming through that turn. So what Heath will have to do. Big
Davey
cut down
on the
again
inside.
this time. Does he get the drive on that? But he does have the inside heading up the hill, and I think he's going to get it done.
I can't believe how much side-by-side racing these two have done in these opening few laps here. They've been side-by-side more often than not in lots of different sections of the track. But Davey has got the edge now and got a wheel in front of Thomas, so can Thomas continue to stay with him?
Well, he does, and it's the bubble racing I've been talking about where the spatial awareness that these guys have to get that close to each other and know that they're not going to hit each other. You know, it's. I think a few drivers on the road need to be watching this so they might be able to learn something on how to drive. That's just me. You know, wanting. I'm a racer when I'm on the road. Hope there's no police listening. I don't mean racer as in I speed, but I just hate being behind people.
You're not a defensive driver, Mikel.
No.
You're attacking the course.
That's it. I'm attacking the course. No, that's it. I'm not targeting any people in particular.
Well, while we've got a second to breathe here, Davey with the lead and Thomas in second. A quick look back. They have gapped the third place here, but it is Tyson Williams there. So he's a bit further back there. But the lead battle is what we're obviously focused on because this is for the overall for the day.
Yeah, Rossiter sitting in fourth place and Anderson in fifth. But these two kids is where it's at right now. And they're so similarly matched, you know, that it's sure Heath made the pass, but Seth is right there, and he's now the hunter becomes the hunted. Seth is the one that's in a position to size up what Heath's doing. And if Heath is able to, which, you know, I've seen these kids, one race, one's winning. Next race, next one's winning. And it's just, they just alternate like that until someone wins a championship. But from either of them's perspective, it's one thing to beat each other when your opposition falls off. So first race, Heath went down, Seth won by a mile. Second race, Seth went down, Heath won by a mile. Third race, if Heath can run away from Seth here, that's a big shot in the arm for Heath confidence-wise, and a big hit confidence-wise for Seth if that happens, because they are so similarly matched.
And just keeping an eye here because Davey is getting a little gap over Seth at this point of the moto. Maybe this is all that he needs to sort of just keep things status quo at the front for him.
Oh,
that was a bit of a moment.
Yeah, a couple paddles through that corner, but he got through it. He got through the white water. And the other thing to consider is take a second. You know, if you're not feeling it or the track is, you know, like if Seth has to push and he's making mistakes, he may have to take a second in this one. If I was in his shoes, I would still be pushing to keep the pressure on, try and stay right there, hope for a mistake, or maybe pick up on some lines. But at least stay close enough that if there is a mistake or some lap riders, he might get caught up with a lap rider, he's close enough. But otherwise, you know, like I said, sometimes you got to be smart, and can't afford to see him throw this away. If he takes a second in this race, he loses the overall, but he's only got a 3-point deficit going into round 2.
Well, I think the guys are going to be okay on the lap traffic side of things. Just looking at the track ahead of them, there's nothing in front of them for quite a while, so we've probably got just a mono-a-mono battle here for the last few laps of this race in the 13 to 15 1-2-5 two-stroke race here, with Davey leading it still from Seth Thomas and Tyson Williams in third.
I think what we'll do too is we'll just have a quick scan of the track, see if we could spot some battles further back now that the front two have separated a bit. We can always come back to them. There's Williams, that's a lap rider just in front of him. So Williams is
in a very comfortable, lonely third. Then we've got Rossiter on the 28.
Bit of a gap for 5th here at this point, or 6th, sorry.
Yeah, there's a battle at the top of the track there. So as they're coming down towards the finish, there's Anderson on the 411. But behind him, it's about 7th place, maybe Riley Tongue.
Darcy Houston, 23.
Yeah, so Darcy Houston, 23. The 29, the 191, and the...
Yeah.
that one. So we might go there if we can and watch those guys. They're in the bottom section of the track right now. Ellis on the 191. Oliver Rex and Kate Tipper. So if we can scan back to those guys, bottom section of the track, they'll be
coming out up the hill now.
Main straight now.
And
there is the leader of that pack, Darcy Houston. Oliver Rex behind him, then Ellis, Tipper.
So it's a good battle in the back half of the top 10 here.
Yeah, and that's what I love about racing. You know, it was awesome to watch the first two battle it out, those first few laps. But we're down to like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th place, and there's a race on. Tipper actually 10th place. So, and as we start to talk about those guys, they
spread out a little bit.
They decide that no, we don't want to battle anymore. We don't want you to talk about us. Unless, of course, those riders have passed everybody. But look, it's still relatively close. And
Seth Thomas with the rollers there.
And you look at the lap times, they're almost identical. They're both on 142s. Clearly faster than anybody else on the track, Seth and Heath 80. So.
Just looking down to that Kennards higher corner, watching the riders come through that section at the moment. That's Davies with the lead there, and Thomas just coming out of that corner. Getting through the rollers is Davey. He's making his way around. This race is coming to a close here shortly.
It is. I think they're going to get the last lap board next time around. So you know, I talked about Heath working really hard today. I know that he works really hard during the week as well, and this is where that hard work pays off. You know, you're not always going to get the good starts.
No.
You're not always going to have the best day or the best weekend. I mean, these kids have been racing, some of them, 2 days. But, you know, it's back to the grindstone next week and keep working until your next race day. I mean, we're talking about the 1% or less than the 1% making overseas. Well, that's what these kids are working for. You know, at the top level to win races in these junior classes. They're riding MX3. They're going to nationals.
Well, for some of them, it's a short week because Ozpro MX is kicking off next weekend in Montague, so they might just be basically having a recovery day or two and then in the car to head south.
Well, Heath will be. I think Seth's still focusing on the 85 125, not doing the MX3, but you've got to remember Seth's a year younger.
Yeah.
He moved up to the class a year early, so, look, I don't think age-wise he's eligible to ride MX3 yet. That's one thing. Number two, he's not on a 250 yet either. He may have ridden a 250, but he's not racing a 250 as far as I know, and can't ride a 125 at Pro MX. So I did have a little chat to his dad earlier, and that's what we were talking about. And he was saying, oh, maybe get him a 150, but don't want to put too much on the kid. I mean, he's, you know, 13,
he's doing quite well as it is.
He's 13 years old.
Yeah.
You know, we forget that. I mean, the kid's still in just
what's that, year 8 or something like that? So, yeah.
That's right.
It's early days still. There's plenty of time for Seth Thomas.
It is. And then you go to MX3 and you're racing obviously the opposite end of the scale at 18 years of age. I mean, it's a boys against men class, really, you know. So you think about the physical development of a kid.
Oh, nice battle here for a pass.
Well, that was a great pass. Riley Tongue sweeping around the outside of Darcy Houston and caught him by surprise too. I think if Darcy knew he was there, Darcy would have run to the edge of the track to block that, but he didn't, and he backed out of it, and that gave Riley the opportunity to come through, and a last lap pass, well, that's an extra position for him.
Our checkered flags come out. We've had our winners go past the start line here. So Heath Davey got the win there. Seth Thomas has claimed second place. We're waiting on our third place rider, which should be Tyson Williams here on the 169, and I believe he's about to come across the line here in just a second. And there is Tyson over the finish line. So we're wrapping up this moto here. That is the 13 to 15 125cc class. We're down to our last two motos of this event here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We're going to have our MX Women's and MX Vets out on track next. And then we'll only have our 13 to 16 girls class after that to wrap up our program here for the opening round of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles, brought to you by Motorcycling New South Wales, our governing body. Some nice drone footage here as we're wrapping up this moto, just checking out the facility here that is Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. You get to see some of the hills there. We're underneath the power lines there. It climbs up to the back part of the track pretty steeply there at the top there.
Well, as green as it is,
it's probably as green as it's ever been.
It's nice and lush on the infield. It's not very lush on the track itself when you talk about moisture.
You can definitely tell that it's dried out. It's gone very white, the track has.
Yes, it has. We've got the vets up next, and I think as a vets rider, speaking on behalf of all vets riders, I think they should be the first race of the day because it's past their bedtime.
I agree completely, wholeheartedly, now that I've qualified for the over 35 side of things.
Yeah, they, you know, a lot of them are normally having nanny naps at this time of the day, so to put them out on the track now is really just punishment. And when the track's...
Well, it's pretty brutal at this point too.
It is.
I think the girls would agree to go out first too, some of them. Not all of them, but some of them would probably like to be the first race with the vets at that point. So we're on the line here. The board, 15-second board is up for this second last race of our program. Women's and vets are on the line.
We'll see if Aaron Parker can pull another hole shot out of the rabbit hat. And I think that is him again, up a clear hole shot. But Nathan Brockdrop very cleverly has slotted into second place. And that's, I think Nathan will be really happy with that start. Couple of riders sort of running into each other out that first turn. And that's just that inside rut there. Very hard. I'm sure you know, David, trying to follow someone through a rut. You can't see the line. And the rider that was in front just sort of lost control at the end of the rut and created a bit of a train reaction.
They all caught up in the one, didn't they?
Yes.
And I think I just saw the 20 of Rain Alfosio go down there at the start in that second, just exiting that second corner. So she's going to have a bit of work to do to get through in this moto. As we see Nathan Brocktrop going down the hill, trying to chase down Aaron Parker. We've got a bit of a square up here. Can he get the drive on that Suzuki up the hill?
Look, I think that although it's a shorter moto, I think that Nathan needs to just bide his time. I think that he's got a little bit more pace than Aaron. Just from what he's shown in previous races, able to close that gap. And the way the track is at the moment, trying to force a pass could end badly. If he keeps the pressure on, there may be a mistake. There's Mia Tung. Now, Mia's leading the girls.
She's running very high in the overall aspects too.
I didn't see Taylor come through. She might have got caught up in that first or second corner. There's Taylor. So Taylor Thompson with a lot of work to do. There's our order.
She's buried down in the pack.
She is. So Mia Tung might be able to get her first win of the day here. And I think you said Raina Fozio went down.
She went down, so that's going to shake up our overall from the women's point of view.
Well,
Mia could be on for an overall if things don't go well here for Taylor over the rest of this race.
Well, Sienna Gadis, Courtney Ruby, they're up in front as well of Taylor. Mia Tung is clearly leading the girls at the moment, currently sitting fourth overall in this race as we watch this battle for the lead.
Aaron Parker still just holding on to this lead, but Nathan Brocktrop is trying to make something happen here. He's got to get this pass done so that he can claim the overall.
Well, again, I think if he just keeps the pressure on, and maybe whilst he's doing that, just look for a spot. Spend the next 2-3 laps. You see a rider on the side there, clutching her shoulder. So hopefully it's not too bad, but Nathan finds his spot on the track and then bides his time, gets to that point of the track and then execute the pass. The trouble with that is if you don't get close enough, you then have to wait.
You miss your window.
Well, you've got to wait till the following lap to actually do that. And Parker, he wants this overall. He is fighting for it. Scott Shaw sitting in third place, Lee Harriman fifth. When I say fifth, I mean fifth in the race. But Brockdrop goes to the inside there, but what he's going to need to do is cut to the inside in that rutted turn. No, Parker was able to jump through the whoops and still managed to jump into those inside ruts.
Pretty confident to do that at the end of the day here, because it can get a bit diabolical when you jump that last one and try to stop early.
Well, I thought from the momentum that he had that he was going to overshoot to a wide line and Brockdrop was maybe going to cut in, but Parker was able to get on the brakes to still slot in, and that can be scary as Brockdrop's starting to use that inside rut.
It seemed a bit smoother that time. Maybe it's finally starting to flatten out in there.
Maybe, but it does put you on the outside heading in the next turn. So Parker controlled that inside very well, and look, I'm trying to find a spot on the track where I think Nathan can make the pass. I think the main straight heading into that corner before the whoops, so down Lake Macquarie straight into that right-hand turn is the spot. If he can get close enough to that inside and then through the rollers move across and close off the line, or get close enough that it forces Aaron to change his line and go to the inside, and then Brockdrop go wide, giving him the inside to the next corner. We do have a medical flag here where the guys need to take it easy. They both do. And yeah, Nathan really needs to be closer than that.
I was just going to say, he's lost a little bit of ground there past that section at the top of the track.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to be close enough for that area you were just talking about at this stage.
Yeah, that's right. So he might actually need to find another area or not. Like, I really appreciate the fact that he
slowed down.
I'm not saying Aaron didn't slow down. I'm saying that I think that Nathan
took a bit more of an advanced mode in that.
He stayed off the throttle a lot longer than he probably needed to. You know, I think if I was him, maybe get on the gas when Aaron gets on the gas and just stay a little bit closer, because he's running out of laps and he's running out of places to make passes. Another option is this inside rut. If he, again, not close enough, but if Aaron didn't grease that sort of middle line, he may be able to go through those rollers and close the door into that left-hander.
Well, he's gotten a bit closer back to the back of Aaron Parker here. We're about halfway through this moto at this point in our race here. Can he get any closer and make something happen here? But Parker's ridden a really good race so far. He hasn't really made any mistakes.
No, he hasn't. He's actually coped with the challenge very, very well. And I think he knows that the track is really bad, and as long as he sticks to the best lines, it's going to be very hard for Nathan. As you see Nathan trying something different,
losing a bit of ground there,
really hurt him. Like, he couldn't even clear the stepper. We saw 65s clearing that yesterday, and a 450 is struggling to get over it because of the drive that he didn't get out that turn. So I would say Nathan's got 2 laps. I reckon he's got 2 laps to make this happen. He has lost a bunch of ground on Parker. And again, he not only needs to catch him, he needs to make that pass. So where that's going to happen, it's either going to be in that right-hander that they've just gone through, or I reckon that inside into those rollers, better drive through the rollers, and that's the corner coming up after Kenard. But Mia Tung
holding the women's class still a bit.
Yeah.
We just noticed on the scoreboard there that Taylor Thompson is working away towards that. She's probably in second overall for the women's, if I got that correctly there.
Well, second in this class, in this race so far. Probably still got the overall with 2 wins, but Mia Tung, we'll see if Taylor's able to get up onto the back wheel of Mia before the end of this one.
Seems like there's not much of a gap there between them off the scoring side of things, so we'll see if we can find them on the track at some point in this moto as well.
Yeah.
And have a bit of a check-in.
Yeah, and I think that might have been Raina Lafosio down at the top of the track there. I've just seen it.
Having another...
No, the one that was down earlier. where we had the medic flags out. Because I've just seen her dad walking back down. So I hope Brain's okay if that was her.
She's listed there as retired from the race, so yeah, probably likely that it's her up the top.
So Parker, can he get this done? And
he's got a bit of a gap now.
He does. Yep.
Oh, a bit of a mistake there.
Sorry, Aaron.
He's just trying to see if his knee's still useful or not.
Yeah, well, it won't be if you keep doing that, putting your foot down. And I think I thought it was going to be 2 laps to go, and it's not. So, well, that might be now. Might be 2 laps now. So Brock drop, still some time. But here goes Mia Tung down the hill, leading the senior women. And that's going to hurt Raina Fosio's overall because of the second and the third and now a DNF.
Yeah, that's not going to be
bump
very good for her.
Up, the order. Courtney Ruby in 12th right now overall in the group, but sitting in third in the girls with Sienna Gadis behind her, so third and fourth in this race.
And there's Taylor Thompson right behind Mia Tung now. So
yeah,
we're going to have a battle within the women's class here very shortly. So we might try and stick with them on the cameras.
This feels like such a long moto. I keep looking over. I'm not even riding and I'm getting tired. Looking over at the last lap to see where it is.
So there's.
But we'll stay on this battle if we can.
Yeah, there's Taylor coming into the corner and there's Mia exiting it. So this is tightening up for the moto win in the women's class.
Yeah, and look, Taylor's a competitor. Even though she's won 2 races, she knows she's got the overall. She wants 3 wins. Like, she just wants to win. So, she's going to go to Promex next weekend, and there's some fast girls there. But she's not going there to come third. She's going there to win. If she comes third, she comes third. But she's still aiming for a win. So go through the rollers, and Scott Shaw there just in front of them, and he's also competing for position as Scott Shaw.
He might find himself in a battle here with the girls.
Yeah. And he's currently sitting third in the vets. So and Aaron Parker has also done a solid job to maintain that gap. Brockdorf hasn't been able to close it. But again, first round of the championship.
Taylor's trying to get inside of Mia Tung here.
Inside.
It's a good little battle building here. Can Mia hold her off for these last, I think we're sort of a lap and a half, maybe 2 to go still.
Well, Mia ran wide in that turn.
And Taylor's made the move here.
And Taylor went up the inside, and Taylor was very careful there. She didn't cross the line or take the line away, because I don't think she knew what Mia was going to do, but it was enough doubt in Mia's mind that maybe Taylor was going to come across. Now look at
Mia coming back on her.
Just charging down that straight. Is she going to cut to the inside at the bottom of the turn here, or just go, no, she went outside, she followed through the outside. We do have Scott Shaw in front of them there. Now, Scott's not a lap rider, but I think that Mia and Taylor, or Taylor and Mia, are going a little bit faster, and this is like a 3-way battle for position, which can affect
a different class in part here. So
yeah, not so much for Scott because there's no vets near him, but definitely for the girls. If
he could interrupt the battle for what could be first or second here, couldn't he?
Well, if Taylor takes a different line to Taylor's gone through.
Taylor's gone through, but Mia's now caught behind here, so she's going to lose some track position, some time to Taylor here, so I think she's just made the move, has she?
Yeah, Mia's got by her. But look, I mean, Taylor, I think, was running a faster pace. She did close her down and then made the pass. And so, great ride from Taylor, having that crash or mistake early in the race to come through all the way to the lead. Just gives her even more confidence to know that she's not just also the reigning state title champion in this class, but the top girl in New South Wales. And especially if she can ride this race to the end, not do anything silly, it's in the probably the worst conditions that the track has been in all weekend.
So she's coming down the hill now. She's going to see the last lap board that is out for this race. If we think about where things are up to at the front, Aaron Parker is still holding off Nathan Brockdrop here for this overall win today in the vets class as well. So Solid last ride here for Aaron Parker at this point.
Yeah, look, Aaron has definitely stepped it up. You know, it's he hasn't just rolled over. You know, Nathan caught him in that second race, passed him, and Aaron finished second. And that had to sting a little bit. But what he's done, he's turned that into motivation, and he's come out in the third race and said, "No, I'm not going to roll over." And look, Nathan, you know, he gave him a good run. Nathan's a seasoned veteran, and he will, he'll take the second when he needs to. But he'll be competing all the way to the end of this championship. And I think what you'll also find is we're going to have some different vets riders
at the different
round.
venues. Yes,
you'll get a few riders that'll follow the full series.
So you're going to get locals coming out.
You're going to get some fast locals coming out of the woodwork, and just being the spoilers. So I look forward to watching that when we go to Dubbo for round 2.
So Aaron Parker does take the win there in the vets class with Nathan Brocktrop in second. So that will mean that Aaron Parker does get the overall in that class there. And we're just looking through the field here, watching our riders come across the finish line. We're looking for our women's class riders as well for their finishing positions, which we should see Taylor Thompson come through here shortly to take the women's win for the moto and for the overall. And Mia Tung will get the second overall in the women's class side of things. There's Taylor coming across the finish line. And there's Mia. So 1-2 in the moto, 1-2 overall for the day in the women's side of things as well. So we've got one more race of the day here coming up for our program for the New South Wales State titles. We'll take a quick break here and we'll be back with the last moto.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, huh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said, Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath's make your job easy.
Our last race is on the line for this first round of the New South Wales Motocross titles here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. It is our 13 to 16 junior girls. They are on, well, all on the 125s basically at this point.
Yeah, look, there was a couple of girls last year that rode the 250. Not many. Most of them ride the 125, but we do have Mia Cameron on the smaller machine, 85 size machine, 105
engine
moto. So far it's been Claire Pollard with 2 moto wins.
It has been, but this class has probably been one of my favourites to watch with the 2 girls out front, having really good ding-dong battles with Ada Harris and Claire Pollard. But Claire has definitely got the better of it over the 2 motos with the wins, but that's a really nice start there for the Husqvarna rider.
Well, that's either, I think that might be Ada Harris.
I
and
think
then
it is.
Cyprian into second place. As we have a look here on the outside, that's Jayla Parker, third. So Husqvarna's 1, 2, and 3. There's Claire Pollard, our winner from race 1 and 2 in fourth place. So
got a little bit of work to do to make her way up here.
Yep. And because Ada has got the whole shot, she's got clear track, and I expect her to gap the field a bit here at the start of the race. Although Sienna is been in the top 3, she's quite fast. As we see Pollard make the pass on Parker around that outside, heading into the tabletop, the NMA corner. Ada Harris to the New South Wales right-hander down the hill. And earlier in the day, we saw riders squaring that corner. It's so slippery now, there's nothing to square on, so they're just railing it all the way around.
The changing track conditions that are a part of the race day here at Lake Macquarie.
And even having to seat jump that step-up jump.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about 65s jumping it yesterday. Nathan Brockdrop in the previous race knocking the drive and coming up short on it on a 450. I mean, it is a Suzuki, but sorry,
wow.
Nathan, I'm just kidding, buddy. Just a bit of banter, you know. So, anyway, back to Ada Harris out in front.
Look at the condition of that Lake Macquarie City Council straight there. It's got multiple ruts. It's dried out very much, and there's a lot of braking bumps as you come down into this bottom section of the track here. The girls have got a bit of a rough go here, getting the roughest track possible for them as their last race.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, getting back onto the bike brands, and this isn't me trying to unswallow my shoe, but
sure.
You know, I find that the different bikes ride differently depending on the track. Like
yes.
I find that you know, the way they handle is different. Some bikes turn better than others, and then you've got personal preference as well. You know, I mean, Nathan, as an example, he's been on the Suzuki for years. He loves it. You know, Husqvarna, Yamaha, Hondas, KTM. You know, you got the electric bikes now, the stock Vogue, Kawasaki, another one of the petrol-powered bikes. Obviously, not the electric, but there's so much choice now for riders on what they want to ride. And I don't know if you've ever done, but let's talk about the racing. We'll get back to our conversation. But Claire Pollard up the inside there of Ada Harris, and that is the furthest away that they've been away from each other going around a
Trying
corner.
to make a corner, you know, together, yeah.
Normally they're rubbing elbows through the turn, but Ada Harris gets the pass back in the bottom corner. So, well, I thought Claire had it, and Ada is not just giving up the position.
You see Claire in that corner there trying to square it up to get the drive for that step-up jump at the top of the hill, but just struggling to get the drive out of the corner at one point. Dry conditions here to finish the day. Claire he's all over Ada again, as we have had in the first 2 motos for this class earlier in the day. And it's awesome to see them just splitting lines here and trying to basically be in the corner at the same time. They're just trying to make the move on each other always, aren't they, these two?
Yeah, look, it's I'm glad they're not sisters because the drive home would be a quiet one. But, you know, I don't know also the relationships that riders have with each other, who's friends, who's not, but they are fierce competitors on the track, that is for sure. And Claire, look, she didn't get a great start. She was in about 4th place, but she quickly sliced her way into 2nd, and they're both using that inside rut. It's so deep that if Ada was to pull a clutch in and just come to a stop, she could sit there.
Claire would be just basically roadblocked.
She just has to wait. She
yeah.
just has to wait for her to go. Not that she would do that. I'm just saying that's how deep that rut is. So, yeah, you're taking a gamble following a rider in a rut that deep. But Claire, this is where she made the pass the previous lap in almost exactly the same style. And Ada was able to rail that berm and go around her. And what Claire needed to do that previous lap, which is just done this time, is moved more over across, just to put doubt in Ada's mind that she had to check up. And
yeah, just take the line away, block the momentum path for her, and she's sealed the deal now. She's got the lead here, has Claire Pollard.
Well, she has, and this is where Ada needs to strike back quickly.
And she might be. She's trying to get to the inside there at the top of the hill.
Yeah, while she's close, and because that's when riders aren't expecting you to pass them. Like straight after you've passed them, or they've passed you, sorry, they don't expect that you're going to get them right back. So that's And the other thing is the dust. You know, so if you stay close, you stay in front of the dust. If you lose a bit, then you're now in the dust, and then you can't ride as fast anyway. So Ada definitely hasn't let go of Claire for the lead, and she is challenging. But we've got Sienna Cyprian in that third position, Jayla Parker, Mia Kazi, Chloe Hart, and then Mia Cameron.
And Claire's just working her way up into that New South Wales mining corner here. And I think that's Ada trying to make an inside line. They've been changing it up there a little bit because they're not following, which is great here on this rough track towards the end of the day. You can see the way they're trying to get out of that rut there at the end of it into the start of the rollers. There's some very big steps in that rut that they're chasing there. And you can just see Sienna Cyprian in the bottom of the corner there in that Kennards High corner heading up the hill in third position. She's got Jayla Parker not too far behind her. And is that Mia Kazi trying to make a move on the outside of Jayla there?
Yeah, look, Mia got a terrible start and possibly made a further mistake. And she's launching that step-down jump where Jayla was just going for the first step. So, but didn't get a good run out of that turn. And she's going to have to try again or find another spot.
As they head to the top of the hill there, maybe a little bit of contact there on the inside from Mia.
Yeah, look, if there was, if there wasn't,
brief.
It was brief. It was very close.
Yeah.
But she has made the pass now, and she's going after.
Oh, she's just gone down in those conditions up the top there. Just tucked the front end.
Yeah. She's going after the ground, is what I was going to say. Jayla Parker and the other riders managed to get back around her. And what that is heading into that turn very straight on a slippery surface and then trying a 90-degree turn. The front wheel just knifed. And had she, I feel, gone up the hill wider and created more of an arc turn rather than that knife square turn, which you can do when it's grippy.
Yeah, not so much right now.
Not now. There's just the front wheel just gives way.
Claire Pollard continuing to lead this one as we're getting down towards the end of this particular race. We're probably only a lap or two to go here. She's got a decent gap now over Ada Harris as she worked her way through that whole shot graphics corner there, bringing down to these jumps here. It's amazing how dry this track has got towards the end of the day here.
Yeah, it is, and Claire still getting great drive out of that NMA turn to clear that first tabletop and then the second one as well. Those were the two tabletops that Sienna was coming up short on, which I was saying before, I think it's just a confidence thing, but I do think she can jump those jumps. And jumps, you shouldn't be focusing on jumps for trying to go faster around the track. However,
it does help you get a good lap time.
It's bonus time.
Yeah.
Like you want to be fast in your corners, you want to be fast down your straights and under brakes, but you've also got to clear the jumps. And you don't need to jump everything, but you've at least got to jump what your opposition is doing.
Our drone footing's just chasing Claire Pollard here across the start straight into the bottom section of the track, getting a good view of what she's dealing with here in terms of track conditions into that roller section at the bottom of the track. Still jumping through there pretty nicely, making the inside rut and then following out to the outside one as we go around.
It's when you see that drone footage, how close it is to the rider, you almost think that the drone is right behind the helmet, and if they brake check it, it's going to slap into the back of the helmet. But the zoom, I mean, like you can buy a really cheap drone, and it's amazing the amount of the footage that you can get. Just got to be careful where you fly it. Obviously.
Well, yeah, and we're obviously here at Lakes. We've got some power lines above us, so our drone driver's doing an awesome job keeping a close eye on Claire through these last few laps here, getting a bit of a different view as we follow around, because she does have a decent gap on the field now that we've settled into the mid part of this moto.
So you coming here for a practice day tomorrow, or?
No, I'll pass.
No, you're passing.
I'm sure you're not coming either.
I'm not coming either, no.
But overall, I think we've had a pretty decent weekend here at the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club across the 2 days of the racing for the juniors, mostly yesterday. Obviously a few junior classes today, but mostly senior classes out here with the big bikes.
So as much as I was kidding, I'm also being serious. This is sometimes the best time to train on a track. Don't frown at me. When it's at its absolute worst, if you can ride the track in this condition, you know how the track's going to form up at the end of a race day. You know where the lines are going to form. You're going to know how they form. And most riders these days, I think, aren't doing that. They are they're wanting the tracks to be prime, groomed perfectly, so that when they train, that's what they train. They don't even train on rough stuff. They do ruts on those tracks, but you're not always going to be racing a loamy, sandy, groomed track. I think that's what is hard for the WA riders and even some of the Queensland riders that come down and race in New South Wales. They're used to those loamy tracks, those sandy tracks, so they come ride this and they go, what the? They just really struggle with it. And
it requires a completely different bike setup too. So if you do ride on these sorts of conditions at time to time, you learn where your bike needs to go in terms of that setup. Compressions, rebounds, all those sorts of sag numbers to try and make the bike a bit more compliant and get traction through your corners. So you've got to learn what your bike needs to do in both sort of situations here to get a good outcome overall across a race weekend and different venues and a different series.
Yeah, and even tyre selection. Obviously you're going for a hard pack tyre today, but you could have started the day with an intermediate tyre if you have the luxury of having a spare wheel. Start the day intermediate tyre, first, second race maybe, then you switch to that hard pack tyre. Maybe you run an intermediate tyre on the front all day, just so you have that little bit of extra grip. But spending $90, $100 or $120 on a tyre, whatever it is, that is not a lot of money compared to the amount of money that is spent on engine work, suspension work, and having a fresh set of tyres on your bike can make a massive difference to your result. As Claire Polo is approaching the finish flag, 3 out of 3 race wins for Claire Bear, and in the end has actually dominated this class. Ada Harris put up a really good fight. I'm sure we will see more battles when we head to round 2 at Dubbo or any other race meetings that these two are racing at. But they clearly have built up a rivalry.
I think I'm looking forward to watch this class the most at the next round at Dubbo. So
yeah, it will be good to watch. And that's the other thing I like is different tracks and different type of soils, how they form up. See Anna Cyprian coming through for 3rd place, probably 3rd overall, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
For the day, and. I was talking to Sienna's dad yesterday, just briefly at presentation, and I said, you're down here for state titles, you're down here for East Coast, you should just move to New South Wales and save yourself the travel, you obviously enjoy racing here, so hopefully they do. I'd like to see them racing in New South Wales more.
Chloe Hart just coming across the finish line there. In 5th place overall for this 13 to 16 junior girls class. Across the line is Mia Kazi there. We're looking for our 7th place rider and our final rider off the track, and that's Mia Cameron.
Yeah, look, a disappointing day for Mia Kazi. I think she would have expected more or better. But hey, you have your good days and your bad days.
Well, the bike changed for her. Might have changed her trajectory of what her weekend could have been.
Yeah. But she'll come back swinging next round for sure, and I wouldn't be surprised if she was battling for, a win in this class as we move through these state titles. But look, we would just really like to thank everybody's attendance, sitting with us at home, watching the racing and enjoying it with us. Thank you to Motorcycling New South Wales and Sideline Sport for providing this coverage, and David, it's been a pleasure working with you. I'm really looking forward to our conversations at Dubbo for round 2.
Some more random rambling as we go through the 2 days of Dubbo.
As we do. So thanks very much, guys, and to the crew, to the club, all the officials and the marshals, and the competitors, and more so the parents that are spending the money to come and attend these events. Have a good one.